Hi, y'all. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield. Let's take a look at our Fox 10 Facebook News Update.
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Today, a mother and her 3 young children were laid to rest. Her husband, the father of her kids, drove their SUV into Tempe Town Lake on purpose in a murder-suicide. Danica Baxter and her 3 children were honored by other family, friends, and people throughout the community. In Gilbert, a toddler rushed to the hospital after falling out of a second-story window. Sky Fox was over the home in Gilbert this morning. The 1-year-old landed on gravel outside the home near Recker and Williams. The child taken to the hospital, condition unknown. A high school football player from El Mirage will be reinstated. Running back Pedro Banya was ejected from last week's game when he pointed to the sky after a touchdown. He says he was thanking God, but the refs called it excessive celebration. The Arizona Interscholastic Association reviewed the decision, and now Pedro gets the green light to play in this weekend's playoff game. Today's Election Day in the Valley. 27 school districts are asking voters to decide on overrides or bonds. In Glendale, a recall election for Glendale City Councilman Gary Sherwood. He helped negotiate a settlement with one Native American tribe, allowing them to build a casino in the city. Take a look at your 10-day forecast. Temperatures dipping a bit lower this week with a high of only 69 tomorrow, but temperatures will be back up in the 70s by the end of the week and into next. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John.
A high of 69 tomorrow. I am in, and I'm already prepared with my jacket. I love this weather. I hope it stays this way, but it's Arizona, so we'll need to pull out our flip-flops before we know it. Hey, in case you missed my last news update, and I actually have to tell my coworkers that I switched to this speed. I'm just telling you, not even informing some super important people that need to know. In case you missed ObamaCare, the failing ObamaCare co-ops, there's an Arizona connection. Congressional lawmakers are raising alarm over the rapid collapse of several so-called ObamaCare co-ops, government-backed alternative health plans that are failing, leaving tens of thousands of customers scrambling for coverage and billions in taxpayer-funded startup loans at risk. To date, nearly half of the 23 co-ops established under the Affordable Care Act have gone or are expected to go under by the end of the year, and this is according to FoxNews.com. The latest to be barred from selling insurance on the official marketplace is in Arizona. In a letter to the head of the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services, Senator Orrin Hatch, Republican from Utah, and Lamar Alexander, a Republican from Tennessee, pressed the Obama administration for answers on what is being done to address the crisis and recoup some of the billions in federal taxpayer loans that have gone on to failing startups. So it's a fascinating story from FoxNews.com. If you're interested, you can head over. It's the header right now at FoxNews.com. The next story got a lot of attention on the internet. The seemingly perfect Instagram celebrity that revealed she's actually miserable. This is from Allure. This is about Sina O'Neill. She's 18. She's now a former Instagram and YouTube celebrity from Australia, although I feel like this international attention is going to pique some interest in her, and it's probably going to give her a whole new life. Up until last week, O'Neill's Instagram account highlighted her fashion-filled life spent hanging out on the beach. She amassed more than 50,000 Instagram followers and up to 30,000 subscribers on her YouTube page. But last week, O'Neill changed her tone in her Instagram drastically. So she switched the name of her account to Social Media Is Not Real Life, and started editing the captions in her photos to reveal just how much work went into creating the veil of perfection that surrounded them. Oh, wow. And an edited caption of this close-up photo of her supposedly unmade-up face smiling at the camera, O'Neill revealed that she was actually wearing a lot of makeup and that she'd been experiencing breakouts that day. Breaking news. And for the bikini shot, O'Neill took more than 100 photos to try to capture a shot in which her stomach looked the way she wanted it to. So I watched this video. She made a video called, like, To My 12-Year-Old Self. And she's crying in it. She's upset she's not wearing makeup. And she's talking about how much social media is a business and how it's really so much of it is a facade, and how brands are attaching themselves to these people that you think are authentic but they're not. And it's actually really fascinating, and it makes you feel good that someone is turning away dollars to bring a sincere message to younger people. So I'm on her team, and I think that because this is the way she handled this, because this is what she chose to do with the brand that she had created up until now, I think that she will be rewarded for it. Another interesting story, I find this absolutely fascinating, is this Taco Bell executive that has lost his job with a fast food company after being caught on video in a violent incident with an Uber driver. I'm sure you've seen this video. It's horrific. Why? He's 32 years old. His LinkedIn account is no longer available. His Twitter was blocked from public sight. According to his bio, he was a 7-year veteran of Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell. Golden was also described in his bio as a Southerner who enjoys mint how do you say those? Jalopies? I don't know. I am a Southerner, but I don't drink the booze. I'm not a booze hound. In horse racing.
No, I'm kicking you out, man. You're too drunk to give me directions, man.
No, I'm not sure.
I'm kicking you out.
I'm giving you the directions right now.
Nope, that's it. Trip's ended.
No, I'm giving you the directions.
Trip's already ended, man.
No, I'm giving you the directions.
Nope, I'm kicking you out.
Park Newport. That's all you need to go is Park Newport.
I'm kicking you out, man.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
All you need to go is Park Newport.
I'm kicking you out.
I'm giving you the directions to Park Newport.
I've already ended the trip.
Well, I'm in giving you a new trip.
No. Get out of my car.
Park Newport.
Get out of my car.
Sir,
get out of my car or I will call the police.
Yikes. Somebody's got some mace. This is actually really disturbing to witness. Oh, and the guy's just like walking off all cash. Let's take a look at the interview with the Uber driver.
He was incredibly aggressive throughout the ride. He refused to put on his seatbelt. I mean, he made me uncomfortable from the time that he got into the vehicle. When, he's trying to give me directions while he's passing out in the back seat. Anyway, I picked him up. He started becoming belligerent. I didn't feel safe anymore with him in the vehicle, and at that point, I decided it was time that he needed to leave. So I, reached over as I always do, and I grabbed my pepper spray from the center console, and I put it under my thigh just for safekeeping. Flipped my dash cam around to face me, just in case I needed any kind of video evidence of anything that might happen. And I proceeded to pull over into a lit shopping center. A lot of people around. Tried to, get him out of the vehicle. I, tried kicking him out, tell him, hey, the ride's over. I'm not going any further than this. I'm kicking you out. I'm not dealing with this. You're too intoxicated to be giving me directions right now. Eventually I told him, if you don't get out of the vehicle, I'm going to have to call the police. And at which point it seemed like his response to that was to open the door and then immediately start beating me over the head. At that point, I was trying to block his blows with my arm and fiddle with the safety on my pepper spray before I was able to break free of his grasp on the back of my head and turn around and spray him until he stopped beating me.
All right, let me see if I see any additional information in this article that you didn't just hear. Call the police, he yelled. Ew. And Golden was vomiting from the pepper spray when the police arrived on the scene. He was arrested and charged with assault and in public intoxication. I didn't realize that pepper spray had that effect on you. Glad to know. We had an earthquake recently. I don't know if you were aware of that. I don't know if we covered it enough. I don't know if you felt it, but there has been an earthquake in the valley. And because of that, we want to be prepared for the next time, as I'm sure you can imagine. I've got a video for you in regards to how you can be prepared the next time we have an earthquake, so you don't feel alone or
Damage from the
scared.
quakes, but what happens in the very unlikely chance that we get a big, strong earthquake near the valley? Well, Phoenix firefighters, they say they're ready. They demonstrated some of the techniques that they use to rescue people after earthquakes in other places, and they say if an earthquake happens here, the first thing you should do is find cover.
Make sure that you get it under strong furniture, staircases, anything that will cover you, anything that will protect you from falling objects. If you are outside, again, make sure that you're not by buildings, electrical poles, light poles, anything that may fall on you.
Yeah, probably advice you should keep in mind if you travel to California a lot or other areas that do get, stronger earthquakes. Firefighters say if you're stuck in a structure after a quake and you can't get through to a 911 operator, you want to try to call out to somebody nearby so they at least know where you're at. And a lot of you are talking about quakes on our Facebook page, also sharing a meme we posted about a saguaro that fell over onto a home. So to check that out and join the discussion, go to our Facebook page.
And have you liked us on Facebook? I hope you have. We're facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. Hopefully you've liked us. Hopefully you participate in the conversations. If you're not here, when you're sitting at the laundromat, those still exist, or at the car wash, and you can't be here with us on Fox 10 News Now, you can be with us on Facebook, which is always nice. We're never too far. Another story that I thought was interesting, and I would like to find some pictures of this for you, but if I don't this time around, I certainly will for the next time I read these to you. A Utah bar turns its bathroom into a faux jail cell as a reminder of DUI consequences. So it's a bathroom at a bar that has this giant, you could look like candy corn, I suppose, but a giant orange and white suit. When you're washing your hands, you pop your head up and you're basically wearing this orange and white suit to remind you that you should probably call an Uber or a Lyft or a cab in case you're driving. It's a Salt Lake City bar, which kind of surprises me considering the fact that I don't really think of Salt Lake City as much of a drinking town. Let's see, it's Sky SLC in Salt Lake City partnered with the Highway Patrol and State Safety Office officials to make the unusual change. I love that. The bar's manager, Jacob Torres, told us he hopes that before his customers get behind the wheel while intoxicated, they will go into the bathroom and realize it's not worth it. It definitely sends a message that people know, think twice about drinking and driving, because it's a kind of a shock, like, oh my gosh, this could be a little cell for I could be in a cell this little for how long? Not worth it at all. Oh, that's true. And I never even thought about the fact that a bathroom is likely the size of a jail cell. That's horrible. And, oh, hey, Andrew. Hi. You caught me in mid-sentence. I was just so struck by your beauty.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. No. Bye.
I'll let you do your work.
Once inside the bathroom, the jail-like door complete with bars. Oh my gosh, there's bars in it. Closed behind those inside, a bunk bed behind hand dryers. Oh, they went all out. This isn't just a picture on a mirror. The striped uniforms on the mirrors above the sinks. They also painted the walls. Ever wonder what a DUI looks like? Drive sober or get pulled over. They're also clever with these. We have drive hammered, get nailed on our freeway. How interesting. I think that's a really, not only is it, statistics show 30% higher fatalities nationwide during Halloween. I wonder if that proved true this year. I'd be interested in seeing those statistics. But I think that's not only a very interesting way of educating people, but I think it's a pretty good marketing move, because here we are talking about Salt Lake City. That's not something we often talk about. So I thought that that was a great story. And now it's 4 o'clock, so I do have to, I'm going to regurgitate some of this just one more time. And because I'm doing these every half an hour, but you also just got over Hillary. And we started the show at a funny little time. No, don't call Uber if you're drunk, says Robert. Oh, don't call Uber if you're drunk. Ooh. One stupid night of drinking and this guy's life is now destroyed, says Cha-Cha. We should act like we have a video camera on us 24/7. I agree. And then someone said in the comments earlier, and I thought this was really interesting, and I didn't want to interrupt the Uber video for it, but they made a good point that 2 hours until polls close in Ohio, they're voting to legalize marijuana, so hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you because that is very interesting. I'm going to show you, I wonder if I have a forecast video. If I don't, oh wow, that's old. I have to tell you, Dave Muncie was showing me pictures from Halloween last night, and he said he would offer the children when they walked up coffee or tuna as a joke. Before I go back into these stories, I want to give you a break from the same 5 stories. So let me play this national story for you in regards to the Volkswagen emissions test.
More trouble for Volkswagen as the company's emissions scandal continues to grow. The German automaker previously admitted to rigging tests on millions of its cars, and on Monday, the EPA announced VW also installed software designed to defeat emissions tests on an additional 10,000 vehicles.
VW has once again failed its obligation to comply with the law that protects clean air for all Americans.
According to federal regulators, the latest violation involves vehicles with larger diesel engines, including certain Porsche and Audi models.
We are issuing this notice of violation because we have clear evidence of these additional violations, and we thought it was important to put VW on notice and to inform the public.
The EPA says the software enables cars to drive more powerfully on the road as opposed to when being tested. That results in the vehicles emitting 9 times more nitrogen oxide pollution than allowed.
To see that kind of malice, really, some disregard, I suppose, to sell cars or put more power in them. And it's a very serious violation.
The emissions scandal has already caused major problems for Volkswagen. The company's CEO resigned, and the automaker posted its first quarterly loss in 15 years. It also faces fines that could reach billions of dollars.
The sheer scale of it and the deliberate nature means that it really will have a very significant impact on VW's brand.
Volkswagen is denying the EPA's most recent allegations and says it will work with the federal agency to, quote, clarify the matter. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
I always trust and love Kelly Wright's reports. Thanks so much to Kelly Wright. And speaking of Fox News National, here are my top 5 stories of the hour, day, time right now. Failing Obamacare co-ops, we've got an Arizona connection. And if you've been watching for the last half an hour, you've probably heard this before, but I'm going to give it to you again. Congressional lawmakers are raising alarm over the rapid collapse of several so-called Obamacare co-ops, government-backed alternative health plans that are failing, leaving tens of thousands of customers scrambling for coverage and billions of taxpayer-funded startup loans at risk. To date, nearly half of the 23 co-ops established under the Affordable Care Act have gone or are expected to go under by just the end of this year. The latest to be barred from selling insurance on the official marketplace is in Arizona. That's right here where we're located at Fox 10. In a letter to the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Senator Orrin Hatch, he's a Republican from Utah, and Lamar Alexander, a Republican from Tennessee, pressed the Obama administration for answers on what is being done to address the crisis and recoup some of the billions in federal taxpayer loans that have gone on to the failing startups. The senator said nearly 870,000 people nationwide have enrolled in the co-ops, and noted they were originally intended to boost competition and provide more affordable options. The co-ops are not living up to these expectations, they wrote. To date, 11 ACA co-ops in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, New York, Nevada, Tennessee, Oregon, South Carolina, and Utah have collapsed. As a result, hundreds of thousands of Americans will lose their health insurance plans and will have to scramble to find new plans, most likely with higher premiums and deductibles. Boo. The co-ops, or customer-operated and oriented plans, were created within Obamacare as a compromise for liberals unable to secure the creation of a government-run insurance program. Under the plans, taxpayers provided $2.4 billion in loans to set up the nonprofit co-ops as alternative to major insurers. The loans were used as startup money and as reserve funds to meet solvency standards set by state regulators, but the alternative insurers have struggled to get off the ground. An Inspector General audit released over the summer found that in 2014, only one, Maine's, of the 23 made money that year, and it found half of them lagged far behind their enrollment projections. Over the last 7 months, many of those co-ops have failed. In Arizona, the State Department of Insurance last week filed an order against Meritus Health Partners and Meritus Mutual Health Partners as CMS removed it from the insurance marketplace. The co-op's ability to write and renew policies was in turn suspended, meaning roughly 59,000 Arizonans covered by Meritus now have to find new coverage during open enrollment, which started on Sunday. A similar situation is playing out in New York, where state and federal authorities say the shutdown of Health Republic Insurance of New York should, after they found out if the worst financial, I think that there's a typo, after they found out it's the worst financial shape that they knew when it was ordered to stop writing new policies a month ago. New York's Department of Financial Services initially said coverage for about 1,000 individuals should continue through December 31st. So a lot of people are scrambling, as said in this article, scrambling to find new coverage. Now it says it's in the customer's best interest to end policies November 30th. The department says Friday that the same applies to Health Republic small group plans, which covered 101,000 people, over 101,000 people. So it's interesting to have this Arizona connection, and it's not actually something that I've heard a lot about locally. And this I found on foxnews.com. So if you are a part of any of these that I've just listed, you should likely be concerned and check that out. Contact your local insurance or your insurance provider and make sure everything's still on the up and up. Here's an interesting story that everybody's kind of talking about on the internet. This beautiful girl, Esna O'Neill. Let me find a picture of her for you. She was, as of last week, a Instagram and she was a YouTube celebrity. I don't know how I've never heard of these people, but they have more followers than me, so they're much more successful than I am, so they're real. You know, it's real. She is giving up the internet. She said she's tired of the facade, taking 100 pictures a day, taking 100 pictures just so she could get, I'm going to put her picture up here for you. Oh, she is really cute here, though. She said she would lay on the beach and take over 100 photos so she could post one, just like in the, in the perfect pose, so she'd get the right amount of likes. And she recently released this YouTube video that was dedicated to her 12-year-old self. And she said social media is a business. Brands are hijacking it, and they are pursuing personalities like her, and it's not real. Basically, she's saying social media is not real, and you shouldn't take it so seriously, and you shouldn't compare yourself to these people because everything is so strategic. Every picture that's posted, every pose, every product that's in their hand, and I think she's doing a good service to a lot of young people out there that idolize these people when in reality their lives aren't necessarily what they seem to be, especially on the internet. Of course, this is another huge story right now. The Taco Bell exec has lost his job because he attacked this Uber driver. And I don't know if you've seen this video. I'm going to show it to you now. It's horrible.
Alright, man, I gotta kick you out.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you just need to go to...
No, I'm kicking you out, man. You're
Why
too
are you kicking me out?
you're too drunk to give me directions, man.
No, I'm
Nope,
not sure.
I'm kicking you out.
I'm giving you the directions right
Nope,
now.
that's it. Trip's ended.
No, I'm giving you the directions.
Trip's already ended, man.
No, I'm giving you the directions.
Nope,
to
I'm
get
kicking
to
you out.
Park Newport. That's
I'm
all you
kicking-
need to go is
nope.
Park Newport.
I'm kicking you out, man.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
All you need to go is Park Newport.
I'm kicking you out.
I'm giving you the directions to Park Newport.
I've already
That's
ended the
it.
trip.
Well, I'm in giving you a new trip.
That's no. Get
Park
out of my
Newport.
car.
Park Newport.
Get
Seriously.
out of my car.
Sir,
Get out of my car or I will call the police. He was incredibly aggressive throughout the ride. He refused to put on his seatbelt. I mean, he made me uncomfortable from the time that he got into the vehicle. When, you know, he's trying to give me directions while he's passing out in the back seat. Anyway, I picked him up. He started becoming belligerent. I didn't feel safe anymore with him in the vehicle, and at that point, I decided it was time that he needed to leave. So I, reached over as I always do, and I grabbed my pepper spray from the center console, and I put it under my thigh just for safekeeping. Flipped my dash cam around to face me, just in case I needed any kind of video evidence of anything that might happen. And I proceeded to pull over into a lit shopping center. A lot of people around. Tried to, get him out of the vehicle. I, tried kicking him out, tell him, hey, the ride's over. I'm not going any further than this. I'm kicking you out. I'm not dealing with this. You're too intoxicated to be giving me directions right now. Eventually I told him, if you don't get out of the vehicle, I'm going to have to call the police. And at which point it seemed like his response to that was to open the door and then immediately start beating me over the head. At that point, I was trying to block his blows with my arm and fiddle with the safety on my pepper spray before I was able to break free of his grasp on the back of my head and turn around and spray him until he stopped beating me.
A horrible experience for that man to have to go through, but I imagine that it's not the first time, as he was prepared with pepper spray. At least he had that pepper spray on him. I think also being pulled by the hair, especially from behind, is such a violation. It disgusts me, and I'm highly offended by that. But yeah, the report here says that he yelled for somebody to call the police. Once the police arrived, that young man, the Taco Bell employee, Golden, was vomiting from the pepper spray. He was arrested and charged with assault and in public intoxication. It's going to be really hard for him to get a new job. And what's so unfortunate about this is not only is it going to be really hard for him to get a new job, but, this is something that could have Huge mistake was made. How do you deal with an earthquake? How do you prepare for an earthquake? How do you deal with one? Well, we now know because we had our own earthquake last night or the night before, but we were dealing with it all yesterday. You saw the big earthquake. We kind of made fun of it with our meme on our Facebook page of the cactus tumped over. We will rebuild. We will. Let's take a look at how to survive.
From the quakes, but what happens in the very unlikely chance that we get a big, strong earthquake near the valley? Well, Phoenix firefighters, they say they're ready. They demonstrated some of the techniques that they use to rescue people after earthquakes in other places. And they say if an earthquake happens here, the first thing you should do is find cover.
Make sure that you get in under strong furniture, staircases, anything that will cover you, anything that will protect you from falling objects. If you are outside, again, make sure that you're not by buildings, electrical poles, light poles, anything that may fall on you.
Yeah, probably advice you should keep in mind if you travel to California a lot or other areas that do get, stronger earthquakes. Firefighters say if you're stuck in a structure after a quake and you can't get through to a 911 operator, you want to try to call out to somebody nearby so they at least know where you're at. And a lot of you are talking about quakes on our Facebook page, also sharing a meme we posted about a saguaro that fell over onto a home. So to check that out and join the discussion, go to our Facebook page.
All right, and the next story I have for you, let me see if I can find the pictures that I was telling you about here. Sky SLC bathroom. One moment, I've clicked my link. I wonder if this is up forever. This is from Fox Salt Lake. It says if you head out for Halloween this weekend, some bars are taking a different approach to make sure you don't drink and drive by showing customers what it's like to go to jail. Go to the bathroom at Sky SLC and you'll be going to jail, or at least you'll feel like it. I'm really in here, said manager Jacob Torres as he showed off the tactic they're taking to stop customers from getting behind the wheel after they leave the downtown Salt Lake City bar. You see yourself in that uniform and behind you it's your cell, he said. It's like, do I want to do this? Is this worth it? I wonder if it shows one of our O&Os. Please, 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 so I can show you this video. Oh, I don't think so. So I can't show you this video, but maybe I can show you some pictures instead. You can kind of see. Oh, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear you.
Go to the bathroom at Sky SLC.
I just want you to see the B-roll.
To jail, at least.
So that's just a bathroom. That is what a bathroom looks like. They've got metal bars on it, and this is their way to stop people. That's a bathroom? Are you kidding me? I would avoid that restroom, to be quite honest with you. So basically, oh, there you go. Look at that. Check that out. I think it's creative, and I think that more bars should do it personally. That looks really, really intense. I'm going to choke, so I'm going to show you the weather because I think I'm going to choke in 2 seconds. All right, so that's my top 5 for the hour. I'm going to show you some other local packages that we brought you here at Fox 10 in our local television news broadcast, so that you can see some of the stuff we've been up to here lately within the Fox 10 studio.
Drivers from red light runners. New at 9, some incredible technology just activated in the valley to help protect drivers from red light runners.
The system is called Halo, and it aims to prevent crashes at intersection, and it's the first of its kind in the state. Mark Martinez joining us to explain how it works. This could save some lives.
Yeah, that is the goal of this new system that was turned on today. It was turned on in Paradise Valley. This is the only place in Arizona where you'll find this technology. It's been activated right here at the intersection of Lincoln and Tatum. This is one of the busiest intersections in Paradise Valley. It's a spot where they have seen crashes from red light runners in the past, including one where someone died. That Halo system uses radar to find out if somebody's going to run a red light based on their speed, and then it keeps the lights red for the entire intersection to keep innocent drivers from being hit. The intersection of Tatum and Lincoln is the busiest in Paradise Valley, and starting today, there's new technology in place here to try and prevent collisions caused by red light runners. PV Police Lieutenant Michael Horn explains how the Halo system from Redflex works.
And it'll monitor the vehicle speeds, and if it determines that a vehicle is not going to stop prior to a light turning red, when it gets into that all red phase, it'll hold that all red phase for an extended period of time to make sure that no cross traffic enters that intersection.
So the system will keep the red lights on for the entire intersection until the red light runner goes through.
That way the vehicle that is going to blow the red light will be able to enter and pass through the intersection without striking any vehicles.
It's really to save lives. It's about saving lives. That's what's really important.
Maria Wojcik is a member of the Red Means Stop Coalition, a group whose goal is to reduce T-bone crashes like this one last night, caused by a driver who ran a red light in Scottsdale. She's hopeful the new technology will be expanded to other busy intersections.
Someone's going through their light and someone's running a red and it's too late, but and often there's this T-bone collision that occurs, and it's one of the worst collisions we have out there.
And the system also uses photo radar that is already in place there to take pictures of the driver that's running the red light and the license plate. That way they can send them a ticket in the mail, or worse, if that citation involves anyone getting hurt. Reporting.
Only on Fox, it is almost at times an impossible job figuring out the identity of a body found with no identification. It's what the highly skilled and passionate people at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office do.
There are over 2,000 unidentified individuals in the state of Arizona, and more than 200 of them are in Maricopa County. Tonight, Ty Brennan explains how they work to solve these cases.
In this nondescript graveyard in Tempe lie the remains of what are classified as unidentifieds.
So a lot of your John and Jane Does are right here.
They're here. Yep. And here's a John Doe from 1976.
Unidentified, meaning there was no ID on the person at the time of death, no missing persons report filed, absolutely no clues as to who these people were. There are 2,000 cases here in the state of Arizona, 220 of those in Maricopa County. They date back to the early 70s.
You would never want to be buried without your name, without your family knowing. I couldn't imagine that. I'm very close with my family, so that's why it's so important for me to find out who these people are.
Kristen Eggers is the unidentified descendant coordinator with the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office. She works with a highly trained group of individuals who work to uncover clues as to who these people may have been.
Would you say this is a Carabelli's cusp?
Dr. Laura Fulginetti is a forensic anthropologist.
A forensic anthropologist is someone who uses the training that they have in skeletal biology to create a profile for unknown human remains.
By examining these bones, Dr. Fulginetti can determine the sex, approximate age, race, and height of a person.
So I'm going to take the image of that tooth right there.
Dr. John Piakis is a forensic dentist. With the teeth being very resilient, sometimes that's the only thing the investigators have to go on to find identifiable features. The doctors work together to piece together a profile of their John or Jane Doe.
So when you're looking at stuff like this, is the mystery still there? Like,
Yes.
Who are these people? How did they end up here?
The mystery is always there. You're always interested in the case, what the background is, why they ended up there. And I always find myself wondering what their last moments were like. So yes, I would have to say that it is always the puzzle that you're trying to solve.
Once Dr. Fulginetti and Piakis finish their investigation, all their findings are gathered by Eggers.
I will make sure that the full case is completed, sketch is done, DNA collected, we have all the demographic information, and then I will upload that onto a database called NamUs.
The paperwork uploaded with the ultimate goal of a match from a database of missing persons from across the nation. Every year, the team works on an average of 500 unidentified cases. Most are solved, but every year there are about 5 to 7 that are not. Those cases end up here in Eggers' office.
When you're out here and you see this, you understand that this is real and you want to identify this person. You want to see a name there for that individual and to let his family know and just to provide any sort of closure that you can for this individual.
And I want those people that have missing people to know we have not forgotten you and we are trying every single day to solve your problem for you.
The team remains steadfast in resolving every single case.
We haven't given up on them. We will work to identify them.
The County Medical Examiner's Office does enlist the help of the public to solve these cases, and we have a link on our website, fox10phoenix.com, if you'd like to do a searchable database for missing persons in Arizona. First on Fox tonight, it is simply outrageous what this Buckeye grandfather is accused of doing. Deputies say Paul Rader abandoned his 5-year-old granddaughter in the middle of the Arizona desert all alone, and she had a loaded handgun in her hands. And hours later, Grandpa was found several miles away, sitting at a bar.
Yeah, Carrie, this had disaster written all over it. That little girl, we should tell you, is back home with her mom, safe and sound. Just to let you know kind of how this all went down, this is south of I-10, east of 85. So let me spread this out. White Fence Farms right there, and we'll show you. This is where the grandfather lived. The little girl is eventually found right here. Now, somehow, the grandfather wanders some 5 miles, not far from Buckeye, to a bar right there. Now, according to court paperwork, he sat at that bar for some time, but never once called or asked for help. Very curious.
And while the little girl was in the desert all alone, her grandpa, Paul Rader, spent nearly an hour at this Buckeye restaurant bar where he ordered 2 sodas, 3 alcoholic drinks, and a hamburger, according to paperwork. He told employees that he had been walking through the desert, but never once mentioned that his granddaughter was out there all alone with that loaded weapon. Rader even made 2 phone calls to his wife, but again, never said anything to her about the little girl.
It wasn't until deputies arrived and questioned him that he finally admitted to leaving his granddaughter all by herself in the middle of the desert with a loaded gun. Thankfully, an off-duty firefighter was in the area, found the little girl, and brought her to safety. Fox 10's Ty Brennan spoke to that firefighter. He's live in Buckeye tonight with more. Ty, this was an odyssey.
Yeah, this story still has a lot of unanswered questions tonight, but one thing is for certain. Those who helped rescue this little 5-year-old last night, very thankful that she is home tonight, safe and sound.
24 years, I've seen some wild and crazy stuff, and this one probably takes the cake.
Michael Todd extremely grateful tonight for a happy ending in a situation that could have ended tragically. Todd, an off-duty firefighter, just so happened to be four-wheeling in the area when he came across a mother and grandmother extremely distraught.
I could see that the lady in the car was certainly upset, and so I questioned a little bit more what were we really looking for, and they said it was a grandfather and a 5-year-old girl.
He and the girl's grandmother immediately took back off into the desert to look for the little girl. According to court documents from MCSO, Paul Rader took his 5-year-old granddaughter four-wheeling in his new truck. At some point, that truck got stuck and the two took off on foot. But MCSO says when the 5-year-old began complaining about walking, Rader left the little girl alone in the desert with a loaded gun, and he took off.
Grandmother yelled out for this little girl's name. We're standing up on top of a hill, and she screamed out the little girl's name, and it echoed and echoed and echoed. And then literally what seemed like an eternity, we heard a faint voice call back, "Nana."
Todd says the terrain was extremely treacherous. The little girl was still holding the .45 caliber gun that her grandfather had given her.
Never thought you were going to find a 5-year-old girl in the desert. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. But with a loaded gun, hammer was back, bullet in the chamber, a full magazine.
Todd just glad he could help reunite this family.
It was just a matter of time till something much more tragic happened. You know, we don't know what he was thinking. I mean, that's the first thing. What was he thinking?
Now, as for that 5-year-old grandfather, Paul Rader, he was booked into jail on 3 felony counts, 2 child abuse accounts, and 1 count of endangerment. Now, we did go to the neighborhood today. We spoke to some folks who didn't want to go on camera, but they said that Rader is a great guy, a good father, and a good person. This is completely uncharacteristic of him. Reporting live in Buckeye tonight, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
Hi, Alton. It's 4:30, so I'm going to break into my top 5 stories for you, failing Obamacare co-ops. We've got an Arizona connection, and let me tell you a little bit about that. The congressional lawmakers are raising alarm over the rapid collapse of several so-called Obamacare co-ops. This is according to FoxNews.com. Government-backed alternative health plans, they are failing, leaving tens of thousands of customers scrambling for coverage and billions in taxpayer-funded startup loans at risk. To date, nearly half of the 23 co-ops established under the Affordable Care Act have gone or are expected to go under by the end of the year. The latest to be barred from selling insurance on the official marketplace is in Arizona. In a letter to the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Senators Orrin Hatch, a Republican from Utah, and Lamar Alexander, a Republican from Tennessee, pressed the Obama administration for answers on what is being done to address the crisis, recoup some of the billions in federal taxpayer loans that have gone to the failing startups. The senators said nearly this is almost 900,000, but it's nearly 870,000 people nationwide have enrolled in the co-ops, and noted they originally were intended to boost competition and provide more affordable options. The co-ops are not living up to these expectations, they wrote. To date, 11 ACA co-ops in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, New York, Nevada, Tennessee, Oregon, South Carolina, and Utah, they've simply collapsed. As a result, hundreds and thousands of Americans will lose their health insurance plans and will have to scramble to find new plans, most likely with higher premiums and deductibles. The co-ops are consumer-operated and oriented plans, were created within Obamacare as a compromise for liberals unable to secure the creation of a government-run insurance program. Under the plan, taxpayers provide $2.4 billion in loans to set up the nonprofit co-ops as alternatives to major insurers. The loans were used as startup money and as reserve funds to meet solvency standards set by state regulators, but the alternative insurers have struggled to get off the ground. As an Inspector General audit released over the summer found that in 2014 only one, Maine's, of the 23 made money this year, and it found half of them lagged far behind their enrollment projections. Over the last several months, many of those co-ops have failed. In Arizona, the State Department of Insurance last week filed an order against Meritus Health Partners and Meritus Mutual Health Partners as CMS removed it from the insurance marketplace. The co-op's ability to write and renew policies was in turn suspended, meaning roughly 59,000 Arizonans covered by Meritus now have to find new coverage during open enrollment, which started Sunday. Horrible story. 59,000 Arizonans affected by this story. If you want more information on that or want to delve a little bit deeper, you can go to foxnews.com as it is the featured story at the top of the homepage currently. This is a lighter story. It's about a young girl. She's 18 years old. She's from Australia. Her name's Asina O'Neill. She was an Instagram and YouTube celebrity from Australia. She has 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, 500,000 Instagram followers. She is taking a break from social media. She says she's quitting it. She's changed her name to Social Media Is Not Real, I believe. Is that what she actually... Social media is not real life. And she's breaking down what it's like to be a celebrity on the internet and how it's a struggle and it's not real, and you're taking 100 pictures to post one, and how a lot of brands are infiltrating the social media world and infiltrating these different personalities, and how you need to be cautious and you don't need to compare yourself to these people because it's not real life. So this I found this story on allure.com, but she posted herself on her YouTube a very touching video where she's crying and she's not wearing any makeup, and she's just saying that it is a struggle to disconnect from the world, but she had to for her sanity. I'm sure you've seen this video by now, but why don't I play it for you again? This Taco Bell exec who went out for a night on the town and will probably never, ever hear the end of his actions that drunken evening.
Alright, man, I gotta kick you out.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you just need to go to...
No, I'm kicking you out, man.
Why are you kicking me out?
You're too drunk to give me directions, man.
No, I'm
Nope,
not sure.
I'm kicking you out.
I'm giving you the directions right
Nope,
now.
that's it. Trip's ended.
No, I'm giving you the directions.
Trip's already ended, man.
No, I'm giving you the directions.
Nope,
to
I'm
get
kicking
to
you out.
Park Newport. That's
I'm
all you
kicking-
need to go is
nope.
Park Newport.
I'm kicking you out, man.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
All you need to go is Park Newport.
I'm kicking you out.
I'm giving you the directions to Park Newport.
I've already
That's
ended
it.
the trip.
Well, I'm in giving you a new trip.
That's no. Get
Park
out of my
Newport.
car.
Park Newport.
Get
Seriously.
out of my car.
Sir,
Get out of my car or I will call the police. He was incredibly aggressive throughout the ride. He refused to put on a seatbelt. I mean, he made me uncomfortable from the time that he got into the vehicle. When, you know, he's trying to give me directions while he's passing out in the back seat. Anyway, I picked him up. He started becoming belligerent. I didn't feel safe anymore with him in the vehicle, and at that point, I decided it was time that he needed to leave. So I, you know, reached over as I always do, and I grabbed my pepper spray from the center console, and I put it under my thigh just for safekeeping. Flipped my dash cam around to face me, you know, just in case I needed any kind of video evidence of anything that might happen. And I proceeded to pull over into a well-lit shopping center. A lot of people around. Tried to, you know, get him out of the vehicle. I, you know, tried kicking him out, tell him, hey, the ride's over. You know, I'm not going any further than this. I'm kicking you out. You know, I'm not dealing with this. You're too intoxicated to be giving me directions right now. You know, eventually I told him, you know, if you don't get out of the vehicle, I'm gonna have to call the police. And at which point it seemed like his response to that was to open the door and then immediately start beating me over the head. At that point, I was trying to block his blows with my arm and fiddle with the safety on my pepper spray before I was able to break free of his grasp on the back of my head and turn around and spray him until he stopped beating me.
So it looks like somebody is going to be haunted by their Google search results for the rest of their life, and that's that Taco Bell exec. Oh my gosh, people are already on his LinkedIn. They're already trying to creep his tweets, and he's shut down his Twitter feed, and he's in hiding now. And he's probably going to have a very, very, very hard time getting a job in the future. And I don't know if he's married or not, but if I were a girl and somebody pursued me and I Googled him and that's what came up, I'd probably change my phone number. Just saying. Let's take a look at this story we put together for you yesterday after earthquake 2016 extravaganza. Does that work?
Damage from the quakes, but what happens in the very unlikely chance that we get a big, strong earthquake near the valley? Well, Phoenix firefighters, they say they're ready. They demonstrated some of the techniques that they use to rescue people after earthquakes in other places, and they say if an earthquake happens here, the first thing you should do is find cover.
Make sure that you get in under strong furniture, staircases, anything that will cover you, anything that will protect you from falling objects. If you are outside, again, make sure that you're not by buildings, electrical poles, light poles, anything that may fall on you.
Yeah, probably advice you should keep in mind if you travel to California a lot or other areas that do get, stronger earthquakes. Firefighters say if you're stuck in a structure after a quake and you can't get through to a 911 operator, you want to try to call out to somebody nearby so they at least know where you're at. And a lot of you are talking about quakes on our Facebook page, also sharing a meme we posted about a saguaro that fell over onto a home. So to check that out and join the discussion, go to our Facebook page.
And my last but not least story in regards to a Salt Lake City bar turned their restrooms into jail cells to reiterate that you shouldn't drink and drive. I thought that was very creative. Everything from bunks in the cell to when you go to wash your hands, you look up in the sink and you are actually wearing the uniform. They painted the walls with a message on it that says, what does the message say? It rhymed. It was creative. It was clever. It was clever. Oh, sorry. The message on the wall said, ever wonder what a DUI looks like? Drive sober or get pulled over. Drive sober or get pulled over. I'm driving sober. So I thought that was creative and cool. I like that. It's also a very good marketing ploy because here I am talking about it for you. Let's take a look at some of our national stories we have for you.
A would-be car thief is taken down by a group of BMW of El Cajon employees in broad daylight after the guy tried to jack a car right off the lot.
So at this time, we're all suspicious. I leave him. I'm doing my business. 5 minutes later, I hear a thump. Guys are running everywhere.
It happened around noon at this car dealership on El Cajon Boulevard.
I'm glad nobody got hurt.
This guy was sitting in the passenger seat of a brand new 3 Series when the man jumped in the car and took off.
We had another set of parked cars when we came to a stop. The guy tried to steal a car, hit a car that's already sold, and took off on foot.
That's when employees gave chase. About a half a dozen guys spread out into the neighborhood, chasing him through backyards and alleys, picking up tools to be used as weapons along the way. They finally cornered him here.
So I just started circling the block, doing a perimeter search, and he come up in this yard and jumped over this fence.
Retired police officer Jack Leary was circling the neighborhood in his car, also looking for the guy, and practically ran into him at this intersection.
I stopped right there. He said, "Can I get in your car?" I said, "Yeah, get in the car." And he said, "Get me out of here." And I said, "No, you're under arrest." And I latched onto him.
He held him until the cops arrived about 5 minutes later. But now, with about a dozen people around the car, the man refused to get out.
And he wouldn't get out of the car, so they put the dog on him. He got out of the car then.
On the ground.
From there, it was all over in about 20 minutes. The ambulance took the guy away, who was clearly under the influence of something. He did suffer from minor injuries from the dog, but not life-threatening. From El Cajon, Misha DeBono, Fox 5 News.
Tinkering with your portfolio on your smartphone could be costing you some serious cash. Economists in the Quarterly Journal of Economics call it myopic loss aversion. The more times you check your investments on a smartphone app, the more likely you are to sell at the wrong time, possibly losing out on major profits.
If you went away on vacation for the month of August and the month of September, you would have come back in October and you would have seen the stock market right where it started back in August. So maybe a couple of months is an okay time.
It's all about the short-term gain versus the long-term view. If an investor panicked, say, during the financial crisis and sold all their stocks, they would have missed huge returns leading into 2015. The S&P 500 is up more than 145% since hitting rock bottom back in 2008. The opposite of buying low and selling high. But it's still all about timing.
If you just looked at the market in October of 2007 and you didn't do anything, you could be down 60% by April of 2009.
In fact, if you check the performance of the S&P 500 every single day, there's a 47% chance you'll see red, possibly causing you to change your investment strategy when none is necessary. But if you check once every 10 years, there's only a 15% chance of seeing bad news. For more on this and all your top business stories, find Fox Business using the channel finder on foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Jolene Kent.
Predictably, people took to social media immediately following the earthquake, some trying to figure out what had just happened, others reporting their experiences.
And one thing that we noticed a lot of people commenting on over and over was that their pets seemed to be acting a little bit strange right before the earthquakes happened, as if they had a sixth sense and knew something was about to happen. Christy Siefkin joins us now with more on what's behind the strange behavior. I must say mine didn't do anything except lay there.
Yeah,
my two dogs.
That's a reaction too. I have a small dog that I wasn't home with last night because we were here in the studio, but he slept through 2 earthquakes when I was living in San Francisco Bay Area. So not all of them react, but there is that urban legend out there that dogs can sense earthquakes before they happen, but that's really not the case. If your pet went a little bit bonkers last night, it's because that he or she sensed the earthquake already happening. I spoke to an animal expert, Dr. Grace Stafford, about this keen sense that animals have, both those 4-legged friends in your home and also animals in the wild. 9-year-old Venti was sound asleep last night when his owner awoke to a loud noise.
We thought maybe the air conditioning unit had popped on, and then it stayed on very loudly.
Venti slept straight through the vibrations, but his housemate, a German Shepherd, reacted entirely differently.
She went to find my wife, who was still awake at the time, so the Shepherd definitely heard the earthquake and was upset by it.
Dr. Grace Stafford is the director of conservation at Wildlife World Zoo. He's not surprised that his Shepherd, a famously alert breed, would sense a quake before humans do. In fact, Dr. Gray says any animal with a keen sense of hearing, like dolphins or bats, can sense vibrations before humans can.
You know, elephants can hear an infrasonic range, and they actually can hear sound waves that are generated from miles at a distance.
Animals at zoos are often desensitized to loud noises like trucks or airplanes, but in the wild, Dr. Stafford says an earthquake could cause some species to scare and stampede.
Any kind of rapid change would be a signal to get out, to run, to flee, until you don't hear that sound or feel that sensation any longer.
But don't expect Venti to flee anytime soon. The only vibration he's on alert for, the shaking of that next bowl of kibble. Dr. Gray said that thankfully last night's tremors didn't cause any stampedes or any other unusual reactions from animals at Wildlife World Zoo. I also made some calls around to pet resorts and shelters, and the same story there, probably some reactions, but thankfully no significant damage. Reporting live, Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
Good evening, everyone. Did you feel it? Everybody's talking about it. The series of earthquakes that shook Arizona last night. And while we don't hear a lot about earthquakes in this state, they are not uncommon, as it turns out. Several fault lines run through the state.
They sure do. And here's a closer look at where the earthquakes happened. They were centered right along the Agua Fria River, to the north of the valley, north of Black Canyon City. Now, the first one was a magnitude of 3.2, and that happened at 8:59 p.m. The second one was a magnitude of 4.1 happening at 11:29 p.m. and the final one, 4.0, at 11:49 p.m. That was the final earthquake that happened. Our Fox 10 viewers sending us all kinds of videos of the earthquake as it hit. This one from Leandra Cordless. She's in El Mirage, and her kitchen utensils were swaying on the wall during the earthquake. Then she moves the camera to the other room to capture the bird cage in her home, also rocking back and forth.
And we got more of this, some video from one of our Fox 10 viewers. This one posted on our Facebook page. Kirk Snow showing his chandelier swaying back and forth. He says he captured this right after he felt the shaking. This was in Litchfield Park. Now, the quakes were pretty much felt widely as far as South Casa Grande and north to Flagstaff. Take a look at this map. This is from the U.S. Geological Survey that tracks this stuff. You can see what's called the shake zone, aptly named. The teal color near the epicenter where the shaking was more intense. But people living in the darker blue area, nearly 100 miles away, they could have felt at least something.
Now, there have never been any injuries or deaths reported during any of the quakes that have hit our state.
But there is occasionally some minor damage, and this was the case last night with some people reporting cracked walls and floor tiles.
Fox 10's Andrew has been live in Black Canyon City with a look at the damage from the epicenter. Andrew.
Carry some minor damage here in Black Canyon City. People here tell us after the first earthquake, they weren't exactly sure what was going on. But when that second earthquake came, there was no mistaking it. The largest of the quakes is the one that everyone here remembers.
My grandson was out in the kitchen. He says, what the heck is that? And he says, Grandma, it's an earthquake. And I'm, oh, you got to be kidding.
After the first one around 9 p.m. that measured 3.2, people here knew something was up.
I thought it was wildlife, and then all of a sudden I realized, no, that's not it, because I turned the lights on and there was nothing out there. So, and then a little later on, there was the aftershock.
The strongest of the three left no doubt. Black Canyon City was at the center of a small earthquake swarm.
It lasted probably 15, 20 seconds.
The first one I thought it was a truck driving by, but after that I didn't. I realized it was an earthquake.
So far, no reports of major damage, but many report minor problems.
Right here, that's on there.
Linda Burnham showed us some of the damage caused by the earthquake. She and her husband were asleep when the strongest one hit.
I was like, that's an earthquake, because that thing was like, and it just shook the whole bed and everything. I said, what are we supposed to do? So I was just really freaked out.
This morning, they found some large cracks around the outside of their home. Inside, they found cracks in the ceiling.
I felt like I was in one of those vibrating chairs that you see at the mall.
It was just literally shaking, and it was just like, is this going to happen all night?
Now they're working to repair the damage and hoping nothing else strikes.
There's actually about a 10-foot crack along the wall. It is right under the bedroom, so I'm actually kind of scared that if we have another quake, we're going to end up rolling down the hill.
And they looked over their insurance policy this morning. Unfortunately, earthquakes are not covered. Reporting live in Black Canyon City, I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Of course, Andrew's been through many earthquakes, being from California, so this is probably nothing to him. But more images coming into the aftermath of the quake. This is a cactus that fell over in someone's yard. Fox 10 stopped by the home near 27th Avenue in Pecos, and you can see the cactus toppled over, landing right on the side of the house, almost as if it's propped up. The damage did not seem overly severe, but it's just another sign of the aftermath from last night's tremors.
Interesting you say that, Carrie, because for the folks from California, I'm one of them. Nicole Garcia is one of them. You know instantly what it is. Some Arizonans who haven't been through them, they may not know what that was all about, but a Californian generally feels that they know. So Black Canyon City radiates out, and so Phoenix, Desert Ridge rolls right down there north to south. And some of our Fox 10 viewers telling us kind of what they felt as far south as Casa Grande. Let's start in North Phoenix. 11:35, our house shook for about 5 or 6 seconds. I felt another shake for a couple of seconds around 11:57, exactly kind of what we experienced. Lasted for a good minute. Now, of course, it didn't last for a minute, but that's how it feels when you're in it. Maybe 2, so it only lasts a few seconds, but you get the idea. Very loud, thought it was a gas tank exploding or something like that. Take a look at a Mesa. Huge shaking and rumbling across my house like a mighty wind. I thought the house was going to collapse. That's from Susie. Then to Avondale. I felt the quake in Avondale. Mobile home rolled from the back to the front like a wave in the sea. And then down to Gilbert. Our family experienced some rapid shaking followed by 2 large swaying forces of the ground. And so just a sample of what some people felt north to south across the valley.
I didn't feel anything. I just heard a boom, and I wasn't sure what it was. All right, while earthquakes are pretty common here in Arizona, it's not common for people to actually feel them. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia Talked to some experts about just how often the Earth moves in our state. Typically, they're so minor you don't even notice, right?
Yeah, that's what experts say. And last night's temblors actually come nearly 1 year after a 4.7 magnitude earthquake struck north of Sedona. So earthquakes around the 4.0 magnitude, not unheard of here in Arizona, but it is rare for an earthquake to literally shake up the valley. Deep in a basement on the ASU campus, a seismometer similar to this one captured the moments when the ground shook Sunday night.
This is the 11:29 p.m. 4.1 main shock. And then some 20 minutes later, boom, we had shaking again for the aftershock.
While the magnitude 4.1 quake rattled nerves, it's by far not that rare.
There are thousands of earthquakes in our state every year. They're either just too small to feel or too far away from people.
So what caused the temblors that shook walls and were felt by people all the way north of Flagstaff to as far south as Casa Grande?
There's obviously an earthquake fault here because an earthquake is actually slipping on a crack in Earth's crust. It's just not mapped. And right now the state is undergoing slight extension, so the state's kind of stretching very slowly, but enough to have these infrequent small earthquakes.
Experts don't expect a big one to hit the Phoenix metro area, but those that live in or near the mountains are more likely to feel the earth shake.
If you have mountains, that's a lot of mass, and that weight of the mountains, if there's any stress, that's where things can break. And so there are some faults up there.
Now, he says the northern part of Arizona, from Flagstaff and more north, that's the area which has the most potential to experience a magnitude 6.0 earthquake or maybe even bigger. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Nicole. The first damaging earthquake, by the way, in Arizona happened on January 25th back in 1906. This is when we're kind of, keeping track of this stuff. So there were obviously quakes way before that, but that was the year also of the great San Francisco earthquake. The shock so violent that in Flagstaff, it was a 6.2 centered about 24 miles away. A 5.6 magnitude hit along the Arizona-Utah border near Fredonia back in 1959. One of the more recent quakes happened actually last year, November 30th, a magnitude 4.7. People felt that. It was centered 7 miles north of Sedona. Actually, some rocks and debris fell on the highway, you might remember, between Sedona and Flagstaff.
Well, a lot of people talking about it, people posting all kinds of reaction to the quakes on social media, from pictures of cracks to even poking some fun at the entire situation. So we wanted to share with you a few. This is the hashtag Phoenix Quake. This one is the old, I love this one. It's pretty funny if we can pull it up here. A 2015 Phoenix earthquake, we will rebuild. This one says Arizona-style earthquake recovery therapy. That I like. That's the kind of therapy I like, actually. And this one's kind of fun. Martini, shaken, not stirred. Arizona earthquake. I survived the big one, 4.1 magnitude. That's the T-shirt. So if you're having a little fun with some memes out there, you want to share some pictures that you took of the earthquakes, we'd love to see it. Go to Facebook, and we'll have much more coming up at 5:30, including using Twitter to track quakes here in Arizona and around the globe, how the government is doing that.
And that's going to wrap for my 3 to 5 show. But on the other side, I've got Mikey sitting here right next to me. He's actually kicking me. He's saying, "Get off of my throne." I'm just kidding.
No, but really.
You get Mike now, 5 to 7, and I'm going to see you on the other side. No, but really.
There was a lot of talking and trash back and forth.
Bonda's first penalty was for taunting after his first touchdown.
I was walking away and past one of the players, and that's when he said something to me. I just looked at him.
So when he did this after his second touchdown,
that was perceived by the officials to be a taunt, only because they had told him and warned him earlier before the play to stop the taunting.
Dysart High appealed the second penalty, so AIA officials looked into it.
It was tough on the committee because we looked through all of his game film for the whole season and his scoring, and he never once did that during the entire time. And so we struggled with that. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to the rule, this was not a prolonged display. He just went and did that and moved on. We didn't see that as a taunt to the point of an ejection.
So the suspension has been overruled, and Bonda will play with his team in the school's first playoff game since before any of the players were even born. Bonda declined any more interviews, releasing this statement, quote, "I am appreciative of the AIA hearing my appeal and overturning the earlier decision. My focus is on joining my team for our first playoff appearance in 21 years. And the Dysart football coach, J.R. Alcantara, released this statement saying, quote, "We appreciate that the right decision was reached, and now we can focus on playing football," unquote. Dysart takes on Snowflake this Saturday. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
New tonight at 5, a Valley man accused of leaving his 5-year-old granddaughter alone in the desert with a loaded gun is telling his side of the story. Paul Rader says he was four-wheeling with his granddaughter in Buckeye when his new truck got stuck. The two took off on foot, but Rader says his granddaughter got tired.
Walked with my granddaughter. She was crying, pissing and moaning because she got tired. Put her under a shade tree and put my gun down because I didn't want to carry it. I have to make time now.
Rader says he walked alone for hours, looking for help, eventually stumbling upon a restaurant.
The only reason why I got something to eat, I hadn't eaten for 6 hours. I drank 2 sodas, and then I started drinking beer because I don't like soda. So I was dehydrated.
Rader was booked into jail on child abuse and endangerment charges. The judge did not mince words.
The facts of this case are so egregious,
ordering Rader to have no contact with his granddaughter and set bond at $25,000.
Well, this was interesting this afternoon. A car crashed into the gate at the FBI office in Phoenix this afternoon. This is near 7th Street in Deer Valley. Sky Fox was over it. You can see that device that stopped the car. It's a gate stopper. It stopped the car cold. No word of any injuries or what caused this car to try to attempt to go through that gate. Police investigating a shooting in Glendale tonight that apparently started with a man chasing a woman with a hammer. He ended up shot. Mark Martinez joins us live in Glendale tonight with what we're learning about this incident. This was weird, Mark.
Yeah, John, a pretty unusual story that developed here in this neighborhood near 65th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. And you can see that Glendale police are still here on scene. They have this street taped off. This is where this all went down. It was around 12:30 this afternoon. Somebody called 911. They said that they saw a woman being chased down the street, being assaulted by a guy, and that the guy had a hammer. Now, that is when somebody shot that man. That is the part that is still unclear, who actually shot him. They are bullet casings in the street. Police have collected those, and now they're trying to track down who was this person who fired the shot that hit this guy. Now, the guy who was hit, the one with the hammer, he was taken to the hospital. He was shot at least once. We're told he's going to be okay. As far as the woman, she had some minor injuries. She's been interviewed by police. But at this point, police say they have a real mystery on their hands tonight.
We do have a few witnesses. At this time, the investigation is ongoing, and we're still trying to put all the details together.
And you could see this house here on the street where this all happened. There were some roofers up there at the time that this shooting took place and the attack with the hammer. Those guys that were up there at that time have been questioned by police, trying to get a better description of this person who fired the shot. And the suspect, again, the man who had the hammer, he's being treated over at the hospital. So the real question tonight, was this maybe a good Samaritan who was trying to stop this attack, or somebody who may have known this man? Those are the questions that Glendale police are trying to track down. They say they could be out here in this neighborhood for several more hours tonight. Reporting live in Glendale, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Mark. In a developing story, students and parents in the Cave Creek School District are on high alert after 2 stranger danger incidents near schools there. The first incident happening last Thursday near 60th Street and Dove Valley Road. A Cactus Shadows High School student told police that a passenger in a car grabbed her arm and then tried to pull her toward the car. Then on Friday, a 13-year-old student from Sonoran Trails Middle School was walking near 56th Street and Dynamite when a man tried to lure her into his truck. Police are still investigating these cases.
Well, the North Country is getting ready for a blast of winter. Look at this. The first big snowfall of the season happening tonight. Here's a look at one of Snowbowl's cameras where it's pretty white already. They're getting it. Lower elevations will be sharing in the snow tonight and into tomorrow. That rain is expected to change over to snow for a big part of northern Arizona.
So Jessica Flores packed up her boots, got her warm coat out of the mothballs, grabbed the gloves and the hat and headed up north. And she's live in Flagstaff where the snow is falling and people are really excited about winter arriving.
John Kerry, well, it certainly is beginning to feel a lot like winter. We're not even in winter yet, but it is raining right now. That should turn to snow overnight. But take a look. The really big concern right now is those wet roads, because if you're driving up the I-17 just south of Flagstaff, it's pretty dangerous right now. You have some very icy, nasty conditions on the roads. We just came from there, and I can tell you, you could barely see the car right in front of you braking. So be very careful out there. National Weather Service did put out an advisory for drivers in the area, telling people to watch the roads. There was a couple of accidents in some of the area where they did have some hail, and we're already seeing people rushing into stores to prepare for that snowfall. But again, right now we are just seeing a lot of wet roads. It's very, very cold out here, and I can tell you, coming from Phoenix, that I'm not prepared even with my jacket, and actually 2 jackets on right now, 2 coats on right now. So it is very cold, very wintry out here. No snow yet, but we will keep watching this area. We're going to be here through the night, bringing you the very latest, and as soon as there's any snow on the ground, we'll let you guys know. Reporting live in Flagstaff, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
All right, yeah, that is breaking news. When it snows in Flag, especially the first big snow, it's breaking news.
And Jess needs to stand out in it and take the assault.
It's always hard, though, when you're coming up from Phoenix, you know, in going to Flagstaff and it's cold. We're not ready for it. So when will the snow begin in, I guess, right in town, and how much will fall?
Dave's up with the check of the radar. Dave, we are kind of getting it right now.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of action around the state right now. There's a lot going on as far as the west is concerned. You can see that nice cold front moving through. That cold front and that low pressure system moved through California a little bit earlier. 58-mile-per-hour gust of wind at Bakersfield and 12 inches of snow at Mammoth Lake. So we are getting some very good action as far as the west is concerned. Snow levels by tomorrow dropping down to 5,500 feet, 1 to 3 inches at 6,000, 3 to 6 at 65, and 6+ at 8,500. So we don't leave it at that. Take a look at the wind gusts right now. 21 at Show Low, 32 at St. John's, 25 at Winslow, 37 down in Tucson right now. So very, very windy. And with that in mind, we go to the wind advisories. That's until 6 o'clock this evening, mostly out of the Phoenix area up into the northeastern portion of the state, 25 to 35 and gusting to 45 miles an hour. Also, with all of this, radar, and we'll have that for you coming up.
Thanks, Dave. If you want to keep track of the winter weather when Dave is on break or trying to get some REM sleep, you can download our free weather app. You can find a link at fox10phoenix.com.
I like to call him when he's in that REM sleep
I know.
and just say, hey, what's the forecast, Dave?
Just mess with him. Dave, something's up outside. Take a look. What?
All right, still ahead. An arrest, a man arrested in connection to the murder of a Paradise Valley couple nearly 3 years ago, heads to court. We'll tell you what happened in court
And
today.
it's election day across the state. We've got to look at some of the big races on the ballots today.
And ahead at 5:30, a charity accused of duping seniors out of thousands of dollars is shut down by the Arizona Attorney General.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday evening for you. My name is Mike Page, happy to be here with you. We just watched the first 10 minutes of Fox 10 News at 5. We'll check in with them a little bit later, but can't believe that snow is already hitting up north in Arizona. You just saw Jessica Flores up there giving us some idea of what it is like there in Flagstaff, and it's a little sleet now, rain, and it's going to be turning into snow a little bit later tonight when those temperatures drop even more. How you guys doing? Happy to be here with you guys. Here is the top 5. We got some new numbers out for Hillary Clinton, one of the top stories that we're going to be talking about today. New numbers out. After her Benghazi hearing, those numbers shot up in favor for her. So we'll talk a little bit more about that and get a little accustomed with those numbers. And then we just talked about the northern AZ snow. We'll hear a more detailed forecast in just a little bit coming up. And then also in New York City, happening tomorrow, there is going to be a anti-Trump rally because, you know, he's supposed to be the host of SNL this weekend, and there's a bunch of people that have reportedly signed a petition saying they do not want Trump to be a part of that. We will tell you about that. And then Illuminati's coming to Arizona for the first time. A pizza shop of Illuminati's in Chicago is going to breach outside of the Chicago border and Illinois border and head on over to Arizona. So I can vouch it's a great place to eat some pizza. And then we'll finish off the show with a very trending hashtag right now. It's a really sweet story too. Hashtag Force for Daniel. It's a great story about a guy that has terminal cancer and what the stars of the movie are trying to do for him so he could see this movie before he goes. Really great story. We'll get into that a little bit later. But I got some other stories to show you before we really start breaking down this top 5. So welcome. Happy Tuesday evening. Let's tell you about this story. Trading apps warnings.
Tinkering with your portfolio on your smartphone could be costing you some serious cash. Economists in the Quarterly Journal of Economics call it myopic loss aversion. The more times you check your investments on a smartphone app, the more likely you are to sell at the wrong time, possibly losing out on major profits.
If you went away on vacation for the month of August and the month of September, you would have come back in October and you would have seen the stock market right where it started back in August. So maybe a couple of months is an okay time.
It's all about the short-term gain versus the long-term view. If an investor panicked, say, during the financial crisis and sold all their stocks, they would have missed huge returns leading into 2015. The S&P 500 is up more than 145% since hitting rock bottom back in 2008. The opposite of buying low and selling high. But it's still all about timing.
If you just looked at the market in October of 07 and you didn't do anything, you could be down 60% by April of 2009.
In fact, if you check the performance of the S&P 500 every single day, there's a 47% chance you'll see red, possibly causing you to change your investment strategy when none is necessary. But if you check once every 10 years, there's only a 15% chance of seeing bad news. For more on this and all your top business stories, find Fox Business using the channel finder on foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Jolene Kent.
All right. That was a cool little story. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. When you're on your app, you're more prone to probably hit a button that you might not have wanted to, and then you could have sold maybe some shares that were premature there for you. So cool little update there. All right, let's get into the first story that I talked about. Hillary Clinton, numbers are up. Post-Benghazi hearing. This is according to a new Wall Street Journal NBC News poll that was released just today. The number of Americans who remained unsatisfied with the Democratic presidential frontrunner's handling of the 2012 terrorist attack on the American consulate in Benghazi, Libya, which left 4 Americans dead, has dropped significantly. The poll found that 38% of Americans were unsatisfied with Clinton's answers to questions about the attack, down from 44% who were unsatisfied before her 11-hour testimony in Congress last month. And right here on Fox 10 News Now, you can see, if you want to, that 11-hour testimony. We have the whole video up there. It's been viewed close to 100,000 times by people from all over the world. So we do have that full 11-hour Benghazi hearing if you ever want to. We got it archived for you, so you could watch it in segments or you could watch it 11 hours straight. Whatever you want to do, it's just on Fox 10 News Now. It says, among swing voters, according to the report, the percentage who said they are not satisfied with her handling of the issue plunged from 84% at the beginning of October to 40% now. Just 23%, however, said they are satisfied. Among Democratic primary voters, those numbers were even better for Clinton. The polls showed that 72% of likely Democratic primary voters were satisfied with Clinton's answers on the subject, compared to just 58% who previously said they were satisfied before her testimony. So, let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that. Again, the whole 11-hour testimony is on Fox 10 News Now for your consumption whenever you would like. You could break it down and watch it up over a couple of days, or maybe just watch it 11 hours straight. You could do whatever you want. That's why we put it up there for you guys, right there on Fox 10 News Now. That's what we do here. And I still can't believe the weather that is happening up in northern Arizona. It's really something. Jessica's going to have much more reporting for us in just a little bit here, so we'll go back to her when we see her, give you an update on that northern AZ snow, as well as Dave Muncie when he has his weather report. We'll put that back on there for you guys. Always give you, I don't know, just the most updated that you can. What else did we have going on today? Well, if you were with our show a little bit earlier, you did see about a 40-minute police chase in Florida. That was really interesting. It turned out to be a teenager who was behind the wheel. He stole a vehicle and then led police on a 40-minute joyride, and then was thankfully apprehended without any injury to himself or anybody else. It could have been much, much different there, but we'll show you that video in a little bit there, and we won't show it to you the whole 40 minutes, but we'll show you the highlights of that chase. Okay, another story that we want to get for our top 5 is the anti-Trump event that is happening tomorrow in New York City. But before we do that, that's the tease. I want to get Dave Muncie back here to give you the updated weather forecast.
73 degrees. We have winds out of the west at 24 miles an hour, gusting to 29. 40 degrees on the dew point, 30% on the humidity right now. Temperatures, well, they're down a little bit. Deer Valley 70, 72 in Mesa, 74 right now in Ahwatukee. As we get you a look at what's going on as far as our weather is concerned, with the moisture moving in from the west, you can see that there is a cold front bearing down on us at this particular time, and that low pressure system is winding that moisture out of the south up into the northern portion of the state. And well, we see a little bit of that stuff making its way through Phoenix as well. You've got a little bit to the west. We've got a little bit off to the east over here. You can see Globe getting a little shot, Superior getting a little bit. Here, Tonopah is getting a little bit of that moisture. You can see a few little strands of it hanging around behind. But up north is where it is all starting to gather at this particular time. You see the Flagstaff area there. A lot of rain right now. You see a little bit of snow just north of them. But as we take a little better look here, there you see Sedona, there's Flagstaff, there's that little bitty snow. That's up near the Snow Bowl where we're seeing that. And then we get up north, there's Page getting a little bit of this stuff. Another shot of snow over here north of the Grand Canyon, in the northern portion of the Grand Canyon. There's the Snow Bowl. You can see a little bit of active weather right in there with some snow, and then some snow off to the northeast as well. But all in all, a lot of moisture around the state, most of it at this point in time up north. 83 for the high today, 79 in Mesa, 80 in Scottsdale. We had 75 in Glendale, 96 is the record, 81 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. Looking around, we see some nice numbers, 61 in Sedona, 72 at Globe, a little chilly up in Flagstaff at 48, 52 at the Grand Canyon, and 73 at Gila Bend. This is the normal line. We start out below it, we get right up on it, and then we just do a couple of degrees, about 3 degrees above it is all we're seeing. This is your day, 83 on the high, 63 on on the low, 81 and 58 normal high and low, 96 record high for the day, 36 your record low for the day. Hey, there is snow out there in Montana and in Nevada, all of that in the west, and of course we're in the west, so here we go with those cooler temperatures and moisture. And then we have 59 degrees with a chance of rain tonight, chance of rain for tomorrow, 70 degrees, and then Thursday it starts to dry out. You can see it warming up by Friday, and then it warms up into the weekend. What a beautiful weekend, 78 both Saturday and Sunday, and we just continue in that mode for a couple of days. Watch your kids around water.
Okay, Dave, thank you. Coming up next at 5, a treat.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you, Dave, for that update there. We appreciate it. But right before we got to Dave, I was talking about that anti-Trump rally that is planned tomorrow in New York City. Here is the latest. It says, petitions reportedly signed by 460,000 people will be delivered to NBC during the rally on November 4th. That's tomorrow. The National Hispanic Media Coalition and over a dozen other Latino organizations will gather outside of the Saturday Night Live studio tomorrow to protest Donald Trump hosting the NBC sketch show. People are encouraged to rally at the Comcast building at 30 Rockefeller Center in New York City on November 6th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The groups will also deliver petitions with over 460,000 signatures right there. So that is happening tomorrow. We'll see if anything comes of that. He is slated to be the host on Saturday, this Saturday. So we will keep you updated on that story there. Also, a story that I'm going to be teasing throughout the evening is that trending hashtag Force for Daniel. It's a great Twitter campaign to hopefully try to get a really big Star Wars fan the opportunity to see the new movie before he unfortunately passes away as he has terminal cancer. It's a great story of hope about the American way, really, when you think about it. If someone's love for a movie can go that deep, it's a great opportunity for this guy to maybe see a movie that he might not be able to just in a month short time he might go. So we'll bring you that story in just a little bit. Want to update you though on the very latest on the quest for 2016 for president.
It's overrated. Donald Trump's victim du jour, Marco Rubio. The Florida senator getting a little too close for comfort to the billionaire real estate developer after Trump loses his lead to Ben Carson in the latest national poll.
Marco is a sitting senator, and he doesn't show up for the people of Florida. And I don't think he should be doing that.
According to the latest survey, Rubio has 11% of likely Republican primary voters. Trump finds himself in second place, an uncomfortable spot for the business mogul used to winning, now trailing Carson by 6 points.
This is going to be a real test of his campaign to see whether he can come back or whether voters are somehow getting tired of the whole Trump phenomenon.
Carson's campaign is sticking to the same game plan it has had all along, focusing on the issues, refusing to engage in any personal pettiness.
People, as they've got to know Ben, he was a total unknown compared to most of these people, or all these people. They've really come to love him.
On the Democratic side, a Clinton comeback. Hillary Clinton has regained the lead over Bernie Sanders in New Hampshire. The frontrunner now 3 points ahead of the Vermont senator, according to the latest Monmouth University poll. Another new national poll reveals 84% of Americans believe Hillary Clinton will win the Democratic nomination. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
It's the first time a state is voting through a constitutional amendment on both recreational and medicinal pot on the same day. The movement in Ohio has shifted from a grassroots battle over principle into a corporate grab for dibs on the right to harvest pot, even attracting celebrity investors like Nick Lachey.
Ohio is my home, and I care very deeply about the people here.
Lachey will own one of the state's 10 pot farms that will exclusively produce the supply for all of Ohio's proposed 1,100 dispensaries. But a second initiative on the ballot challenges those farms as a monopoly and could throw the whole thing into court. Pro-pot advocates argue legalization will keep the money in the state instead of sending it to the black market. and make the supply cleaner.
We require that there be regulation on whatever is grown, that there be testing of it so the consumers know what they're consuming. If you're a patient, you know what's in that marijuana.
However, opponents say it will increase danger in daily life, people driving while high, and employers facing the liability of impaired workers.
As an employer in Ohio, if this goes into place, you're going to have to drug test your employees before they come to work, after they've gone to lunch, after they've taken a smoke break.
Political critics argue the marijuana campaign is an opportunity for pro-pot Democrats to pick up the long-term support of pot-smoking millennials. A jolly Buddy the Marijuana mascot has cruised college campuses, encouraging students to register to vote. Ohio Governor and Republican presidential hopeful John Kasich says legalizing weed signals to children it's okay to light up.
We can't afford mixed messages to our kids, so I'm totally opposed to this.
If legalized, the Ohio marijuana industry is expected to generate up to $1 billion a year. Other states that have legalized pot have seen a spike in ER visits from children and impaired drivers. In Chicago, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, so let me know what you guys think about that. I mean, is it going to have to get to a point where they just say, look, we're just going to have to legalize marijuana? I saw John Doe saying ban booze if that was the original argument in the story there. Yeah, so there's always this theory where people believe that alcohol is much worse than marijuana. So that's always a theory that's being put out there, and obviously with alcohol, damages can be very, very bad as well. It depends how much people consume, and a lot of people do go the binge drinking route when they go out with friends. So yeah, it's a good conversation to be had, and I don't know what's going to happen though, but it's interesting to see where marijuana laws are going to be within, say, the next 5 years. I think it's going to be very, very different. So that's pretty much what I had to say on that issue, though. But let me know if you guys have any thoughts about what marijuana laws will be within the next 5 years. Love to hear them. We'll be talking about that. And just got this in that our very own Steve Kraft has a new video blog out, or vlog if you like, and it's all about Marco Rubio's new moment. Let's play it for you. This is the first time. I haven't even seen it.
Apparently, the conservative punditocracy and Republican elites have decided that Marco Rubio is the man. They think he did a great job at all three debates. They think he is a palatable alternative to both Ben Carson and Donald Trump. And they're very impressed just with his general demeanor, the cut of his jib. He's inching up in the polls, and he's waiting for other candidates to fold so that he can go from, right now, a solid third place to a real challenger for the top spot. But what we really don't know at this point is if he's going to turn on all those people who so far haven't been that interested in a Rubio candidacy. If you like Donald Trump, if you like Ben Carson, could you be persuaded to vote for Marco Rubio? Or if he gets a nomination, would you simply sit the election out? I want to hear from you. It's easy to do. Get in touch with me on Twitter at SCraftFox10 or on Facebook at SteveCraftFox10. It's real easy to do.
Thank you, Steve. That's awesome. I love when he put those little vlogs out there. That's always great. Thank you, Steve, for that. And let us know if you have any idea on the Marco Rubio moment. Is this the time he's going to try to cash in and really take control of the polls? Let me know what you guys think about that as we keep on going. Earlier in the show, I did talk about that police chase in Florida. I want to show you some of it while it happened today. This happened near Miami-Dade. We'll show you a little bit of the police chase and some key moments. So you can see at times this vehicle was on freeways, it was zipping in and out of lanes, and it turns out to be a 17-year-old male that stole this vehicle and went on a 35-minute joyride. Just making really, really risky maneuvers, weaving in and out of traffic. We'll just fast forward a little here and kind of show you it. Is driving the stolen vehicle throughout Miami-Dade. This has been going on for the last 25 minutes. Police chase in Florida, Miami-Dade area. Being told by our Fox affiliate that the suspect is a 16 to 17-year-old male. So we're just playing a recap there for you on this police chase that happened earlier today in Florida, where he was on freeway and then he went down residential roads, and that's always scary too. You don't know if a kid is going to run in the middle of the street or a pedestrian is running. And it kept on going. It just seemed like it would not stop. Whoops. Well, then his wheel totally came off the and then this truck looks like a truck is trying to help here. Just didn't do enough. A truck tried to do the right thing, help out, try to block him in. And this is really where looks like comes to an end. Blocking them in. Cornered. And that was the end of it. Not before the suspect tries to ram right into him. Look at that. So that happened earlier today in Florida. Just wanted to show you that since we're streaming that live in its entirety, all for the whole chase there. And it's up on Fox 10 News now on the YouTube page, archived if you ever want to watch it or share it with your family and friends. You can do that. You can see just so many police there to apprehend the suspect. Is in custody now. So you can see this teen. And look at all the police individuals here that so many resources to get this guy. All right, we'll update you now on the latest that's happening right now on Fox 10.
Her and her 3 young kids were laid to rest as family, friends, and the community said goodbye and celebrated their lives.
My heart is torn to pieces. It's my offering.
At the funeral for a mother and 3 small children, there were tears, hugs, and sadness. But at today's service, there was also cheering, praise, and thanks.
We just truly thank God even for you being out here today. Amen. You just coming out here. Amen. You coming out from your jobs and your different various places. These are my cousins. Amen. And I want to tell you all, we truly appreciate the prayers. We truly appreciate you coming out. We truly appreciate all the calls. We truly, and we got to talk about it. We truly appreciate the donations. Help somebody.
Danica Baxter and her 3 children were killed when the children's father drove their SUV loaded with his family into the Tempe Town Lake. Police say he did it intentionally. While it was hard to say goodbye for most, others were able to share happy memories of the family.
3 little angels only here for a while. When we think of them in the future, we will always smile. Danica and the babies left us all behind for a journey to heaven, which is so divine.
We thank you that you allowed them to pass through our lives. Now, would you keep us and help us to realize that you know best. And where they are in a better place.
God is the author and finisher of everyone's faith.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
And there ain't nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do about it is live the right life on this side of the dirt.
After today's services, the family will be laid to rest at Greenwood Memory Lawn Cemetery in Phoenix.
Tonight, in the Business Watch, October turned out to be a great month for Ford. The company watched sales jump more than 13% last month. This was the best October for Ford in 11 years. The company benefiting from a full inventory of the most popular vehicle in the U.S. That's the F-Series pickup truck. So, where will the next housing boom happen? According to a story on MainStreet.com, the answer is Reno, Nevada. That area was hard hit by the housing collapse, but it's seeing a resurgence due to a number of technology companies moving into the Reno area. Median price of homes in Reno have jumped 16% in the last year. Finally, to Wall Street today, stocks continue on a roll. The Dow Jones climbing 89 points today. NASDAQ was up 17. Most investors waiting for Friday. That's when the monthly jobs report comes out. That's a Business Watch for tonight.
You decide. Donald Trump back out on the road today, but this time he was promoting his new book. It's called Crippled America, How to Make America Great Again. And Trump says the book talks about the U.S. and the $18 trillion that we owe in debt. Trump continues to be one of the front runners in the GOP race for president. He says it's time for some other candidates to drop out, but he would not name specific people.
Well, he did later. He thought Jeb Bush should get out because his numbers have not been very impressive. And Jeb Bush hit the road today with his rebooted presidential campaign called Jeb Can Fix It. Today, Bush holding a town hall meeting in Lexington, South Carolina, one of the early primary states. He says we can change the course of the country by just fixing a few complex things. Tomorrow, he heads off to the second primary state, that's New Hampshire.
He's well behind Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders in most of the polls, but former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley is trying to turn things around. O'Malley holding a town hall meeting today in Manchester, New Hampshire, and he told people that he believes his experience as a former governor will help to rebuild the American dream.
Fire destroys the Hollywood Hills home of legendary singer Johnny Mathis. He had lived there for years. Mathis had lived there for some 56 years. Neighbors called 911. Firefighters had trouble getting in there due to the narrow hillside streets. Crews did everything they could to save the singer's precious memorabilia. Mathis had just returned from a concert in Cleveland when that fire broke out. Despite the devastation, Mathis still keeping a sense of humor about all of this.
I gotta find a place to sleep tonight. Anybody got any place I can sleep tonight?
Cause of the fire is under investigation.
I'm sure you'd have a lot of fans.
All right, we'll check back in with Fox 10. Just want to keep the stream moving along here. Just trying to give you guys the little bit of everything when it comes to news. That's what I try to keep it well diverse. So just giving you guys a little bit of options from there and there. Wanted to show you the Fox satellite radar right now, as you can see. Some activity in Arizona with the green showing rain and then snow coming up to northern Arizona. Forecasters say northern Arizona will have its first big snow accumulation of the season this week. Totals will range from a trace to 2 inches along the Mongolian Rim. The National Weather Service says the snow is expected to start falling tonight and continue into tomorrow night. A combination of wind and snow can make travel difficult in the region there, as you can see from our Fox 10 satellite radar. You are watching Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate everybody always watching. Try to give you guys a little bit of everything. And then when it comes to news, sports, anything that's breaking, we always try to bring that to you. So we appreciate you guys watching, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Let's get in to some of the top stories that we've been following. And then I'll tell you about this great Illuminati's restaurant coming to Arizona, as well as the Force for Daniel. It's a great social media effort. We'll get into that, and then I'll play a little of Hillary Clinton out in a rally in Iowa today. So we'll try to give you every side that we can here on Fox 10 News Now. But let's get in to some of the top stories here. Happy to be here with you. Number one on the list, new numbers for Hillary Clinton post-Benghazi hearing. According to a Wall Street Journal poll released today, though, number of Americans who remained unsatisfied with the Democratic presidential frontrunner's handling of the 2012 terrorist attack on the American consulate in Benghazi, Libya, which left 4 Americans dead, has dropped significantly. The poll found that 38% of Americans were unsatisfied with Clinton's answers to questions about the attack, down from 44% who were unsatisfied before her 11-hour testimony in Congress last month. And we have that full 11-hour Benghazi hearing archived on Fox 10 News Now. You can see it in the video section if you scroll down just a little bit there, as it happened last month. She went an 11-hour marathon, and we have the whole stream there for you if you ever want to watch that. Nearly 100,000 views already. Going to make it one of the most popular videos in October for Fox 10 News Now. So just wanted to let you guys know about that, and that is there for you if you want to see it. And we'll see a rally from Hillary Clinton in just a little bit from Iowa, as we will dip into that and check in to see what she is talking about on the campaign trail, as she is the front runner for the Democratic side. Also, do want to talk about Illuminati's coming finally to Arizona. A great Chicago pizza place now will be making its way to Arizona come this spring. Just perfect time. I bet you any money they'll have it up and ready to go before spring training hits to get all those snowbirds from the Midwest. You know what? Even though probably people come from, from Chicago and they want something different now, they'll go to Illuminati's just now because it's comfort. You know what you're going to expect. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a big hit. It's going to be in Central Phoenix, and that is happening hopefully by spring training time. So we'll see what that does. But yeah, it's a great pizza place. I don't know if you guys ever had it. Really good deep dish. And deep dish pizza is amazing. I know some people are not a fan of it. You really got to be a fan of it. It's not a pizza more. It's a whole dinner, because I mean you need a whole fork with it, and it's great. Let me know what you guys think about that if you guys want. All right, now before we get to Hillary Clinton rally in Iowa, I do want to talk about the last thing on the list here. Hashtag Force for Daniel. A great social media movement going on right now. And I'm going to, while I'm talking about it, I might as well pull it up and really let you guys see it, because it's just so cool. What it is, it's the super Star Wars fan that unfortunately is dying, has terminal cancer, and well, he doesn't know if he's going to make it to the premiere of Star Wars next month when it comes out, just before Christmas. So he is trying to get this campaign started where the movie makers, maybe Disney as well, can jump in and let him see the movie before it is just too late. So hopefully that happens. It's just a great search for it. Hashtag Force for Daniel. It's a really nice campaign trying to get that guy some love there. So yeah, we'd really would love for you guys to check that out. It's such a great story, and I believe he's only about mid-30s to 40s. He's a young guy It's a really, really sad story there. Check it out. Hashtag Force for Daniel. It's just not, my Twitter on this computer is not working for me, unfortunately. I would bring something up here. Just can't get it to go. But search for that. It's a great, no, it's not a kid. He's about in his 30s or 40s. He has terminal cancer. He's not going to make it. So family members and friends are really rallying for this guy to kind of see this movie. So hopefully he can get it before it is too late. Yes, Tess. Sweet story. God bless this guy. I hope he can make it to Star Wars. Yeah, I hope they let him see it in his home or something, somewhere where he's comfortable. Really, that would be the best situation. I'm really... let me try it on a different browser here as... Don't mind me as I'm looking down at you guys. Don't worry, I'm still engaged with you. I just want to see if it's a browser issue. Maybe it isn't. If it isn't, I know you guys could see it, but I just want to show it to you guys because you know I'm all about that too. Yeah, some kind of browser issue I'm having, guys. So sorry about that, but you can check it out on your own there. Hashtag Force for Daniel. It's a great campaign. All right, everybody. Let's get going and show you a little bit of the Hillary Clinton campaign rally in Iowa that happened a little bit earlier today.
Believes it's time to act on gun violence. She will fight for comprehensive background checks, hold dealers and manufacturers accountable when endangering Americans, and keep guns out of the hands of domestic abusers, violent criminals, and the severely mentally ill. This is why I am supporting Hillary Clinton for president. Hillary Clinton has a plan to reduce gun violence and can get this done on behalf of all of us. Those of us who are fed up with the violence and those who say there is nothing we can do. I believe there are things we can do, and so does Hillary Clinton. That's why I'm so proud to welcome her to our community and to introduce the next President of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
Thank you for standing there and saying that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shelley. I think you spoke for a lot of people, didn't she? And I want to have a chance to answer your questions and hear your ideas. I'm thrilled to be here in this community in Johnson County, back in Iowa, to continue the conversation about what we're going to do together in our country. And I really appreciate Shelley raising the issue of gun violence because it is one of the most important issues facing us. 90 people a day die from guns. Homicides, suicides, tragic, avoidable accidents. That's 33,000 people a year. And we do need to come together and pursue common sense reforms. Now, some people say, you know, this is an urban problem. You know, they say, hey, this happens somewhere else. But it's not true. It happens in small towns, it happens in suburbs, it happens in rural communities. You just heard Shelley talk about the young woman here in Coralville who was killed at the mall where she worked. So this is a problem, and it's a danger, it's a threat everywhere in our country. Yesterday in Chicago, I met with a group of mothers who have each lost a child. A number of them have lost their children to senseless gun violence. And they are determined to do what they can to try to prevent this from happening to any other family. And so am I. That's why I will fight for comprehensive background checks. I will fight to close the loopholes that let guns end up in the wrong hands. And I will fight to end the unique immunity that the gun makers and sellers have from legal liability. The only industry in America that has that kind of protection. I know it's a tough battle that we face. I understand that. But it starts with all of us making up our minds. We are going to be determined and committed. And we're going to make this a voting issue, just like the other side does. Because a majority of Americans and a majority of gun owners agree with us. And that's why we will be successful if we make this a priority and we stay on it and never give up in trying to protect our children and others from this scourge. I also will do whatever I can to defend the Affordable Care Act, which continues to be under attack by the Republicans. They have voted to repeal it more than 50 times in the Congress. And we can't go back. We can't go back and rip away the progress we've made. 18 million Americans now have access to health care who didn't before. And we can't start this debate all over again and tear our country apart. Now, we have to improve it, and that's what I will do. We have to get out-of-pocket costs down. We have to get prescription drug costs down. But we cannot let insurance companies, once again, charge you more if you've ever been sick and you have a pre-existing condition, or charge women more than men for getting the health care that we need. You know, the final issue that is at the core of what I think we have to do is we have to raise incomes for middle-class families, working folks, and poor people trying to work their way up. We have got to get wages to rise again. And all you hear from the Republicans is the same failed ideology we've heard for decades. You know, cut taxes on the super wealthy, get out of the way of corporations. That is their economic plan, and it hasn't worked before, and it will not work now. And you don't hear them talking about the issues that people talk to me about, the issues that keep you up at night, about how you are going to pay those bills, how you are going to save enough for college, what you are going to do when the prescription drug that you need has been raised 100, 200, 500% overnight, what you're going to do to make sure you get ahead and stay ahead. We don't hear that from the candidates on the other side. And so this election poses a really significant choice for our nation, because I think we have made progress, and I want us to build on that progress. We have a lot of great opportunities ahead of us, but we have to make up our minds that we're going to roll up our sleeves and act like Americans again and start solving our problems, working together, and getting results for all of us. So I'm pretty excited about what we're going to do. But of course, I can't do that without your help. And that's why I'm here, because I want to know what's on your minds so that I can do a better job, not just in the campaign, but governing. You know, somebody said the other day, boy, campaigning's hard, isn't it? I said, well, yeah, it's challenging. It's demanding. It can be exhausting. And then you get a job that's even harder, more demanding, and more exhausting. But it gives us a chance to make sure that we're keeping faith with the great gift we've been given here in America. And some of you have heard me say this before, but I feel like the luckiest person because I had a great upbringing. You know, my father's father was a factory worker in the lace mills in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and he worked hard and gave opportunities to his sons, and my dad got to go to college and then into the Navy during World War II, and then coming out and doing what he could to start a small business, and it provided a good middle-class life for us. And my mom, as some of you know, had a much more difficult life and ended up, after being basically abandoned by her parents and her grandparents, you know, working as a housemaid at the age of 14. But they never doubted that this country had their backs and that there were opportunities for them if they kept working toward them. And here I am asking you to vote for me for president. That is the American story, my friends, and that's what we need to make sure we provide for everybody who's willing to work for it in America. And I do talk a lot about my granddaughter. I can't help it. 13 months old and unbelievably adorable. Thank you. It's the best club I've ever been in, I can tell you that. And, you know, Bill and I spend as much time as we possibly can around her, watching her, playing with her, oohing and eyeing. And we will do whatever we can as grandparents, working with her parents, to give her every opportunity that she can possibly take advantage of. But that is not enough. It's not enough. It matters what kind of country she will grow up in and become an adult in. It matters what kind of world is out there waiting for her. And it matters that every child and grandchild in America has the opportunity to make the most out of their God-given potential. See, I don't think it's enough that the granddaughter of a former president has opportunities. I want the granddaughters of factory workers and the grandsons of truck drivers to have exactly the same opportunities. And so my mission as president will be to wake up every day trying to figure out what I can do to make sure every single child and every young person in this country has those same chances that Bill and I had. That they are out there waiting for you if you are willing to do the work that is required. I know we can do this. I know we can restore the American dream and promise. And that's what gets me up every morning and gets me, you know, around this country talking to folks and listening and trying to figure out what more I can do to make sure that comes true. So with that, let me throw it open, and I think we've got people, right? Do we have people somewhere, or are we just going to stand up and, yes, we've got a microphone over there, and we have a microphone right over there. Okay, great. So please, anybody? Yeah, here's a young woman right there. Yes. Here comes the microphone.
Hi, my name's Davina Anderson, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Iowa. And you talked a little about providing opportunities, not only for your grandchild, but for all. And so there's a large body of research that supports that higher education helps to decrease crime in our society. So the current administration put out early on in the presidency some initiatives in order to help individuals complete college and gain access. As President of the United States of America, what initiatives would you put forth?
Thank you. And what are you getting your PhD in?
Higher education, student affairs.
Yay, excellent,
Yeah.
excellent. So this is both a personal and a professional question. Well, First of all, I agree with you completely. You know, I don't think everybody has to go to college to be successful. In fact, I wish we were doing more, and I applaud the community colleges and some of the high schools here in Iowa for doing more to give young people a chance to get the skills that will enable them to get a good job in the future. And I want to see a lot more of that because there's a lot of work to do to build our country. Infrastructure, clean energy, and all the rest of it. And we need people who are trained and skilled and ready to go. But it is the case that people who do go on to higher education will more likely make more money over the course of their lives and have more options that they can choose from. That's one of the reasons why I agree with President Obama. We should make community college free. Those 2 years and that kind of education should either lead to a degree or a certification, some technical expertise, or serve as the first 2 years of a 4-year degree. And then when it comes to 4-year public colleges and universities, I've proposed what I'm calling the New College Compact. And here's what it does. If you go to a 4-year college or university, like the university here, you will not have to borrow a dime to afford to pay tuition. Tuition will be available for students based on your willingness to work at least 10 hours a week. And, you know, there are some people who criticize me for saying that I think if you're getting help from the government to be able to afford your tuition, you should work. I did, and I believe it's the right thing to have students be able to participate. Families, we're going to get rid of these complicated forms and applications that nobody understands and nobody believes are really fair, and we're going to just have a simple determination. If you're a middle-class family or a working family or an ambitious poor kid, you're going to pay anything that you can afford, but it's not going to be more than you can afford because you're not going to have to borrow to be able to make that contribution. And then we're going to provide more support for students who go into public service jobs. I mean, if you're going to be a teacher or a police officer, a firefighter, a social worker, we want to give you an even better deal so that the costs are going to be less. And we want to make sure that those students who are single parents or parents with even 2 spouses who have a child and therefore have a lot of extra expenses, I want more colleges and universities to provide more child care on campus so more young people who are already parents can afford to be there. And I also have a plan as part of this to help you pay down the debt you already have because it is so much. And I know that we have 40 million people with $1.2 trillion worth of debt in America, and I have met them all over this state. Young people who knew that going to college and getting their degree, sometimes their master's, sometimes their professional degree, sometimes a PhD, would set them up, but they had no idea how much it would drag them down when they got out and they faced all this debt. So, number one, we're going to let everybody with debt refinance it to get the lower interest rates instead of the high rates that they're now being charged. And I know we've got some students and some, former students. And how many people here have student debt? Okay. Yeah, or paying your kids' debt. Yeah, let's put those hands up too. Or how about anybody who's ever had any debt because of, I've got my hand up. Those of you who have debt right now, are any of you aware that you're paying 8% or more interest rate? Anybody know what your interest? Okay, I see a head nodding there. I see a hand. I have met young people in this state who are paying more than 8%. I think the highest was 12. Now, we've hardly had any interest rates since the Great Recession, have we? And you can refinance your mortgage, you can refinance your car payment, corporations can refinance their debt, no matter how big it is, but we won't let students and their families refinance student debt and get a lower rate. That's just wrong. And one more thing is, we're not going to let the federal government profit from providing the financial assistance that young people need. So I have a lot of ideas, because what I'm finding as I travel around the country is young people who have postponed going to college because they can't afford it, have started and had to drop out because they couldn't afford it, have finally graduated, and now they can't afford anything else. And they are living back in their family home. They are trying to find a job that will enable them to pay back their debt. And it's a burden on them, but you know what? It's also a burden on our economy, because these young people are not getting started in their lives the way that we want them to, the way that I could. I had debt. I worked. I had to work to go to college and law school. But when I got out, the debt that I had, I could pay back as a percentage of my income, not a set amount that was tied to an interest rate. So that's another one of the changes that President Obama, built on, and we need to do more of. It's called income contingency repayments. And those of you with debts, there are some programs like that around even now that you should look into, but we're going to have that available to everybody. So I am taking this really seriously, so that by the time you are in higher education, hopefully, as a young woman said to me, she said, paying for college shouldn't be the hardest thing about going to college. But indeed, for a lot of people and their families, it is. Yes, this gentleman right there. Here comes a microphone. Yeah.
I'm Jim Harris, and I'm from Wausau, Wisconsin. So you must have met 1 million people in your career, and I wouldn't expect that you would remember many of them. But I know you remember a boy that you met in Vientiane, Laos, because I saw the picture when you shook hands with armless, blind Ponsavat, who's a friend of mine. I go to Laos every year for 3 months and live on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, trying to clean up a mess with unexploded ordnance left from a war that ended 40 years ago. And I'd like to address the issue of the landmine treaty, the cluster bomb munitions treaty. How can we possibly exert any moral authority in this world when we sit with 765 million cluster bombs in storage? Do we really want to be the very last nation to ratify the landmine treaty?
I hope not. I want to respond first to the point that the gentleman made. Laos is the most bombed nation in the history of the world. More ordnance was dropped on Laos during the Vietnam War by us than was dropped in any other conflict. I think that's right. That certainly is what I learned when I went there. And I went there as Secretary of State for a couple of reasons, but the primary one was to personally examine what we were doing and what more we could do to clean up the unexploded bombs, the ordnance that is still littering this country and which is still maiming and killing people, primarily children, not exclusively, a lot of farmers, a lot of villagers, but a lot of children who end up as the young man that you described, legless, armless, sightless. And we have done some work and certainly given significant money, but not anywhere near enough. And a lot of the work has been done by Americans who are in not-for-profit or faith-based groups that actually go to Laos and do this work. And when I came back, my first request was to members of Congress as well as the administration, we need to put more money in. This is a humanitarian disaster that we created. And we need to put more money in and work much faster to try to clean it up so that we don't have more deaths and injuries as, you know, a fisherman's walking down to a river, a child's running through a field, and the worst happens. So that's the first thing, and that would be, as president, I have this view that when the United States is responsible for something, or if we've made a pledge to do something, we should follow through. And there are a number of areas here in the United States and around the world that I intend to address as president, and that is one of them. And then secondly, I had hoped we would sign the landmine treaty over the last years. I certainly believe we should, and I'd like to see us do that. It's been a priority, I know, for President Obama, and it hasn't yet happened. And you know, I'm sure that the reason it hasn't happened primarily is the concern on the part of our military about the DMZ between North and South Korea. And just very quickly, the problem is that we're dealing with a North Korean regime that is unpredictable, to say the least, which is stockpiling nuclear weapons, but is also engaged in, you know, almost a constant war of nerves and incursions into the demilitarized zone. That's the DMZ. And our military believes they still need landmines. And I know that we tried to carve out a very limited exception to be able to sign the treaty, and that has not proven workable. But I would like to see us sign the treaty and, you know, be part of the solution, not a continuing part of the problem. So thank you for what you do by going there every year. And be careful, please. Yeah, right back there, I see a lady in a white T-shirt.
Hello, I'm Kim Robinson with Family Friendly Iowa. It is both an honor and pleasure to address you, ma'am. My grandparents actually were put in a position where they had to divorce because they could no longer afford to take care of themselves or receive the normal benefits that they would. So they were forced to divorce in order to be able to survive. What solutions do you have for long-term care in taking care of our elderly in a way that they should be taken care of?
Wow, thank you for asking that, Kim. Thank you. You know, when I give my longer speeches, I always mention caregiving because we are at the beginning of what will be a very large caregiving challenge. Alzheimer's, autism, other conditions that are going to require family members or professional caregiving. And we've got to get a hold of this and work on it and try to come up with some solutions. And one of the problems that you're talking about is very real. Because if you are in need of caregiving, it's expensive. And if you are an intact couple and you both need care, but you maybe own your house, or maybe you own some land and your house, or you have some other assets, you got some small retirement funds or something, and those are added up, you may find that together you're not eligible, which is what it sounds like happened to your grandparents. And yes, people do actually get divorced so that they split their assets, and that way each of them is now eligible. What an absurd outcome, to take an elderly couple and basically tell them, we're not going to give you help if you stay in your marriage, but we'll help you as soon as you get divorced. And I've actually met couples. They're still living together, but they're formally divorced. I remember one lady in New York telling me, I'm not sure that this is the right thing to do, but I don't want to leave. And I couldn't afford to take care of him without divorcing him. So I think it's a serious issue. And there are a number of approaches that I would like to talk to people about and hear from you. Number one, if you are a caregiver, We should do more to help you get some respite care. We should do more to have affordable daycare so that you get a break from the 24/7 job that caregiving often demands. We have to do more to fix the financial requirements so that people are not put in the very position that you're talking about. We have to come up with some affordable long-term care policies so that if people do want to invest in those, they actually can afford to do so. So we have to look at this broadly. And probably what's driving it most for the folks I talk to is Alzheimer's and the projections about what's going to happen. And, you know, I met a young man in New Hampshire a few weeks ago, and, you know, I shook his hand and asked him where he was from. I was talking to him. And he said, I want to share something with you. I said, please. And he said, you know, I'm a teacher. My 84-year-old mother has Alzheimer's. He said, I can't afford for her to have full-time caregiving. I can't afford to quit my job and take care of her, because then I wouldn't be able to afford our house and everything else we need. He said, so I take her to work with me every day. And my school understands, and there's a place for her, and she sits there, and I check on her during the day. He said, but she's at the point in the condition that she hasn't deteriorated, she hasn't become unpredictable or sometimes, you know, disoriented. But he said, I don't know what I'll do if that happens. I mean, that's a real world story of just one young man that is struggling with this. So I thank you for raising it. We have to take it seriously, and we have to fix the absurd sort of bureaucratic determinations that led to your grandparents being told they needed to get divorced to get taken care of. Oh, yes, this gentleman right here with the camera. And yeah, here we go. Wait, here comes the microphone, sir.
I was just curious what you have plans for improving our military, or you're not just a third-year current president, are you?
You know, look, I think that what we need to do, and what I know that the administration, the new Secretary of Defense, would like to do if they could get the support from the Congress, is to do the kind of analysis that really is honest and forthright in looking at what we're paying for and determining what we need to continue to pay for and what we don't need to continue to pay for, and to look at new threats that we might have to try to beef up to deal with. And this is a political problem that just bedevils everybody, because defense contractors are pretty smart. They put big weapons system parts in, you know, more than half the states. And then when it comes time to say, well, you know, this is not working, the tests have proven that it's not going to be effective, or we don't think we need it anymore, they run to the Congress, and the Congress goes, don't you dare, we have, you know, 600 jobs, and we have 500 jobs, and we have a supplier that has, you know, 450 jobs. And it is so constructed so that it's difficult for anybody in Congress to agree. So I have an idea which is modeled on the base closing commissions. I don't know if you remember that, but there was called BRAC, Base Realignment and Closing Commission. And basically the Congress passed the legislation and said that there would be as much of an independent study as there could be, and then the recommendations would be made, and they would either be accepted or the whole process would just fall apart. And I think we've done it half a dozen times over the last 30 plus years, and it has closed a lot of unneeded bases around the country. I think we need to try to do something similar when it comes to programs, particularly for weapons systems and other kinds of big expenditure items. And then we have to have a much more thorough, candid analysis of what we need, and I think those are some good discussions, and the American people, if they're interested, should be a part of it. Like, for example, we know China is trying to build what's called a blue water navy, and they're trying to dominate the Pacific, and they are building these, these artificial islands and claiming them, so they will go in and seize like a reef or an atoll that is in, let's say, the waters under international law, the Philippines, but the Chinese will say they have a pre-existing claim on it, and then they will build an artificial structure, and then they will use it as their property. So that's why you may have read in the paper in the last, couple of days that our Navy has gone through what's called the South China Sea in pursuit of freedom of navigation, because 40% of the world's trade goes through there, and we can't imagine it being choked off or being in some way undermined by the Chinese. But the Chinese are trying to build a blue water navy. That means they bought an old, as I recall, Ukrainian or I think it was a Ukrainian or Russian aircraft carrier, and they finished it, and now they're going to build some of their own. So it may be that there are areas where we have to invest, but we shouldn't do that unless we take away from areas where we don't need to invest. And that's the kind of process I would like to see us put into place to try to make what are difficult political decisions. Okay, over here. Yeah. Hi, Tom. How are you? The Attorney General is here, so everybody better behave. So glad you're here. And the woman sitting next to you, please, here comes your microphone.
Hi, thank you for coming to our community. We really appreciate it. My question, I'm Marcia, by the way. What are your views on giving more help to our veterans? I have a son that's a retired Marine, and...
Is he getting help that he needs?
Right now, he's doing okay, but I have a brother that was in Vietnam, and he is just now, 40 years later, getting the help he needs.
I think the first thing is we've got to recognize that our veterans of all ages need our continuing support and our continuing services that are required for them to get on with their lives. And I think that we have two big problems that we have to address. One, the VA, and the other, the disability program. The VA does a lot of good work for a lot of veterans, but it has systemic problems, and those have been revealed, and it's been shameful that people have been mistreated. They've been put on waiting lists and never gotten the treatment that they were looking for. They've been given the wrong treatment. There are serious deficiencies within the VA. And I applaud what both the President and the Congress have done in the last year trying to tackle and reform the big issues that have been raised by some of these exposures of VA problems. And I would support that. I would like to see us have a top-to-bottom analysis of everything in the VA. And again, it's kind of with what I feel about the Department of Defense. If it's working, keep doing it and do more of it so you can help more people. And if it's not working, stop doing it. Don't be spending money, time, and raising people's expectations if you're not delivering the service that they need. I am, however, concerned about Republican plans to try to privatize VA services because I do not believe that will work. We have too many veterans who would be left out and denied the care that they need. So I am in favor of fixing it and being really tough about fixing it and doing a lot more customer service surveys so that we know what's actually happening at the VA. Some people are very satisfied, other people are very disappointed. Some people get the help they need. Other people don't feel like they do. Let's really dig down deep and figure out what we're going to do to fix that. The other problem is a disability problem. We have a mess. People apply for disabilities, and it's like it goes into some black hole in space. You know, they don't hear anything for sometime years. I can't understand why we allow that to happen, because these are serious concerns that our veterans are raising. And therefore, I think we should have a concerted kind of SWAT team approach and go into every disability office in America, provide the resources that are needed, the personnel are needed. I bet we could get volunteers to help get these applications processed and be able to help people much faster than we do today. So that's what I would like to do. Yes, I see a big hand right there in the bleachers. Yes, yes, that young woman right there.
Hello, my name is Avery Shaw, and I'm from Iowa, and Iowa City. My mom and dad work at the same kind of place thing, and they have the same job, and why does my dad get paid more than my mom?
I wonder the same thing. And there is no good answer to it. You know, when I talk about how we have to raise incomes, one of the best ways to raise incomes is once and for all make sure women get equal pay for equal work in America. And, you know, what you just described is something that I hear from a lot of people, and the Republicans act like it's not a problem, that there is no such thing as, you know, doing the same job and not getting the same pay. And I can tell you this is an issue I've worked on for a long time. It is a problem, and it's a problem because, number one, lots of times you have no idea what anybody else is making. Your mom and dad do because they show each other. But if you're not related and not living in the same house and looking at each other's paycheck stubs, you may not know that you're not being paid the same as somebody else doing your job. And we have to make it possible for there to be more transparency and more information about what actually is being paid for these jobs. And then we also have to, you know, really put some teeth into the equal pay laws so that people know they can't get away with it, that they're going to pay a price. They're going to pay a penalty if they are not paying their employees the same. You know, your story reminds me of another young man I met in New Hampshire who said to me, you know, I want to tell you why I'm for you. And here's the story he said. He said his first real job was when he was 17. He got a job as a cashier at the store where his mother worked. And he was really proud because it was his first, as he said, real job. So he goes to work and he's doing that job, and then at his first pay period, he goes home and he proudly shows his mother his pay stub. Yes, and his mother, her face drops, and she said, they're paying you $1 more an hour than they're paying me, and I've worked there 4 years. And this young man said, I was so shocked, and he said, you know, he didn't want to lose his job, but he wanted to know why, and the answer was something, as he recalled, like, well, we think you might have a future in the company. We're looking for young men of promise. And, you know, I don't know how many women have had this experience or know somebody who's had this experience, but it's still way too common. So, you know, I called on a young girl, younger than you, in Las Vegas, and she stood up and she said to me, she said, if you're the girl president, will you get paid the same as the boy president? And I mean, I had to think for a minute, and I said, yeah, I think I will. But I want to make sure every girl gets paid the same as the boy, and that we get this equal pay issue behind us, and we get people paid fairly for the work that they do. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the young man in shorts. That's a very optimistic November view, but the weather has been so beautiful.
Hi, my name is Max. I'm from Iowa City, and I'm actually here on behalf of, this is Clarabelle the dog. She's going to be a first-time voter, and she's trying to meet every candidate to figure out who it is she's going to caucus for, and she was wondering if maybe she could come and meet you.
Absolutely. Now, is her full name Clarabelle?
Clarabelle, yeah.
Clarabelle. That's, oh, I love that name. Is she a rescue dog?
She is.
Now, what are her issues? I mean, obviously, now that she's got you in her life, she's a happy dog, right?
I'll tell you, her issues are that there are rabbits that keep coming into our yard, but our landlord won't secure the border. And we're trying to figure out what to do.
Well, there are several approaches that one might take. Now, is she afraid of the rabbits?
Oh no, she wants to go get those rabbits.
Yeah, well, I think in the case of rabbits, that's all right. It's okay to chase the rabbits out of your backyard. If it were people, I'd have a different answer, yeah.
Sure.
She's adorable. Thank you. Thanks for bringing Clarabelle, Max. I appreciate it. And I hope there are more dogs at caucus night. You know? Yes, ma'am. Right there. Yes, ma'am. Here comes the microphone behind you.
My name is Barbara Brown. I'm from North Liberty, Iowa. Welcome to Iowa. My issue is I'm hoping that the senior citizens, I'm speaking for senior citizens. Now, the members of the opposite party want to voucherize they want to voucherize Medicare, and they want to privatize Social Security. And I want to know what your stand is on that.
I'm against both. I'm against both. And, you know, I want to respond to that, but I want to say something serious. You know, because I campaigned for my husband for so many years, I campaigned for a lot of people over the years, you need to really pay attention to what candidates running for president say, because most of them will try to do what they say they want to do. And this has been a theme of Republicans. When I was in the Senate under George W. Bush's presidency, he had a plan to privatize Social Security, and we leapt into action, and we, absolutely beat it back. It's a terrible idea. Talk about giveaways to Wall Street. This would be the biggest giveaway ever, to privatize Social Security and turn it into, quote, investment accounts that would have no reliability or predictability. You wouldn't be able to plan, because you wouldn't necessarily know what you could expect for your monthly or annual benefits. It's a terrible idea, but it keeps being raised. And so pay attention, because, and I've said this to Republicans who've come to my events, I think that if you get a Republican president and a Republican Congress, especially one that has so many of these hardcore Tea Party types, that is one of the areas they will go after. And then the other will be to voucherize Medicare. Now, this makes no sense at all, because if you compare the administrative costs of Medicare to private insurance, Medicare is a much cheaper delivery system. And the population, the elderly people, especially in their very late years, consume a lot of medical care, so the costs are high, and particularly in the last months of life, but the overall costs are reasonable. And so by voucherizing it, again, it would disrupt a working system, and it would increase costs, and it would put beneficiaries at risk, because you would have to figure out how you were going to put together the various vouchers for the kinds of services that you need. So I will stand absolutely against privatizing Social Security and voucherizing Medicare. They are bad ideas for America. Yeah, there's a gentleman right there. Yes, sir. In the blue shirt. Yes, sir. I'll get to you. I'll get to you.
Blue's a popular color in this county.
Yay!
My name is Mike, and my daughter works for the Business for a Fair Minimum Wage in Washington, D.C. This county just approved a graduated increase to a livable wage, and some communities are buying in and some are not. Now, I won't tell you what my daughter has educated me about on what the truth is coming out of Washington in terms of what raising the minimum wage will actually do to the economy of America and for working jobs. But I'd like to hear what you think.
Well, first of all, I'm glad your daughter's involved in that because it is an important movement, because I know what Johnson County has done, and I know you're going to be moving over the next few years, raising it. And I know that other parts of Iowa have looked at it. Some are considering it favorably, others are not. But the key is we've got to raise the federal minimum wage so we have a higher floor. And that will then enable communities like Johnson County to go higher, if that is your decision. But at least we will get a minimum. And in looking at this and talking with a lot of economists and a lot of members of Congress, I favor a $12 an hour minimum wage at the federal level. And the reason is that would be setting it at a level that would be equivalent to the point in our history where the minimum wage was at its highest, and in inflation-adjusted terms, that was in 1968. And I do, however, believe that other communities that want to go higher than 15 should be able to do so. So I've supported LA going to 15, Seattle going to 15, New York for some workers in New York City going to 15. But Alan Kruger, the economist at Princeton, he's a progressive economist, and he is probably the leading expert on the minimum wage, just wrote a column, a few weeks ago, saying that he was very comfortable going to 12, but not going higher, because there were no international comparisons that gave him the confidence to believe that it wouldn't cause job loss and dislocation if it were higher. Because I know that, there's legislation introduced in the Senate for $12 by the Democrats. And I know Patty Murray is the lead proponent, and she's a good friend of mine, and she's a great senator. I have to tell you, she is fabulous. And, she gets things done nobody else gets done. I just give her a lot of credit. And after a lot of hard thinking, they went to 12. And they said that they could make the case for 12, they could justify 12. So I'm really persuaded by that, and that's where I am. So I want to raise the federal minimum wage to 12, and then I want to encourage more communities, if they can afford to go higher. But if not, 12 will give us a good, solid increase, and it'll bring us back, as I said, to what the historic high was. Oh, here's another young man in a blue and white shirt. Yes, here comes a microphone, I think, coming your way.
Hi, my name is Maddox Johnson, and if you get elected for president, would you happen to make or add on to any new or more jobs?
Yes. And Maddox, I think that's, for most people, the most important question. How are we going to create more good-paying jobs for more Americans? And I have a lot of ideas. I'll mention a couple of them to you. We have a lot of work to do in our country to fix our roads and our bridges and our tunnels and our airports and our rail systems, and to expand broadband, and that work is often called infrastructure. In other words, it's physical things that have to be built or have to be maintained or repaired that will give us a competitive economic advantage, and it will put millions of people to work if we do it right. And I know in New York, in addition to everything I just mentioned, there's a lot of work we need to do under the ground. We have leaking water pipes and gas pipelines and sewer pipes, and so there's an enormous amount of good work that should be good paying work that we should do to fix our infrastructure. Secondly, I want to fight climate change by making us the clean energy superpower in the world. And I believe we can do that. And as I travel around the country, I talk a lot about Iowa, because you now get a third of your electricity from wind. And so when some people say in groups like this, well, they don't think we can afford it, they don't think we can do it, I say, well, number one, we can't afford not to do it. And number two, we can do it and create millions of jobs and businesses. Because I went to the Des Moines Area Community College with your former governor, Tom Vilsack, who's a good friend and is supporting me. And we went to meet with the president of the college and some of the instructors there. And what Iowa did, starting back all those years, Tom, and it's been continued. I think Tom Vilsack got it started, and others jumped in and worked on it. Is not only to install the turbines, but you found some empty factory buildings so that you're actually assembling the turbines in Iowa. That puts more people to work. And then at the community college, Tom Vilsack told me that there are 8,800 parts in the typical wind turbine. So this community college is actually training people eventually to make those parts, to learn how to machine and do tool and die and other kinds of, advanced manufacturing. So there's so much we could do. I've set two big goals. I think if by the end of my first term, I'd like us to have installed 500 million more solar panels, like the ones you've got on the transportation building in Des Moines and at the university and some of the buildings there. And then after that, I want us to produce enough clean energy to power every home in America. And if you take the Iowa example, it's more than doable. And I met yesterday in Chicago with a big group of clean, renewable energy businesses, and they're just ready to go, but they need some help from the government because we have to extend the production tax credit and the investment tax credit that make this work worthy of investment because we're still not at the stage where it can go on its own. Of course, oil and gas aren't at that stage either because we subsidize them to a huge amount of money every year. So I want us to phase out the oil and gas subsidies and phase in the clean energy subsidies so that we can make this transition. So those are two big areas where we can create a lot of jobs. Oh yeah, the man right there in the blue shirt that that I thought, yes, you. when you stood up before. Thanks.
I'm Dennis from Iowa City, and every day in the paper, we see these horrendous images of masses of people, refugees, from sometimes it's from Syria, sometimes it's from someplace in Africa. What can we do about it? Could you talk about that a little?
Well, this is, we're in a period of one of the worst refugee crises that we've ever faced, and certainly the biggest since the end of World War II. This mass movement of people escaping conflict, escaping economic desperation. And you're right, the biggest numbers are coming out of Syria, but a very large number coming out of Africa, making the dangerous crossing over the Mediterranean. They're coming from as far as Afghanistan. And people are desperate for better opportunities for themselves and their families to the extent that they will risk their lives. They'll risk everything to try to get to some place that they think is safer and provides more opportunities. So I think there are several things we have to do. One, I've been advocating this, and I will advocate it one more time. I think that the United Nations needs to hold an international conference and get people to sign up to either take refugees or to provide funding to house and clothe and feed refugees. And they should be not just the European countries, there should be an international effort. And that's what I did after Haiti. After the terrible earthquake in Haiti, we had such a conference at the United Nations, and we basically just asked people to make their pledge. And, you know, small countries couldn't very well do much, but, you know, they pledged that, you know, they might send a paramedic team, and, you know, larger countries were, you know, going to be providing, you know, funding for rebuilding and housing, and it was great because you had a lot of Latin American countries and even Asian and European countries coming to say what they would do to help rebuild Haiti after the devastation. I would like to see us do something comparable, and the UN is the right place to do it, and the United States should take a leadership role because a lot of countries are doing nothing. You know, Saudi Arabia is not doing anything, and they certainly have the means to do more. Jordan and Turkey and Lebanon are just being crushed under the weight of their trying to feed and clothe and house the refugees from Syria. And a lot of the, you know, the southern European countries, the Balkans and Greece, you know, they're just overwhelmed. They don't have the resources. So it's an international problem, and I think we should have more of an international response. But then we have to ask ourselves, why is this happening? And why is it happening? Because of terrible governance, because of corruption, because of conflict, because of climate change. There are so many reasons why people are being, you know, in their minds forced to leave and try to get to safety. And I think I'm really glad that there's conversations going on now to try to figure out how to end the conflict or at least get a ceasefire in Syria. Because if you can find some safe spaces in Syria, maybe people will not leave. They don't want to leave. If you hear the interviews with refugees, they don't want to leave. They feel compelled to leave. But we're going to face this, and I don't think our understanding of the problems and our responses are up to the challenge that we confront. You know, and you know, on the Republican side, even people like Senator Rubio, who used to be for comprehensive immigration reform, now are against it because of the pressures within the Republican Party. And so I think we in our own country have to be honest about what we're going to do to continue our immigrant tradition, to continue, you know, our ability to welcome people, and to do it in a sensible way. But Europe is under much greater stress than we are. And how can we help them, and how can we, you know, do more to stop the situations in the countries where people are leaving? And that's a very tough problem because a lot of the governments that they are fleeing from are either collapsed, are corrupt, are in conflict, are, in Assad's case, bombing their own people. So you're not going to stop this flood of refugees unless conditions improve and calm down in the places that they're leaving from. And that's why I think starting with this international conference that I've been floating around and trying to get people to do would at least demonstrate everybody has a responsibility, even the countries from which people are fleeing, because there's got to be more that can be done to provide people with more safety and opportunity where they are, as well as helping them when they have to leave. So. We have a lot of hands. My goodness, this is great. This is great. And oh, I want to go. Yeah, I haven't been over here yet. I don't know whether we're going to. Well, okay, we've got 3 hands up, and everybody, all of their friends are pointing at the one person that they want to be called on. Why don't? Okay, you all have your hands up. Why don't each of you do your question, then I'll answer all your questions. Okay, so we'll start with the man in the green, then we'll go to the young lady in the blue, and then we'll end with the man in the black. Okay.
Hi, so my name's Daniel Pekanovich, and I want to say thank you for your answer on the refugee crisis. I came to the United States as a refugee under your husband's administration from Bosnia. And so thankfully I had a lot of opportunities in my family as well under your husband's administration and political and economical climate. So I just personally graduated from the University of Iowa in May, and then next year thank you. And next year I'm going to graduate school abroad at Tel Aviv University in Israel to get my master's in security and diplomacy. I'd like to take the Foreign Service Officer exam.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you. So my question is to you, as a person of Jewish faith and someone going to Israel next year, how do you plan to strengthen the American-Israeli relationship and also address concerns of Palestinian terrorism for Americans and Israelis in Israel?
Okay, I better answer that because I might not remember it if I look at the other two, and then I will come back to the other two. Well, I think you've given a very good real-world example because we took a lot of people from Bosnia and Kosovo because of the conflicts after the breakup of Yugoslavia and Milosevic's behavior, and it's a great story because the vast majority of immigrants who come to this country, either as immigrants or as refugees or asylum seekers, are great contributors, and they do really well. And we need to look at the facts instead of the propaganda to see that there are so many more stories like this young man. I think that your question about, my husband just got back from Israel. He was there to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the murder of Yitzhak Rabin. And he spoke to a huge crowd in Rabin Square in Tel Aviv, commemorating the assassination of Rabin and talking about how there still has to be an effort to make sure that Israel is both secure and democratic and Jewish. And that's the real challenge, as I'm sure you know, if you're going over there to study, because you have 20% of the population within Israel are Arabs. If they are deprived of their rights and their citizenship, either because of fear or other motives, then Israel ceases to be democratic, which is a core value that the founders of Israel were committed to. Yet if Israel lets in a lot more people and increases not only its Arab population, but you may have read there are a lot of African, going back to the refugee issue, a lot of African refugees getting into Israel, then they risk ceasing to be Jewish. It's a terrible dilemma. And now, of course, they have an ongoing spate of attacks in Israel and retaliation against Palestinians. And so, as somebody who believes passionately in Israel's security and in the two-state solution, I think we have to continue to try to help, bring about better understanding and conditions between the Israelis and the Palestinians. There is no excuse ever for violence, and violence by anyone, whether it is a Palestinian stabbing somebody on a bus or an Israeli retaliating. Violence cannot be in any way tolerated, and there has to be a very strong response by the government to try to end the violence, but in doing so, to recognize that the Palestinians have legitimate concerns and grievances, and they need to also be given the opportunity to feel that they have dignity and that they have a chance to make the most out of their own lives. And, this was, when I was Secretary of State, of course, I lived through my husband's efforts and the assassination of Rabin, whom we got to know very well, and then the Camp David discussions where Ehud Barak was the prime minister dealing with Yasser Arafat. And honestly, Ehud Barak offered Yasser Arafat a state, offered him a state. And Yasser Arafat could not find it in himself to accept. He was too scared. He was too worried about, how he would be viewed. There could have been a Palestinian state of like 15 years already if the Barak proposal had been accepted. Ehud Olmert, then the prime minister, made a very good offer to then President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. Again, walked away from it. So when I became Secretary of State, we tried again. And I had 3 face-to-face meetings, just me, Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Abbas, and our special envoy, George Mitchell, who did such an amazing job in the peace process in Ireland under my husband. And George and I had worked together in Ireland, and I asked the president to appoint him to be the envoy for the Middle East. We had 3 face-to-face talks. And that's the last time they ever met. You know, they haven't been brought back together since. And Secretary Kerry was indefatigable. He did everything he could think of to try to bring them back together. And there are those who say, well, then just walk away. Forget about it. You know, look, I mean, and we always will, stand up for Israel's security, make sure they have everything they need to defend themselves, speak out and try to get better treatment for the Palestinians, but give up on the 2-state solution. I think that's a terrible mistake. I think it would be a terrible mistake because it leaves a vacuum that will be filled by more radicalism, extremism, jihadism, and a lot of Palestinians in the West Bank have kept the peace, and they are still hoping that they can have better conditions. So I wish you well in your studies. It's a complicated and very difficult situation, and we need more bright young people to help us try to resolve it. So this young woman right there in the T-shirt.
All right, my name's Megan Adam, and we're from Southeast Iowa. I'm part of Kyoto Hopes for Hillary.
I'm coming to Kyoto. I am coming.
All right, that's so awesome. Well, a big problem in our school is that since we're from such a rural community, that the population of our school is decreasing very rapidly, and it's becoming a problem for our school to stay open with government policies and lack of government funding, and it's becoming an issue. And if our school closes in our community, the community will fall apart. That's the binding of our community, that and farming, and that's about it. And if the school closes, it will really hurt our community. And what are your plans to help other rural schools in our situation?
Can you tell me, how big is your school?
We have about 80 kids in our entire high school, and our junior high, high school, and elementary are all in one connected building.
I think I've met most of them by now. Because they have, I mean, anybody who can organize such a really well-planned effort to get me to visit, I think you deserve it. I am going to come, and I will figure out how I can get there with you. And on the serious note, this is a big issue. And look, I think that most, as you know, most of the resources for education still come from the state and local community. And it's important that the federal government supplement what the state and local communities put into education. And I certainly believe that. I think that should be the main role that the federal government plays. And that there should be recognition of situations like yours that are in communities where it may not make sense for you to commute a long way to go to another school, as well as all the other personal reasons that you mentioned about wanting to keep the school as the core. So I am going to really think hard about this, and when I come to your high school, we will sit down and we'll talk about it, because just off the top of my head, I don't know, because there has been, as you are aware, a lot of consolidation of small school districts. You know, when I lived in Arkansas for all those years, there were so many school districts, and a lot of them were really small, and they couldn't afford a lot of the courses that kids were interested in taking. But now we have much more technology. So maybe it's possible to provide the curriculum more long distance, so that you won't have as many costs that would prevent you from staying open. So that's the kind of, I'm going to think about that, so that when I come, we can actually talk about it, and I'll give you my best thoughts, because I know how important it is for communities to have that sense of belonging and connection that a school provides. So I'm going to come. I promise. I will come. Okay? Yeah, and then there was one other young man right there. I promised him, so.
Hi, my name's Quentin Hill. I'm a student here at the University of Iowa. First off, I want to thank you as a national board member of Campus Democrats for Secure Israel on those comments you just gave on Israel, and I appreciate your steadfast support for the safety and security of Israel. Kind of in the foreign policy spectrum, I was just wondering what you would like to do when you become president in terms of making sure that Iran complies with the recent nuclear agreement, especially with their playing around in Syria and Yemen, and they still continue to be one of the lead sponsors of terrorism in the world. So I'd like to know what you would do to make sure they comply.
Well, that's a really good question, too. Let me give you a little background, and also I will refer you to a speech that I gave at the Brookings Institute about 2 months ago, which lays out a lot of my thinking in much more detail than I can provide this afternoon. But I want to start by saying that when President Obama became president and asked me to be Secretary of State, here was the state of play with Iran. Iran mastered the nuclear fuel cycle when George W. Bush was president. Iran built covert facilities and stocked them with centrifuges when George W. Bush was president. And they were on their way to a nuclear weapon. And what we had done, and I supported this as a senator, we had passed American sanctions on Iran. And I voted for every sanction that we were presented with to try to somehow send a message, influence their behavior. But the fact is that if we couldn't get the rest of the world to join us, it didn't have much impact on Iran's behavior. So the president and I believed that we had to put together an international coalition that would agree to what I had called...
All right, everybody, we're going to pause this Hillary Clinton event to take you to a live Kentucky event where voting has just closed about 45 minutes ago. So let's take you to this live video right now.
I read the book. David won. I want to thank people for their prayers. It was a tough race. I actually had, and it was reported again, I actually had 2 accidents. I totaled one van and I got rear-ended about a month ago. Walked away from both of them. I want to thank my family, my mom, my daughter, my oldest daughter, my youngest daughter wasn't able to make it, my wife, my colleagues. And I want to thank you all again. You know, if it wasn't for you all are the smooth stones. You all are the people that have helped get this victory. No one person can campaign throughout the state without having great people praying for you, working for you, and help you. The mighty man. Yeah. But now, we will celebrate a little bit. And we will sleep a little bit. But then we have to get to work. You know, I think we had this victory, first, because of all the prayers, but secondly, because we stuck to the issues. Thank you. I want to thank my opponent, Adam Edlin. I know there's lots of things went on during the race, but we worked hard and we fought hard, and I appreciate his efforts. I do. And I will be praying for him and his family as well. But just like we said in the race, we've got a lot of stuff we've got to work on. The biggest thing, and not to make a pun again, but yes, the biggest elephant in the room is the pensions. And that's something we're going to definitely have to work on. I'm going to push just as I promised, push for full performance audits to make sure that we can diagnose those pensions, make sure that we can do everything we can to fix those pensions, and make sure that we get them back on track. And I'm looking forward to working with our next governor and everyone else. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 1 minute. Okay. I know I don't have time to tell the Clarence joke, but I did say Clarence, 11'7". Ask me afterwards, for those of you who haven't heard the Clarence joke. But Clarence was a big giant. But just like the joke, the dad didn't know the real facts. And the real facts was, with hard work, money wasn't as important as people. People count. So in conclusion, I think we're going to have to wrap it up, but in conclusion, thank you all. Thank you. God bless you for the hard work, and let's get to busy. Get busy getting things taken care of. Thank you. God bless.
Hi all, Kinsey here with Fox 10 News Now. I'm going to go ahead and give you my top 5 stories for the day. I'm thinking about it. Maybe I'll share them. Maybe I won't. Except I'm required to, so come on. I guess I'll just go ahead and get it over with. Let's see here. All right, failing Obamacare co-ops. Mike has this thing blasting in my ear. Jeez, Mike must be deaf. Failing Obamacare co-ops. The Arizona Connection congressional lawmakers are raising alarm over the rapid collapse of several so-called Obamacare co-ops, government-backed alternative health care plans that are failing, leaving tens of thousands of customers scrambling for coverage and billions in taxpayer-funded startup loans at risk. To date, nearly half of the 25 co-ops established under the Affordable Care Act have gone or are expected to go under by the end of the year. The latest to be barred from selling insurance on the official marketplace is in Arizona. In a letter to the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Senators Orrin Hatch, he's a Republican from Utah, and Lamar Alexander, he's also a Republican from Tennessee, pressed the Obama administration for answers on what is being done to address the crisis and recoup some of the billions in federal taxpayer loans that have gone to the failing startups. The senators said nearly 870,000 people nationwide had enrolled in the co-ops and noted they originally were intended to boost competition and provide more affordable options. The co-ops are not living up to these expectations, they wrote. To date, 11 ACA co-ops in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, New York, Nevada, Tennessee, Oregon, South Carolina, and Utah have collapsed. As a result, hundreds of thousands of Americans will lose their health care plans and will have to scramble to find new plans, most likely with higher premiums and deductibles. The co-ops, or consumer-operated oriented plans, were created within Obamacare as a compromise for liberals unable to secure the creation of a government-run insurance program. Under the plan, taxpayers provided $2.4 billion in loans to set up the nonprofit co-ops as alternatives to major insurance. The loans were used to startup money and reserve funds to meet solvency standards set by the state regulators, but the alternative insurers have struggled to get off the ground. As Inspector General audit released over the summer found that in 2014, only one, Maine's, of the 23 made money that year, and it found half of them lagged far behind their enrollment projections. Over the last several months, many of those co-ops have failed. In Arizona, the State Department of Insurance last week filed an order against Meritus Health Partners and Meritus Mutual Health Partners as CMS removed it from the insurance marketplace. The co-op's ability to write and renew policies was in turn suspended, meaning roughly 59,000 Arizonas covered by Meritus now have to find new coverage during open enrollment, which started as of Sunday. Oh, hello. You use the same earpiece? No, we don't use the same earpiece. We use different earpieces, but his volumes, these actually detach. Somebody's asking if I use Mike's earpiece. These detach. But the volume settings are whatever the last person had, so his settings are so loud. So loud. All right. This is interesting. Asina O'Neill is an 18-year-old Australian girl who had 500,000 Instagram followers and close to 3,000 subscribers on her YouTube page. She is deemed a Instagram celebrity. Who knew? She's giving up the internet. She's giving up social media, saying that it's all a facade. The internet is not real. Social media is not real. Talking about how she would take over 500 pictures to, determine which was perfect to post on Instagram, and she basically wants the young girls that admire her to know that social media is not real, that these people, including herself, are characters, and that it is a business to them, and that brands are pursuing people like her and trying to put products in her hand, and that you shouldn't compare yourself to some of these girls that have unrealistic expectations of even themselves, to the point that they'll take 100 pictures before they post one. They're using filters, they're using all of these different things to be a character that is not sincere. And that's allure.com. Asina O'Neill, it's her name if you are curious about that. She is quitting social media. It's no longer going to be her business. The Taco Bell executive that beat up that Uber driver in California, he lost his job. Kind of a big deal. He was 32 years old. His name was Benjamin Golden. He led Taco Bell's mobile commerce and, oh wow, innovation initiatives. Given the behavior of the individual, it is clear he can no longer work for us, Taco Bell said in a statement. We have also offered and encouraged him to seek professional help. Yikes. And then what to do during an earthquake. Did you see this video? Why don't I play it for you? Oh, you're welcome. Sure. I got it for you. Let's do that now.
Big, strong earthquake near the valley. Well, Phoenix firefighters, they say they're ready. They demonstrated some of the techniques that they use to rescue people after earthquakes in other places. And they say if an earthquake happens here, the first thing you should do is find cover.
Make sure that you get under
strong furniture, staircases, anything that will cover you, anything that will protect you from falling objects. If you are outside, again, make sure that you're not by buildings, electrical poles, light poles, anything that may fall on you.
Yeah, probably advice you should keep in mind if you travel to California a lot or other areas that do get, stronger earthquakes. Firefighters say if you're stuck in a structure after a quake and you can't get through to a 911 operator, you want to try to call out to somebody nearby so they at least know where you're at. And a lot of you are talking about quakes on our Facebook page, also sharing a meme we posted about a saguaro that fell over onto a home. So to check that out and join the discussion, go to our Facebook page.
All right, and last but not least, kind of an interesting story and definitely an interesting marketing strategy if their objective was PR, because we're giving it to them. A bar out of Salt Lake City called Sky SLC has converted one of their bathrooms into a jail cell to promote not drinking and driving, to promote driving or getting an Uber or a Lyft. So when you go in and you wash your hands, you literally pop your head up and you're wearing the striped suit. They've got bars. They've got writings on the wall. It's just totally, this bathroom's totally been converted into a jail cell so that you will stray from getting in your car after having a few drinks. What's written on the wall in paint is, ever wonder what a DUI looks like? Drive sober or get pulled over. So it's really creative. I think that that's an interesting way to express your message, get a very important message across, but also you're getting national PR from it. So I thought that that was really impressive, and I think that more people should do it, especially in Old Town Scottsdale, if you ask me. And now I'm going to go to Donald Trump in NYC talking about crippled America. Maybe.
Thank you, Louise. I appreciate it very much. It's a great honor. I want to thank Simon & Schuster, one of the most magnificent publishers. For years and years, I've heard about Simon & Schuster as being a fabulous, I was going to say the Rolls-Royce, I was going to say the Harvard or the Yale, but they really are a great one, and I want to thank you very much. You've given us such tremendous support, and we did this quickly, and we think that we did it very effectively. It's been an incredible experience. We wrote a book, and the title, Crippled America, is very tough, but unfortunately, we have to do what we have to do. And I think one of the reasons we've been doing so well in the campaign is because we tell it like it is. We tell the truth. And America is crippled. We owe 17 and now 18, and now it's actually very soon going to be $19 trillion in debt. We have a military that doesn't have proper instruction from leadership. We don't know what we're doing. We're losing all over the world with trade deals. Every country, no matter what country you talk about, you can just pick a name out of a hat. They're beating us in trade. And we can't go on like this any longer. It's impossible to go on like this any longer. I always mention, as an example, Sergeant Bergdahl, a traitor. We get Sergeant Bergdahl, they get 5 of the people they wanted, and they wanted badly. And that's not the way it's going to work anymore. So we write about it in the book. We tell lots of different stories of lots of different things, and I think it's going to be very instructional. Very important to me was instructional. When I did The Art of the Deal, I think one of the reasons it was so successful is that it was largely instructional. And even today when I speak, so many people hold up the book, The Art of the Deal, and the other books we've done. So this is one that probably not since The Art of the Deal, I have to tell this to Louise and Simon & Schuster, have I worked so hard on a book. And it was in a confined period of time. We wanted to get it out really, really quickly so that it pertained to what's going on right now. It's a moment of time, and we got it done. And David did a fantastic job. Where is David? Is he here? David? David did a fantastic job. And all of my people did a great job. They helped me so much because we are doing a couple of other things right now. So this was not easy getting this in. But we see by the lines go down to Park Avenue. They've been forming since last night. And I'm going to be signing books starting at 12 o'clock. We're doing a couple of interviews, and then we're signing books starting at 12 o'clock, and that'll be very exciting for me. But we have fans that have bought the book, and they just bought it. And some have been online now for 12 and 14 hours. I don't know how they're doing this, but they do it. They find a way. So I'm looking forward to getting to the signings. Does anybody have any questions, please? Oh, that's all? Just about 30 questions? Yes, go ahead, Katie. Well, I think it's a different book. You know, we just had polls come out today from Iowa, where I'm leading. You saw the new poll from Iowa. You saw the new poll in New Hampshire, where I'm leading big. A poll just came out in Florida, where I'm leading big. Georgia, Texas, I mean, all over the place. And I think, you know, look, we're doing well. And if you add Ben and myself, we're beating everybody by a lot. That seems to be the big story, that we're beating. They call it the establishment. It's called really the failed establishment because the establishment has let us down. But I don't know. I really don't know how his book is doing. Well, I think my book is very hard-hitting. His is a different kind of a book, and he's a different kind of a person. My book is very hard-hitting. It says it like it is. And based on what Simon & Schuster just told me, it's selling like hotcakes. So we'll see. We're very different people. We have very different qualities, and we are extremely different. And I'm different from all of the other candidates. Look, nobody can negotiate trade deals like me. We are going to take the $400 billion a year that we're losing with China. That's going to be turned around. The $75 billion a year that we're short on with Japan. The $50 billion a year that we lose to Mexico. And that's right, there will be a wall built. It will go up, it will be built, and people will come into the country legally. So, I mean, I'm much different than, you look at Marco Rubio, very, very weak on illegal immigration. You look at Ben, he's very weak on immigration, and he wants to get rid of Medicare. I mean, Ben wants to get rid of Medicare. You can't get rid of Medicare. It'd be a horrible thing to get rid of. It actually works. You get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. It works. So when a man is weak on immigration and wants to get rid of Medicare, I don't know how he stays there. Go ahead, Tom. No, I think that really Marco is overrated. And frankly, had Bush been a better messenger, he has the better message. I mean, if that was me delivering that message, it would have been a much different story because he has a better... Marco doesn't show up to the United States Senate. He's representing the people of Florida, which, by the way, that poll just came out today, and I'm way up in Florida over everybody. But Marco is a sitting senator, and he doesn't show up for the people of Florida. And I don't think he should be doing that. Now, Bush gave a very weak message. I agree with that. It was poorly delivered. But the facts are on Bush's side. And ultimately, I think Marco is going to be hurt very badly. And if you look at Mr. Singer, you have to see where Mr. Singer is coming from. And when you see where he's coming from, I think people are going to say, whoa, we didn't know that. But look at Marco's stance on illegal immigration. It's really trouble for him. I don't see how he can win. Okay, yes, Mark. Marco Rubio's personal finances are discredited? Oh, no, his personal finance, all you have to do is look at his credit card. I mean, he is a disaster with his credit cards. And I'll tell you what, I love Florida. I'm in Florida all the time. And for years, I've been hearing that his credit cards are a disaster. I would think when you take a look at it, you're going to find that. But his credit card debt and his problems with credit card and what he did when he was running the party apparatus with credit cards, I've heard about it for years. You'll have to find out. Well, he has a very bad record of finances. If you look at what happened with his houses, with his, you know, he certainly lives above his means. There's no question about that. Well, we're going to look. I'll tell you what, on the debates, it's very interesting because I don't really care that much. I want a room, I want a podium, and let's get going, because I don't really care that much. But a lot of the people that are candidates, who I respect many of them, not all of them, but I respect many of them, they felt it was very unfair because Hillary Clinton was given all softballs. I mean, she wasn't asked one tough question. They didn't talk about her foundation. They didn't talk about any of the problems. They didn't talk about the emails. When the email problem came up, Bernie Sanders lost his whole campaign. I mean, what he did was so stupid from his standpoint. In order to get a 1-minute soundbite of some applause, he gave up the emails. That was the end of his campaign. First of all, people aren't going to his rallies anymore. He's finished. So unless something happens to her with respect to the emails, she'll easily be the candidate. But I will say this, she only got softballs. That's all she got. And if you look at the way we were treated, it wasn't the same way. With that being said, I don't really care. Yes? Your name is? Well, I think the Republicans actually are doing a pretty good job overall. They coalesced at that last debate because, I mean, it really started with me. The guy asked me a question. I think Harwood is probably finished as a credible reporter. He's a disaster. But, and it was such a horribly put question and so obvious. And the Republicans coalesced around each other. It was actually pretty beautiful when you think about it. And all we want to do is be treated fairly. But with me, I don't care that much. Just give me a podium. What I would say is this. The networks have made a fortune because of me, not because of anybody else. You know, they were saying that the last cycle, they had 2 million and 1 million people, and the networks didn't even want to broadcast it because nobody watched, okay? Nobody wanted to watch. Now they had 25 million people, 24 million people, 23 million people, and 16 million people. I mean, give me a break. So somebody said, how did they get there? And actually, Variety and Hollywood Reporter, who do report this stuff pretty well, much better than the political press, they said solely for one reason, it was Trump. I'll take the credit. But I'll tell you what I also want. I think that wounded warriors and our veterans should be given some of the enormous profits being made on these debates. Enormous profits, by the way, beyond anything they ever envisioned. CNN was going to get $2,000 for a 30-second ad. They ended up getting $250,000. So they went from $2,000 to $250,000 for a 30-second ad. The networks and the cable are making a fortune, and I think they should give some of the profits to the wounded warriors and the veterans. That's what I want. I'm giving them away. I'm giving the profits of my book, I'm giving them away to a lot of different, including the vets. Okay? Who are you with? Okay, good. It's a new form of reporting. Do you believe it? They used to come up with cameras. He comes up with a cell phone. Go ahead. Let's go. Speak fast. Go ahead. I have been amazing with respect to the hiring of women. This building was built as the head person, who was fantastic, by a woman. And that was at a time when you didn't see that in the construction trades. I mean, it was totally unique. I have many, many executives upstairs and in different buildings that I have that are women. Many, a proportion that's close to 50%, might even be over 50% if I analyze it. And they get paid a lot of money, in many cases more than men doing the same job. So women have always appreciated that about me. I've been, in terms of employment, really a standout, and I've been honored for doing so well with women. Yes. Yes, go ahead. French television. Are you going to be voting? I don't think so. So let's go. We don't have to worry about the French right now. Go ahead. What Jeb Bush was saying at the last debate, I don't know, but he didn't say it well. What is your question? Go ahead, behind you. You're with Telemundo. Ah, welcome. Welcome to Trump Tower. I like Telemundo, by the way. I like it better than Univision. I'm suing Univision for $500 million. So. Go ahead. Because the country is doing so poorly. It's a very accurate title. Because the country is doing so poorly. Go ahead. That's good. They're going to have some demonstrations. Oh, good, because it'll get even higher ratings if they do that. I think it's fine. Look, I think they should demonstrate. Ratings will go even higher than they are going to be. It's going to be one of the highest rated shows ever. And they're very excited about it. And I have a great relationship, as you know, from Telemundo with the Hispanics. You've treated me actually very fairly. Won the poll recently in Nevada, won other polls. And in Nevada, I think I got 37% and leading everybody. So I've had a great relationship with the Hispanics. I have working for me thousands right now, thousands of Hispanics. I've had tens of thousands of people over the years working for me. I'm a job machine. I'm a job machine. And one of the things that does come out in every single poll and every single survey is that nobody, for the economy, nobody's even close. I'm 2, 3, and you see that, 2, 3, 4, 5 times greater than anybody else. And you almost say, like, it's about the jobs, it's about the economy, then how's anybody going to beat Trump, in all fairness? But I've had a great relationship with the workers. I've had a great relationship with jobs, and I've had an amazing relationship with the Hispanics. And I predict that I'm going to win the Hispanic vote. I think I'm going to win the Hispanic vote. I predict, I think I'm going to get the nomination, and I will win the White House. I think beating Hillary Clinton is going to be easy because her record is so bad. Okay. Go ahead. That's the question I like. How am I preparing for my SNL? Well, I'm meeting with Lorne Michaels in a little while, later on, after we're going to sign. I guess got thousands of people online, but we're going to sign, and then later on this evening, I'm meeting with Lorne Michaels and the whole staff, and we'll start the preparation. We'll pick our skits. Am I nervous? Not too nervous. Not too nervous. But we'll do a good job, and we're going to have a fantastic show. We're going to all have a lot of fun. My Jeb impression? No, I don't want to do that. I don't like showing a person sleeping at a podium. Tom is asking, can Jeb make a comeback? I think it's going to be very hard. It's very hard. Not about money. I just think, I came up with the energy, and I just think we need tremendous energy because we need a person that has tremendous personal energy to get us back on track. You can't do that when you don't have that. I think Marco is highly overrated. Highly overrated. He doesn't have it. And all you have to do is look at his stance on things. Jeb, he lacks the quality that you need. We're talking about everybody in the world is ripping us off. You need a very strong person with tremendous energy. Thank you very much, folks. I'll take the job. But it's so important. And by the way, Ben Carson does not have that energy. We need somebody with tremendous energy to straighten out the military, to straighten out ISIS, to straighten out our horrible trade deals, to terminate Obamacare and come up with something far better for far less money. You need somebody with tremendous personal energy as president. We have a president right now that doesn't have energy. I mean, you think Obama has energy? He has no energy. And he's been a horrible president. We need somebody with great personal energy as a leader so that we can make great deals with other countries and do well in every other respect. And certainly Jeb does not have that energy, in my opinion. You where? From The Guardian. They treat me very nicely in Scotland. Go ahead. Good, thank you. Well, we just went over that, honestly. We just went over that. And it's, it's only going to make it hotter. Okay, another question. Go ahead. Say it again. Yeah. You're going to see what we're going to do. You're going to see. But the whole thing with anchor babies, I turned out to be right. A person has a baby lives in Mexico or lives in Asia or lives in many different places, has a baby, walks across the border, has the baby here. Now, we're responsible for that person for the next 85 years. I don't think so. And by the way, I was right. They were wrong. The 14th Amendment does not give them clearance on that. And if you wanted to do that in Mexico, or if you wanted to do that in almost any other country, where you have a baby in that country and that country has that person for 85 years, including all of the costs of that person, they would laugh you right out of the country. You would be laughed out of the country so fast. So that turned out I was 100% right. We'll have to worry about that. We're going to take care of it. And it's going to be done in a very humane way. But we're going to bring back our country. And we're going to have a wall. And Mexico's going to pay for the wall. And you know why they're going to pay? And I have great relationships with Mexico and phenomenal relationships with the Mexican people. Phenomenal. And they buy apartments from me. They work for me by the thousands. By the thousands. Phenomenal relationships. But let me just tell you, we lose so much money with Mexico in terms of trade imbalance, $45 billion last year. Plus, we give Mexico billions and billions of dollars. They will pay for the wall, and it'll be very interesting. And you know what? People are going to come into this country, but they're going to come in legally, Sarah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Italian Daily News. Can you talk louder? Nobody can hear. I know a lot of European, he's just saying he's from Italy, a lot of the European countries are going to build walls to stop the immigration. Well, walls work. All you have to do is ask Israel. Walls work if it's properly constructed. Not the walls that these characters, these politicians that we have running our country, who are a disgrace. All talk, no action politicians. They build a wall this big. They drive cars right through it. Walls work. All you have to do is go and see Israel. They will tell you that walls work. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. We need pomp and circumstance. Good question, actually. Our country has no spirit. Our country has no gravitas. Our country doesn't feel good about itself. And the primary reason is we have no victories. I mean, where have we had a victory? Where have we had a victory in trade? Where have we had a victory in, as an example, this horrible deal that was signed with Iran, where we're given $150 billion and we lose everything. We lose everything. It's a laughing stock of it. Worst deal, worst contract I've ever seen drawn. We have no victories. And I do write about it. We need some pomp and circumstance. We need spirit. We need a cheerleader. I thought 7 years ago, when Obama got elected, the one thing I thought that he would be a great cheerleader for the country, he's not. He's been a great divider for the country. He has been one of the great dividers of all time. I'm not saying dressed. It has nothing to do with dress. It has to do with the fact that what he says is very divisive. He has been a great divider for this country, and that should not have happened. Okay. Yes. No, Howie, I'll go any way they want. I don't care too much about the debates. Look, I'm the one that gets all the nasty questions anyway. Nobody else gets the really nasty questions. In a certain way, maybe they're defending me, although I will tell you they're not doing it for that reason. I think it's irrelevant. I like the debates. I've had the debates. I've done well in the debates. As you know, every single poll said I won all 3 debates. Now, I don't know if I did or not, but I certainly didn't do badly. But every single poll said, even CNBC's poll said I won the debate. So I like the debates. I think they're good for me. But we have to be treated a little bit fairly. As an example, Hillary Clinton, no tough questions. I mean, why didn't they ask about Bill? Why didn't they ask about all of the different things? No tough questions. Now, that was staged by the Democrats. And frankly, they did a very smart thing in the way they staged it. Well, we're going to stage something properly also. But as far as I'm concerned, I really don't care that much. I just want to debate. I think debating is a good thing. It's healthy, gets everything into the open. But you don't want people like Harwood that read a question, that he carefully wrote. He thought he was such. His career, in my opinion, his career is probably ruined or certainly threatened. You could ask about anything you want. I mean, you have to ask about anything you want. Hillary had only softballs all night long. It was like this. Here, Hillary, hit this one over the park. So, yeah, go ahead. Are you from Russia? All right. I think our relationship with Russia will be very good. Vladimir Putin was on 60 Minutes with me 3 weeks ago, right? Putin. And they have one of the highest ratings they've had in a long time. So I'm going to give him total credit. But we will have a very good relationship, I think, with Russia. Now, maybe we won't. But I believe we will have a very good relationship with Russia. I believe that I will have a very good relationship with Putin. Go ahead. Sounds okay to me. Yeah, go ahead. Well, I think there are a lot of economic issues. We didn't talk about trade. We didn't talk about devaluations, right? We didn't talk about corporate inversions, which, by the way, none of the other candidates, they don't even know what it means. But we didn't talk about corporate inversions, where companies are leaving our country, massive companies, because they can't get their money back and because they get lower taxes elsewhere. So they're leaving and they're taking their jobs with them. The corporate inversion syndrome is a very important thing to be talking about. These are all things that weren't talked about at the debate. Instead, they talked about fantasy football. I mean, it was a big question, fantasy football. I'm saying, what about corporate inversions? $2.5 trillion at least, I think it's probably twice that number, is in other countries wanting to come back, and because our system is so corrupt and terrible, they can't get the money back to invest in this country. So they don't talk about corporate inversions at the debates. They talk about fantasy football. I mean, those are a few. Yeah? Go ahead, Sarah. Say it. You don't talk. You have to talk loud enough. Right. I was against the war in Iraq, yes, very early on. I'll give it to you. Yeah, I have it upstairs. I don't know. I'll give it to you upstairs. Well, you know, you have to understand, I was a developer. A lot of people didn't care about my view in 2003, 2004, but there was a Reuters article taken from a magazine about my stance in 2004, I believe, in July of 2004, and it talked about my stance on how I felt about Iraq. And I said very strongly exactly what happened. I said, you will destabilize the Middle East, and when you destabilize the Middle East, Iran will take over Iraq. That's exactly what's happening. And they'll take over the oil reserves, which are among the largest in the world. And in addition, other bad things will happen. The other bad things are ISIS. I said that in 2004, and that was an article that was taken from a magazine, which was previous to that. I felt that for a long time. It's a great question. That's your best question that you've ever asked me, Sarah. Sarah, finally, you're asking me this great question. Sarah from CNN, terrific person. Do I think that it's time for some of the other Republicans in the race that are registering 0? In a couple of cases, they have 0 with an arrow pointing left, which I assume is a mistake because that's less than 0. I assume that's not happening. Do I think it's time to have some of the other Republican candidates drop out? Yes. There are too many people. Well, I don't want to get personal, but you can look at the poll numbers. Look, if a person's been campaigning for 4 or 5 months and they're at 0 or 1 or 2%, they should get out. Like, you know, look at me. I go to Florida and look at the numbers that just came out in Florida. 37%. Georgia. I mean, those are real numbers. These numbers that these people have, and I often ask myself, I asked Mark yesterday, what are they doing? Do they do this for their brand? Because I happen to think it's very bad for their brand. I think Walker did a good thing. I think the way Walker, he saw it wasn't happening, wasn't going to happen, and he just got out quickly. You know, he was favored, don't forget. You know, Now, that was before Trump was going to happen, right? But he was favored for a period of time. He was favored. Walker, Governor Walker. They thought he was going to win. What happened is he got out. I think the way he got out was great. I think he did a really smart thing for himself. And frankly, other people should get out because I would like to personally have more time to talk about the problems of the United States and, more importantly, how to solve the problems, because we can solve the problems. So it's a great question. People should get out. Yes. Ivanka. Oh, they just said one of the biggest applause lines. It's true. I get is when I talk about my daughter, Ivanka. She was just at Fortune magazine for something like Woman of the Year, which is great. I'm very proud. She doesn't know. Ivanka, just say hello, okay? But Ivanka is going to be very involved, and Melania is going to be very involved very soon. They're going to be coming out very soon. Oh, Ivanka's going to Iowa. When are you going to Iowa? Very soon. Okay? Yes, Mark. It's a good question. I would say I don't see threats. I mean, whatever it is I have to do. Mark is saying, what are the top threats, let's say, to your candidacy? Who knows? I mean, you're in a crazy world of politics. People change their minds. I'm going to make America great again. Nobody else is going to be able to do that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it, in my opinion, better than ever before. And I think that's awfully tough to compete with. And one of the reasons that in my book, I actually put financials in there. I show some of the developments, and I have many, many more, because you can only, Simon & Schuster, you actually kept me to 8 or 9 pages, right? And there are 4 or 5 on a page, but I show some of the great developments that I've done that are so successful and so incredible and so financially good. I show my financial statement from 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Now it's even better, but we didn't have that certified yet. So I do that not in a braggadocious way. I do that because that's the kind of thinking our country needs right now. We are run by people that are incompetent. We are run by people who, in so many words, I hate to use the word stupid, but you have to use that word unless they have bad intentions, which I don't believe they do. But we are run by incompetent people. We have incompetent leadership. There are so many things, like I mentioned corporate inversion. The Democrats want the money to come back. Who doesn't? The Republicans want the money to come back. For 3 years, the Democrats have said, we want the money to come back. For 3 years, the Democrats and the Republicans agree, 100%. You have a vast majority, maybe everybody. For 3 years, guess what? They haven't done anything, right? They can't even get along when they agree. So here's the thing where we can take trillions of dollars, bring it back into this country, rebuild big parts of our country with it. Companies can spend that money in our country. We have everybody agrees it should be done for years, and they can't do it. That's a part of the problem. Well, you're going to look. You're going to look. A lot of controversy with Mr. Singer. There are those people that probably wouldn't have wanted him to back. But we'll see. I'll talk to you. Go ahead. Oh, well, they'll agree. No, they'll agree. They just didn't want to go through the unfair questions because they weren't questions, they were statements. You see, they were asking Katie, they were giving statements in a sarcastic, disgusting way. And by the way, I think Becky is terrific, and I think Carl is terrific. But I think John Harwood is not very good at what he does. But I think Becky Quick is a terrific person. I think Carl is a terrific person. But I will tell you, John Harwood was a disgrace to CNBC. Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Well, it's really an interesting question, actually. The question is, should the Fed raise rates? They are not raising them because Obama has asked them not to raise them. In my opinion, he wants to get out of office because we are in a bubble. And when those rates are raised, a lot of bad things are going to happen or potentially going to happen. And in my opinion, Janet Yellen is highly political, and she's not raising rates for a very specific reason because Obama told her not to, because he wants to be out playing golf in a year from now, and he wants to be doing other things, and he doesn't want to see a big bubble burst during his administration. Janet Yellen
should have raised the rates. She's not doing it because the Obama administration and the president doesn't want her to. And if she does it, you see what happens every time there's even a thought of raising them just a little bit. And one of the problems that we have is our currency right now is not competitive with other currencies. Because if you look at the devaluations of China, of Japan, of many, many different countries, they're making it impossible for our companies to compete with them because we don't have leaders that know how to say to China, don't do that, don't do that. Because if you do that, we're going to put a big fat tax on you. Don't do that. And you know what? If you said that, they wouldn't do it, if you had the right message. All right. How about one more question? Howie, do you have another question? I love Howie Kurtz. He always treats me so nice. Who? Yes. Yes. I'm focused on one very big election, one very important election. There's some pretty good elections. I'm not watching any of them in particular. I'll be watching them on Tuesday night. But I'll be out there. We'll be out voting. But the election that I'm watching is the election for the presidency of the United States. That is going to be, in my opinion, this will be truly one of the most important elections we've ever had in this country. We're so far behind, and we cannot go another 4 years with incompetent leadership. Good question. Fine. Okay. What else? One more question. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. That's a good question. Okay. So Simon & Schuster came up to me. They wanted to do a book. They wanted it to do on success and how do you do this and how do you build it. And that's what the book is largely about, but we talk so much about the country. And I said, I'll do it, but we have to talk about the country. What happened is they sent this incredible photographer up to do a book cover, to do a picture. And he did some great, almost as good as you. He did, my friend over here, did some great photos. I'm smiling, I'm happy, I looked good, everything was fine. And then he took one where I wasn't like really thinking about a photo. And it turned out to be a nasty picture. And then the book was written and the title was given. And the only really terrible picture I had was that one. It's a terrible, horrible, nasty picture. But when you're talking about crippled America and you're talking about all of the problems we have, I can't have a big smiley face up there. So that's how we picked it. So we picked the worst photo taken of me. I would have loved to have had a beautiful smiling picture, but somehow that doesn't go with the title of the book or, frankly, the contents of the book. And actually, Simon & Schuster agreed with me. Okay? Yeah. Let me have it. Say it again. What? Are the other Republicans afraid to debate? Well, some of them should be. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Simon & Schuster, thank you. Louise, thank you. Yeah, come on up. Stand up. Yeah, stand over here. Don't shoot low. Shoot high.
Right, that looks like it's the end of our Donald Trump book release. That was a stream that we had earlier today. And in the meantime, before I go into my top 5 again, I do want to give you some of our latest stories. I brought you this story a couple of times yesterday in my top 5 about that football player that was suspended from a game, suspended from the playoff game for praising God at the end of a touchdown. Well, we have an update to that story thanks to our 5 p.m. broadcast. Take a look at John Hook and Carrie Lake.
Good evening, everyone. A Dysart High School football player who's been in the national spotlight the last couple of days scores a big victory off the field today.
The star running back was ejected from a game last week and suspended from a playoff game after he says he pointed to the sky to praise God after a touchdown.
Well, today, the Arizona Interscholastic Association overturned the penalty and says this was never about his faith. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia joins us now with details on this. This really upset a lot of people.
Yeah, this became a huge deal nationwide, and it's definitely a huge deal for the Dysart High School football team and for number 15, Pedro Banda. Dysart is going to the playoffs for the first time in 2 decades, and Banda is the star running back. He will not be suspended for Saturday's game. He thought he got a penalty for his show of praise to God, but AIA officials say the penalty call was prompted because of unsportsmanlike conduct and not because of his religious display. This was the play that led to Pedro Banda getting ejected from the football game last week. Banda says when he pointed up, he was praising God, but the referee called it excessive celebration, in part because of the unsportsmanlike behavior displayed earlier in the game.
By rule, that was his second unsportsmanlike penalty in the game. By rule, he's ejected. And it was a very highly emotionally played game. There was a lot of talking and trash back and forth.
Banda's first penalty was for taunting after his first touchdown.
I was walking away and passed one of the players, and that's when he said something to me. I just looked at him.
So when he did this after his second touchdown,
that was perceived by the officials to be a taunt, only because they had told him and warned him earlier before the play to stop the taunting.
Dysart High appealed the second penalty, so AIA officials looked into it.
It was tough on the committee because we looked through all of his game film for the whole season and his scoring, and he never once did that during the entire time. And so we struggled with that. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to the rule, this was not a prolonged display. He just went and did that and moved on. We didn't see that as a taunt to the point of an ejection.
So the suspension has been overruled, and Banda will play with his team in the school's first playoff game since before any of the players were even born. Banda declined any more interviews, releasing this statement, quote, "I am appreciative of the AIA hearing my appeal and overturning the earlier decision. My focus is on joining my team for our first playoff appearance in 21 years. And the Dysart football coach, J.R. Alcantara, released this statement saying, quote, "We appreciate that the right decision was reached, and now we can focus on playing football," unquote. Dysart takes on Snowflake this Saturday. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Steve. Have you voted? Yes, it is Election Day. Polls open until 7 tonight. Arizona voters deciding on a number of multi-million-dollar bond measures across the state. 27 school districts have override or bond elections tonight. In Glendale, Councilman Gary Sherwood is facing a recall vote. Sherwood has been a vocal supporter of the Tohono O'odham Indian Nation Casino in Glendale, but was against it during his 2012 campaign. Pima County, southern Arizona, voters there will also say what they want to do about the largest bond package ever introduced. It's a nearly $816 million package that would benefit some 99 projects. Stay on top of all the returns when the polls close. We will have a link at fox10phoenix.com. North Country is getting ready for a blast of winter. Look at this. The first big snowfall of the season happening tonight. Here's a look at one of Snowbowl's cameras where it's pretty white already. They're getting it. Lower elevations will be sharing in the snow tonight and into tomorrow. That rain is expected to change over to snow for a big part of northern Arizona.
So Jessica Flores packed up her boots, got her warm coat out of the mothballs, grabbed the gloves and the hat and headed up north. And she's live in Flagstaff where the snow is falling and people are really excited about winter arriving.
John Kerry, well, it certainly is beginning to feel a lot like winter. We're not even in winter yet, but it is raining right now. That should turn to snow overnight. But take a look. The really big concern right now is those wet roads, because if you're driving up the I-17 just south of Flagstaff, it's pretty dangerous right now. You have some very icy, nasty conditions on the roads. We just came from there, and I can tell you, you could barely see the car right in front of you braking. So be very careful out there. National Weather Service did put out an advisory for drivers in the area, telling people to watch the roads. There were a couple of accidents in some of the area where they did have some hail, and we're already seeing people rushing into stores to prepare for that snowfall. But again, right now we are just seeing a lot of wet roads. It's very, very cold out here, and I can tell you, coming from Phoenix, that I'm not prepared even with my jacket, and actually 2 jackets on right now, 2 coats on right now. So it is very cold, very wintry out here. No snow yet, but we will keep watching this area. We're going to be here through the night, bringing you the very latest, and as soon as there's any snow on the ground, we'll let you guys know. Reporting live in Flagstaff, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
All right, yeah, that is breaking news. When it snows in Flag, especially the first big snow, it's breaking news.
And Jess needs to stand out in it and take the assault.
It's always hard, though, when you're coming up from Phoenix, you know, and going to Flagstaff and it's cold. We're not ready for it. So when will the snow begin in, I guess, right in town, and how much will fall?
Dave's up with the check of the radar. Dave, we are kind of getting it right now.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of action around the state right now. There's a lot going on as far as the west is concerned. You see that nice cold front moving through. That cold front and that low pressure system moved through California a little bit earlier. 58-mile-per-hour gust of wind at Bakersfield and 12 inches of snow at Mammoth Lake. So we are getting some very good action as far as the west is concerned. Snow levels by tomorrow dropping down to 5,500 feet, 1 to 3 inches at 6,000, 3 to 6 at 65, and 6 plus at 8,500. So we don't leave it at that. Take a look at the wind gusts right now. 21 at Show Low, 32 at St. John's, 25 at Winslow, 37 down in Tucson right now. So very, very windy. And with that in mind, we go to the wind advisories. That's until 6 o'clock this evening, mostly out of the Phoenix area up into the northeastern portion of the state, 25 to 35 and gusting to 45 miles an hour. Also, with all of this, radar, and we'll have that for you coming up.
Thanks, Dave. If you want to keep track of the winter weather when Dave is on break or trying to get some REM sleep, you can download our free weather app. You can find a link at fox10phoenix.com.
All right, and I'm gonna jump to my, wrong lower third. I'm gonna jump to my top 5 stories of the day that I'm gonna give you. I'm sure you've heard me say them a couple of times by now. And I keep accidentally stumbling upon Mikey's notes. I should probably toss those. He's gone. The failing Obamacare co-ops, there's an Arizona connection. And it's pretty interesting. This is a pretty big number. Over the last several months, many of the co-ops have failed. In Arizona, the State Department of Insurance last week filed an order against Meritus Health Partner and Meritus Mutual Health Partners as CMS removed it from the insurance marketplace. The co-op's ability to write and renew policies was in turn suspended, meaning roughly 59,000 Arizonas covered by Meritus now have to find new coverage during open enrollment, which started on Sunday. So this is going to be a big story. This I think will become a much bigger story. A very beautiful young 18-year-old girl from Australia named Asina O'Neill. She has 500,000 Instagram followers, 300,000 YouTube subscribers, and she says that social media is not real life, that it is manipulative, and it's being really kind of manipulated by brands nowadays, and she doesn't want to influence young girls anymore. She doesn't want them to have these unrealistic expectations and compare themselves to her anymore. So she says she's quitting social media and that it has been a business to her, but she's going to quit. If you're interested, she uploaded a really great YouTube video talking about how this is to her 12-year-old self. So again, Asina O'Neill, if you're looking for more information on that. The Taco Bell exec Benjamin Golden, who led Taco Bell's mobile commerce and innovation and initiatives, according to an online bio, lost his position at the company after a video posted by the Uber driver went viral. So he's fired. I feel like we saw that coming. How to deal with an earthquake. I've shown that a couple of times today. Maybe I'll show it one more time. You get to look at Troy Hayden, right? So that's cool.
The quakes, but what happens in the very unlikely chance that we get a big, strong earthquake near the valley? Well, Phoenix firefighters, they say they're ready. They demonstrated some of the techniques that they use to rescue people after earthquakes in other places, and they say if an earthquake happens here, the first thing you should do is find cover.
Make sure that you get under strong furniture, staircases, anything that will cover you, anything that will protect you from falling objects. If you are outside, again, make sure that you're not by buildings, electrical poles, light poles, anything that may fall on you.
Yeah, probably advice you should keep in mind if you travel to California a lot or other areas that do get, stronger earthquakes. Firefighters say if you're stuck in a structure after a quake and you can't get through to a 911 operator, you want to try to call out to somebody nearby so they at least know where you're at. And a lot of you are talking about quakes on our Facebook page, also sharing a meme we posted about a saguaro that fell over onto a home. So to check that out and join the discussion, go to our Facebook page.
And last but not least, the Utah bar that turned their bathroom into a faux jail cell to remind everybody not to drink and drive. This is out of Salt Lake City, Utah, Sky SLC. A very interesting concept. They, on the mirrors of the bathroom, they put a orange and white striped jumpsuit so that when you wash your hands and you pop up, you actually see yourself in the jumpsuit. Additionally, they have bars on the doors, and it's actually pretty animated, pretty amazing. And then on the wall, they've painted, ever wonder what a DUI looks like, drive sober or get pulled over. So they went all the way. They went all the way, to say the least. Jacob Torres is the bar's manager that did that. And I'm seeing Troy Hayden shoot something over me, so perhaps I'm gonna let him go, and I'll show you Steve Kraft's latest blog about Marco Rubio.
It's Marco's moment. Apparently, the conservative punditocracy. Is this Marco's moment? Apparently, the conservative punditocracy and Republican elites have decided that Marco Rubio is the man. They think he did a great job at all three debates. They think he is a palatable alternative to both Ben Carson and Donald Trump. And they're very impressed just with his general demeanor, the cut of his jib. He's inching up in the polls, and he's waiting for other candidates to fold so that he can go from, right now, a solid third place to a real challenger for the top spot. But what we really don't know at this point is if he's going to turn on all those people who so far haven't been that interested in a Rubio candidacy. If you like Donald Trump, if you like Ben Carson, could you be persuaded to vote for Marco Rubio? Or if he gets a nomination, would you simply sit the election out? I want to hear from you. It's easy to do. Get in touch with me on Twitter at SCraftFox10 or on Facebook at SteveCraftFox10. It's real easy to do.
Opening statements today in the first-degree murder trial of Barry Hassel. Prosecutors say Hassel was part of a gruesome murder in Paradise Valley. Philanthropists Lawrence and Glenna Shapiro killed in their home during a burglary and then their home set on fire. Steve Kraft joins us live with the story tonight. Steve.
Michael Crane faces first-degree murder charges in the killings, but prosecutors say Barry Hassel was driving with Crane on January 30th, 2012, looking for homes to burglarize. So he is part of the crime and should be found guilty of murder. Now, in court today, Barry Hassel was indicted. Of course, in the case back in 2013, he paid a $25,000 bond and was released on the condition that he'd wear an electronic ankle monitor and follow a curfew. But police say he cut off his ankle monitor and fled. He was caught by a DPS officer who tried to make a traffic stop. Then Hassel sped away, bailed, and hid in some bushes. Prosecutors say he drove the car the night Michael Crane allegedly murdered Lawrence and Glenna Shapiro. Hassel's attorney says he was in no way an accomplice and had no idea this terrible crime would be committed.
They are each other's accomplices, and I'll talk to you about how the law defines that in Arizona. They are co-conspirators, and their plan was to commit or attempt to commit burglaries together during those early morning hours.
The trial should last 4 weeks. 5 other people have also been indicted in connection with this case, but they face lesser charges, including theft. Crane also faces murder charges in the killing of Phoenix cigar salesman Bruce Gaudette just 4 days before the Shapiros were murdered. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
New at 5, a Valley man honored for saving 2 people from their burning home. This was a really big fire. It happened last May. He was just passing by when he saw the smoke, and he had no idea that there were people trapped inside. Fox 10's Linda Williams live in Scottsdale with the story. He's being honored. This is a well-deserved honor, Linda.
Absolutely is, Carrie. We are in north central Phoenix near 14th Street and Missouri. This is the house that went up in flames back on May 19th. You can see it is still boarded up. The good news is there were no fatalities here, thanks in part to Tim Brislin and 2 other men. It was 5 a.m. Brislin was on his usual morning jog around the neighborhood when he saw a column of smoke coming up from this house. He ran to help. He called 911, and he and 2 others ended up rescuing 2 people who were trapped inside. Now, those people were unconscious when Breslin and the 2 others found them. Those people were in critical condition, but once again, the important thing is they did survive. Flash forward to today. We are at a real estate investment company in North Scottsdale where Brislin works. This is where the Phoenix Fire Department awarded Brislin for his bravery. He received the Citizens Life-Saving Award because he did run up to the door of that burning house, and he tried to kick it in at first, and then 2 other neighbors joined him with a pry bar.
For them to pry that door off the hinges, put it away, and drag the people out. They were able to actually carry the lady out, and then Tim by himself dragged the gentleman out to the front yard.
I came upon the house and saw what was going on. It just, when I heard people were inside, just seemed like the thing, it was just important to do, to get in there and help them any way I could. Thankfully, they were right behind the door, and it didn't require going all the way in the house, because it was very, in a very bad situation.
What do you think about what your dad did, and what did you think when he told you this story?
It was cool, and he was brave to do it.
Brave, and it was very cool. His kids, his wife, very proud of him. He says it was surreal at the time. He says it was just his instinct to go in and do what he could to help. You think, well, is he a cop? Is he a firefighter? Is he in the, the military? And no, he's a real estate investment broker up in North Scottsdale. So what a great story, and congratulations to him. Well done. I'm Linda Williams in North Phoenix, Fox 10 News.
Well, today a final goodbye for a mother and her 3 babies. Danica Baxter and her 3 young kids were laid to rest as family, friends, and the community said goodbye and celebrated their lives.
Much to break. My heart is torn to pieces. It's my offering.
At the funeral for a mother and 3 small children, there were tears, hugs, and sadness. But at today's service, there was also cheering, praise, and thanks.
We just truly thank God even for you being out here today. Amen. You just coming out here. Amen. You coming out from your jobs and your different various places. These are my cousins. Amen. And I want to tell you all, we truly appreciate the prayers. We truly appreciate you coming out. We truly appreciate all the calls. We truly, and we got to talk about it. We truly appreciate the donations. Help somebody.
Danica Baxter and her 3 children were killed when the children's father drove their SUV loaded with his family into the Tempe Town Lake. Police say he did it intentionally. While it was hard to say goodbye for most, others were able to share happy memories of the family.
3 little angels only here for a while.
When we think of them in the future, we will always smile. Danica and the babies left us all behind for a journey to heaven which is so divine.
We thank you that you allowed them to pass through our lives. Now would you keep us and help us to realize that you know best. And where they are in a better place.
God is the author and finisher of everyone's faith.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
And there ain't nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do about it is live the right life on this side of the dirt.
After today's services, the family will be laid to rest at Greenwood Memory Lawn Cemetery in Phoenix. Big scare for a Gilbert family. Sky Fox overhead as a 1.5-year-old falls out of an upstairs window. That is a pretty frightening thought, isn't it? Courtney Griffin explains how it all happened.
We're here in Gilbert where a 1-year-old boy fell from that 2nd-story window right there and landed on the gravel. You can see that's where the screen is. We're told he was playing with his older brother earlier today when he pushed through the screen. That's when his older brother went and woke up his parents who were asleep. We're told the boy was taken to the hospital just for precautionary measures. He sustained some minor injuries. We're told he has a couple of bruises but is expected to be okay. But really this just serves as a reminder to all parents as the temperatures drop and you open your windows just to take the necessary precautions to make sure that your home is safe, especially if you have children inside. And again, that boy just sustained some minor injuries, just a couple of bruises. Reporting in Gilbert, Courtney Griffin, Fox 10 News.
5, the Attorney General shuts down a telemarketing operation. It was targeting seniors. Some of these people suffering from Alzheimer's disease. They were aggressively marketing to them, asking them to purchase household products for a huge markup. They claimed the money was going to charity. Andrew Hasbin's been looking into it. He joins us live with the story tonight. Andrew?
And John, according to the AG's office, some of the telemarketers claimed to be veterans, some claimed to be handicapped, and that the money was going to help them and others in need. Now, the owner of the company is facing big fines, and many of those sales calls were recorded.
This is a payment. You're making a payment.
For something I never used, I know.
Yeah, I'm just verifying your information. That's all I'm doing.
Oh, yes, and be sure you take my name.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Because I will never do this again.
Okay, ma'am.
Those phone calls came from this now empty Phoenix office in West Phoenix. According to the Attorney General's office, the telemarketers were relentless and occasionally tried to be charming.
Is there a middle initial in your name on a card?
Yes. It's B as in boy.
Okay. No, I was going to say B as in beautiful. And you have a blessed evening. We're going to keep you in our prayers.
And you'll never call me again?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
The AG's office has accused Robert Foster and his companies Happy Hands, Standing Tree, and Action Point of badgering consumers, mostly senior citizens, even some with Alzheimer's, calling as many as 10 times a day, in some cases claiming to be veterans and selling items bought from Costco and Walmart at a markup of 1,800%. Garbage bags, Ziploc bags, even a fruitcake for nearly $90 each. The victims are all over the country. We spoke to the daughter of one in Minnesota.
And now I understand why my mom was so apprehensive about answering the phone. You know, these people could be pretty nasty when you owe them money, but they should have never contacted her. She was on the do not call list from 2003.
As part of a settlement with the AG's office, the operations had to shut down. None of the proceeds went to charity.
I told them straight out, I've told these companies, I don't know how you sleep at night. Just outrageous amounts of money for just everyday simple things that you would pick up anywhere.
The defendants now have to pay $30 grand in restitution to consumers who have already filed a complaint. They also have to pay $120,000 in fines. Any potential victims are being asked to file complaints by March 1st. I'm Andrew Hasbin, Fox 10 News.
Police investigating a shooting in Glendale tonight that apparently started with a man chasing a woman with a hammer. He ended up shot. Mark Martinez joins us live in Glendale tonight with what we're learning about this incident. This was weird, Mark.
Yeah, John, a pretty unusual story that developed here in this neighborhood near 65th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. And you can see that Glendale police are still here on scene. They have this street taped off. This is where this all went down. It was around 12:30 this afternoon. Somebody called 911. They said that they saw a woman being chased down the street, being assaulted by a guy, and that the guy had a hammer. Now, that is when somebody shot that man. That is the part that is still unclear, who actually shot him. They have bullet casings in the street. Police have collected those, and now they're trying to track down who was this person who fired the shot that hit this guy. Now, the guy who was hit, the one with the hammer, he was taken to the hospital. He was shot at least once. We're told he's going to be okay. As far as the woman, she had some minor injuries. She's been interviewed by police. But at this point, police say they have a real mystery on their hands tonight.
We do have a few witnesses. At this time, the investigation is ongoing, and we're still trying to put all the details together.
And you could see this house here on the street where this all happened. There were some roofers up there at the time that this shooting took place and the attack with the hammer. Those guys that were up there at that time have been questioned by police, trying to get a better description of this person who fired the shot. And the suspect, again, the man who had the hammer, he's being treated over at the hospital. So the real question tonight, was this maybe a good Samaritan who was trying to stop this attack, or somebody who may have known this man? Those are the questions that Glendale police are trying to track down. They say they could be out here in this neighborhood for several more hours tonight. Reporting live in Glendale, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
All right.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Hi, everybody. Boy, isn't that a pretty shot right there from the tower cam? You see the clouds moving in and a little bit of clear sky kind of hanging out there. 73 degrees. We have winds out of the west at 24 miles an hour, gusting to 29. 40 degrees on the dew point, 30% on the humidity right now. Temperatures, well, they're down a little bit. Deer Valley 70, 72 in Mesa, 74 right now in Ahwatukee. As we get you a look at what's going on as far as our weather is concerned with the moisture moving in from the west, you can see that there is a cold front bearing down on us at this particular time, and that low pressure system is winding that moisture out of the south up into the northern portion of the state. And well, we see a little bit of that stuff making its way through Phoenix as well. You've got a little bit to the west. We've got a little bit off to the east over here. You can see Globe getting a little shot, Superior getting a little bit. Here, Tonopah is getting a little bit of that moisture. You can see a few little strands of it hanging around behind. But up north is where it is all starting to gather at this particular time. You see the Flagstaff area there. A lot of rain right now. You see a little bit of snow just north of them. But as we take a little better look here, there you see Sedona, there's Flagstaff, there's that little bitty snow. That's up near the Snow Bowl where we're seeing that. And then we get up north, there's Page getting a little bit of this stuff. And another shot of snow over here north of the Grand Canyon, in the northern portion of the Grand Canyon. There's the Snow Bowl. You can see a little bit of active weather right in there with some snow, and then some snow off to the northeast as well. But all in all, a lot of moisture around the state, most of it at this point in time up north. 83 for the high today, 79 in Mesa, 80 in Scottsdale, had 75 in Glendale, 96 is the record, 81 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. Looking around, we see some nice numbers, 61 in Sedona, 72 at Globe, a little chilly up in Flagstaff at 48, 52 at the Grand Canyon, and 73 at Gila Bend. This is the normal line. We start out below it, we get right up on it, and then we just do a couple of degrees, about 3 degrees above it is all we're seeing. This is your day, 83 on the high, 63 on the low, 81 and 58 normal high and low, 96 record high for the day, 36 your record low for the day. Hey, there is snow out there in Montana and in Nevada, all of that in the west, and of course we're in the west, so here we go with those cooler temperatures and moisture. And then we have 59 degrees with a chance of rain tonight, chance of rain for tomorrow, 70 degrees, and then Thursday it starts to dry out. You can see it warming up by Friday, and then it warms up into the weekend. What a beautiful weekend, 78 both Saturday and Sunday, and we just continue in that mode for a couple of days. Watch your kids around water. Okay.
Predictably, people took to social media immediately following the earthquake, some trying to figure out what had just happened, others reporting their experiences.
And one thing that we noticed a lot of people commenting on over and over was that their pets seemed to be acting a little bit strange right before the earthquakes happened, as if they had a sixth sense and knew something was about to happen. Christy Siefkin joins us now with more on what's behind the strange behavior. I must say mine didn't do anything except lay there.
Yeah,
my two dogs.
That's a reaction too. I have a small dog that I wasn't home with last night because we were here in the studio, but he slept through 2 earthquakes when I was living in San Francisco Bay Area. So not all of them react, but there is that urban legend out there that dogs can sense earthquakes before they happen, but that's really not the case. If your pet went a little bit bonkers last night, it's because that he or she sensed the earthquake already happening. I spoke to an animal expert, Dr. Grace Stafford, about this keen sense that animals have, both those 4-legged friends in your home and also animals in the wild.
9-year-old Venti was sound asleep last night when his owner awoke to a loud noise.
We thought maybe the air conditioning unit had popped on, and then it stayed on very loudly.
Venti slept straight through the vibrations, but his housemate, a German Shepherd, reacted entirely differently.
She went to find my wife, who was still awake at the time, so the Shepherd definitely heard the earthquake and was upset by it.
Dr. Grace Stafford is the director of conservation at Wildlife World Zoo. He's not surprised that his Shepherd, a famously alert breed, would sense a quake before humans do. In fact, Dr. Gray says any animal with a keen sense of hearing, like dolphins or bats, can sense vibrations before humans can.
You know, elephants can hear an infrasonic range, and they actually can hear sound waves that are generated from miles at a distance.
Animals at zoos are often desensitized to loud noises like trucks or airplanes. But in the wild, Dr. Stafford says an earthquake could cause some species to scare and stampede.
Any kind of rapid change would be a signal to get out, to run, to flee, until you don't hear that sound or feel that sensation any longer.
But don't expect Venti to flee anytime soon. The only vibration he's on alert for, the shaking of that next bowl of kibble.
Dr. Gray said that thankfully last night's tremors didn't cause any stampedes or any other unusual reactions from animals at Wildlife World Zoo. I also made some calls around to pet resorts and shelters, and the same story there, probably some reactions, but thankfully no significant damage. Reporting live, Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
First on Fox tonight, it is simply outrageous what this Buckeye grandfather is accused of doing. Deputies say Paul Rader abandoned his 5-year-old granddaughter in the middle of the Arizona desert all alone, and she had a loaded handgun in her hands. And hours later, Grandpa was found several miles away, sitting at a bar.
Yeah, Carrie, this had disaster written all over it. That little girl, we should tell you, is back home with her mom, safe and sound. Just to let you know kind of how this all went down, this is south of I-10, east of 85. So let me spread this out. White Fence Farms right there. And we'll show you, this is where the grandfather lived. The little girl is eventually found right here. Now, somehow, the grandfather wanders some 5 miles, not far from Buckeye, to a bar right there. Now, according to court paperwork, he sat at that bar for some time, but never once called or asked for help. Very curious.
And while the little girl was in the desert all alone, her grandpa, Paul Rader, spent nearly an hour at this Buckeye restaurant bar where he ordered 2 sodas, 3 alcoholic drinks, and a hamburger, according to paperwork. He told employees that he had been walking through the desert, but never once mentioned that his granddaughter was out there all alone with that loaded weapon. Rader even made 2 phone calls to his wife, but again, never said anything to her about the little girl.
It wasn't until deputies arrived and questioned him that he finally admitted to leaving his granddaughter all by herself in the middle of the desert with a loaded gun. Thankfully, an off-duty firefighter was in the area, found the little girl, and brought her to safety. Fox 10's Ty Brennan spoke to that firefighter. He's live in Buckeye tonight with more. Ty, this was an odyssey.
Yeah, this story still has a lot of unanswered questions tonight, but one thing is for certain. Those who helped rescue this little 5-year-old last night, very thankful that she is home tonight, safe and sound.
24 years, I've seen some wild and crazy stuff, and this one probably takes the cake.
Michael Todd extremely grateful tonight for a happy ending in a situation that could have ended tragically. Todd, an off-duty firefighter, just so happened to be four-wheeling in the area when he came across a mother and grandmother extremely distraught.
I could see that the lady in the car was certainly upset, and so I questioned a little bit more what were we really looking for, and they said it was a grandfather and a 5-year-old girl.
He and the girl's grandmother immediately took back off into the desert to look for the little girl. According to court documents from MCSO, Paul Rader took his 5-year-old granddaughter four-wheeling in his new truck. At some point, that truck got stuck and the two took off on foot. But MCSO says when the 5-year-old began complaining about walking, Rader left the little girl alone in the desert with a loaded gun, and he took off.
Grandmother yelled out for this little girl's name. We're standing up on top of a hill, and she screamed out the little girl's name, and it echoed and echoed and echoed. And then literally what seemed like an eternity, we heard a faint voice call back, "Nana."
Todd says the terrain was extremely treacherous. The little girl was still holding the .45 caliber gun that her grandfather had given her.
Never thought you were going to find a 5-year-old girl in the desert. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. But with a loaded gun, hammer was back, bullet in the chamber, a full magazine.
Todd just glad he could help reunite this family.
It was just a matter of time till something much more tragic happened. You know, we don't know what he was thinking. I mean, that's the first thing. What was he thinking?
Now, as for that 5-year-old grandfather, Paul Rader, he was booked into jail on 3 felony counts, 2 child abuse accounts, and 1 count of endangerment. Now, we did go to the neighborhood today. We spoke to some folks who didn't want to go on camera, but they said that Rader is a great guy, a good father, and a good person. This is completely uncharacteristic of him. Reporting live in Buckeye tonight, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
New at 9, some incredible technology just activated in the valley to help protect drivers from red light runners.
The system is called HALO, and it aims to prevent crashes at intersection, and it's the first of its kind in the state. Mark Martinez joining us to explain how it works. This could save some lives.
Yeah, that is the goal of this new system that was turned on today. It was turned on in Paradise Valley. This is the only place in Arizona where you'll find this technology. It's been activated right here at the intersection of Lincoln and Tatum. This is one of the busiest intersections in Paradise Valley. It's a spot where they have seen crashes from red light runners in the past, including one where someone died. That HALO system uses radar to find out if somebody's going to run a red light based on their speed, and then it keeps the lights red for the entire intersection to keep innocent drivers from being hit. The intersection of Tatum and Lincoln is the busiest in Paradise Valley, and starting today, there's new technology in place here to try and prevent collisions caused by red light runners. PV Police Lieutenant Michael Horn explains how the HALO system from Redflex works.
And it'll monitor the vehicle speeds, and if it determines that a vehicle is not going to stop prior to a light turning red, when it gets into that all red phase, it'll hold that all red phase for an extended period of time to make sure that no cross traffic enters that intersection.
So the system will keep the red lights on for the entire intersection until the red light runner goes through.
That way the vehicle that is going to below the red light will be able to enter and pass through the intersection without striking any vehicles.
It's really to save lives. It's about saving lives. That's what's really important.
Maria Wojcik is a member of the Red Means Stop Coalition, a group whose goal is to reduce T-bone crashes like this one last night, caused by a driver who ran a red light in Scottsdale. She's hopeful the new technology will be expanded to other busy intersections.
Someone's going through their light and someone's running a red and it's too late, but and often there's this T-bone collision that occurs, and it's one of the worst collisions we have out there.
And the system also uses photo radar that is already in place there to take pictures of the driver that's running the red light and the license plate. That way they can send them a ticket in the mail, or worse, if that citation involves anyone getting hurt. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Okay, and it's time for our top 5 stories of the day. Well, my top 5 things that are interesting to me. Failing Obamacare affects AZ. 59,000 Arizonans are covered by Meritus and have to find new coverage during open enrollment, which starts Sunday, because 26 of the co-ops established under the Affordable Care Act have gone or are expected to go under by the end of this year. An Instagram celebrity has admitted that life being an Instagram and YouTube celebrity is miserable. She's tired of having to fake it. Social media is not real. So she's, even though she's got 500,000 Instagram followers and 300,000 YouTube subscribers, she's gonna quit. She says it's nothing but a business, and now actual brands are infiltrating through people like her, and it's not genuine, and you shouldn't compare yourself to her. And she wants to be honest with her viewers. It's actually a pretty sweet message. The Taco Bell exec that attacked the Uber driver has been fired. What to do during an earthquake? Well, we're not anticipating that you'll have to deal with one of those anytime soon, although we can't guarantee it. But let me show you that really quick
Damage from
before
the
I
quakes,
go
but
into
what
the
happens
last
in the very
story.
unlikely chance that we get a big, strong earthquake near the valley? Well, Phoenix firefighters, they say they're ready. They demonstrated some of the techniques that they use to rescue people after earthquakes in other places, and they say if an earthquake happens here, the first thing you should do is find cover.
Make sure that you get under strong furniture, staircases, anything that will cover you, anything that will protect you from falling objects. If you are outside, again, make sure that you're not by buildings, electrical poles, light poles, anything that may fall on you.
Yeah, probably advice you should keep in mind if you travel to California a lot or other areas that do get, stronger earthquakes. Firefighters say if you're stuck in a structure after a quake and you can't get through to a 911 operator, you want to try to call out to somebody nearby so they at least know where you're at. And a lot of you are talking about quakes on our Facebook page, also sharing a meme we posted about a saguaro that fell over onto a home. So to check that out and join the discussion, go to our Facebook page.
All right, and last but not least, interesting promotion for, actually, I'm going to show you this other video while I'm going to show you the weather. Would you like to watch the weather? Never mind. It was just being adorable. He's my bud. I thought he had something to ask me, but he just wanted to tell me not to forget my badge. I know. I'm not going to forget my badge. Last but not least, a very interesting marketing initiative. A bar in Salt Lake City called Sky SLC turned their bathrooms into faux jail cells to remind people not to drink and drive. And it's a very cool execution, very savvy PR execution, but hopefully it will save some lives. And for now, I bring you John Hook.
Sunday with Fox 10's John Hook.
For joining us on Newsmaker Sunday, the governor calls the Arizona legislature into special session to deal with this settlement of the lawsuit filed by schools to recover money that the legislature stopped paying during the economic downturn. We're talking about a bunch of money. We're talking about millions. And these are dollars the schools need. The question is, how far are we moving the needle with this settlement that looks like it's a done deal? Joining us this week on Newsmaker Sunday, on my far right, the far left of your screen, is Andrew Morrill, president of the Arizona Education Association. Pearl Chang-Esau is the president and CEO of Expect More Arizona Advocacy Group. And Chuck Essex is the director of Governmental Relations, Arizona Association of School Business Officials. These are some of the best minds concerning this issue. I'll start with you, Chuck, because you've been around the longest. Pardon me, but you have. And it's a good thing. Experience matters. Okay. Is this a good deal? It's 70 cents on the dollar, this settlement. Does this change much?
I think when you look at the timing and where we are, the lawsuit was filed 5 years ago, and schools have, we have kids going halfway through their elementary school programs. Some kids have graduated from high school and not gotten any benefit from the inflation lawsuit the way it should have been funded. So I think it's time to get it settled and get moving forward. It just doesn't solve all the problems with education funding, but at least it settles the inflation funding lawsuit, and now we can move forward to more serious look at how we fund our schools.
Pearl, is it a case of some money is better than no money? Get something out of this.
We feel like the settlement is a step in the right direction. You know, we were not at the table, we were not one of the plaintiffs, but I think from a community perspective, you know, we need to move forward. We have a lot of really big issues we need to tackle in education. We look at this settlement not as the end-all be-all solution, but it's an important step in the right direction. It gets us going that way. We still need to keep the long-term view in mind. But the settlement is a settlement. It's a settlement to the inflation lawsuit. It's not meant to be an answer to all the other issues that we have going on.
Andrew, you represent teachers, of course, and what's the feeling of teachers and the folks on the front lines?
You know, honestly, John, sometimes doing the right thing doesn't necessarily feel all that great.
The clarity comes the closer you move to students in the classroom. This is where we see the crushing need for funding that has been lost over a long period of time. This is where we see teachers leaving in droves. We don't have a shortage of teachers in Arizona. We have a shortage of people willing to teach under the current conditions.
I just spoke to a teacher about that Friday morning, or Thursday morning, actually.
And you probably have that conversation again and again and again. We pin so many hopes on public education, and rightfully so. But Chuck and Pearl are correct. This was the settlement of one funding mechanism in a very complex picture of education funding. It's good to have this settled. It is certainly good to put money in the direction it's going to go. But this can't be the last conversation we have on public education funding in Arizona.
We've got to figure a long-term mechanism to do this.
Absolutely.
Chuck, explain to people out there, because voters approved this. The legislature in the downturn, looking at the budget, they said, well, what can we cut? And they went after education, even though they knew they were going to be sued over this. They did it anyway. I think the public is looking at this and saying, how is it the legislature just arbitrarily said, we're not going to fund it, when it was statutorily demanded? How did that happen?
If you have one of them here, they would say they just didn't have the money because the economic downturn was so severe. And what's interesting,
I've heard that, right.
In this settlement, we've kind of addressed that. One of the things that they had to have in order to settle this was some relief if we went through another real severe economic downturn.
Right.
So we have that. But what schools wanted, when that was over, we wanted the funding to go back to where it would have been had they done it correctly each year. And we got that. So most settlements are you give and take, and we gave them some relief in the bad economic time, and they gave us the security that when we go out of those bad times, we'll put the schools back to fully funded inflation level rather than just partial.
When is the last, we talked about this, I think it goes back to the 80s when schools in Arizona were appropriately, whatever that means, funded.
During the 90s, we lost tremendous ground to inflation. When Governor Symington, and not just to criticize him, there were other people, when bad economic times hit, they cut schools and said, we can't afford to give you an inflation
schools
increase.
Are 50% of the budget.
Right. And then when schools needed the money and the economic times were better, some people said, well, schools don't need inflation funding during the 90s. It's not needed. So we got screwed every time, good years and bad years. The nice thing about what the voters approved in 1980 was to say we're going to address that issue, and we're going to assure that schools keep pace with inflation. They don't lose ground to inflation, they keep pace with inflation.
The money that's coming in per pupil, how much more is it?
It's about $170 on what's called the base level, the base part of the formula. It'd be a couple $100 more per student.
Andrew, what can you do with a couple $100 more per student?
Well, put in the hands of a local governing board elected out of a community, you can address salaries and compensation. Now, we're not talking about moving Arizona to the average across the states, but we're talking about improvements in the current conditions.
This is for teacher retention.
It can be. It can be for reinstatement of programs that have been lost because schools couldn't afford to deliver them. It could be for improving technology and resources that students use on a daily basis. You could control a little bit of class size and manage that, which parents and educators care a great deal about. That was one of the important terms, John, of the settlement, was let districts decide what the best uses were for this money. This actually isn't new money, and I want to address that.
It's just a recovery of what was already owed.
This is owed money, that's right. So it really should come in with maximum flexibility on the part of districts.
Do you see that this is a real benefit, Pearl, to classrooms on the ground in districts, that this will be helpful? Or will it not make that much of a difference?
Yes, I think it's going to be helpful. I mean, we need to start walking in the right direction. And I think this settlement deal gets us going there. We can't let this be okay, we're done, we plugged the hole, we're going to,
Are you afraid the public's going to read it that way, saying, okay, now we've solved the funding issue, let's move on to whatever it is? Are you worried about that?
I think that concern is out there, and what we need to make sure to do is that this isn't that we don't let this be the end, right? I mean, we're at an important point in time where, and I really respect the parties coming together. I know it was very difficult, and everybody feels like they gave up a little bit, but I think that they did the right thing, and I think we need to follow their lead and support the direction this is going, but then also looking to the future of, and it's not just for us about climbing the rankings on where we rank in per pupil funding. Although clearly we need more resources, and resources are really important. For us, it is about, we want to make sure that our students are improving. You know, that we're making sure that every student is graduating high school ready for that next step. So every bit of money can help us to move in that direction. And I would have to agree with Andrew that the best thing we can do is give it into the hands of strong local leadership and invest in supporting our educators.
And pray they spend it wisely.
So in South Carolina,
Explain to me, Andrew, how it is that we get this national report card this week. Arizona's right around the middle, the average, 4th and 8th grade on math and reading. How are we doing this, ranking 48th in the nation in per pupil funding?
We're doing this because we've got thousands and thousands of absolutely fabulous, committed, professional educators, principals, the people in our schools. What this says to me are the people we need in our schools. We've just lost too many of them. And I know that one legislator at least has described this as a great thing. We're in the middle of the pack in rankings for achievement and at the bottom for funding. If we want to make of our students and our children some sort of bargain basement deal, I guess that's the way you could look at it. I don't think that satisfies parents. And frankly, I don't think it satisfies too many policymakers. You have legislative leadership, a governor, the education advocates, and community members all over the state saying we've got to do better. That's one of the things that made this so necessary, was to take advantage of this moment that might not last forever and say, let's at least take, I like this idea of walking in the right direction. Let's at least take the first few steps, settle this case so that we can move forward.
Let me ask you about what these tests actually mean. You say they mean less about education and more about poverty.
The most respected national experts on what assessments actually show agree. They show more about the economic challenges that a student encounters on a daily basis in the home than they do about the potential learning of that student. No teacher that I know thinks of his or her students as nothing more than a test score. Sadly, that's what we've done with policy. And 15 years ago, we said, if we make standardized test scores the end-all be-all of policy, then that's going to condense everything we understand about good teaching and learning. We have an opportunity, because so many parents are pushing back against this, to move in a better direction. Actually, the state of Arizona is in a couple of places, in a couple of different directions, looking at what that A-letter rating of a school or district really means, and I think that's a positive conversation.
You're kind of weaving into a discussion, I think, now about this assault on Common Core, which we had some movement on that with the board this week. Some say it doesn't mean much. Where are we on this issue of Common Core? Is this national standard that was established, and all it was benchmarks, is that going to go away?
Well, I really hope not, because if you talk to educators in Arizona, they don't need another rug pulled out from under them. They have dedicated themselves for better.
My kids they're age 11. My twin boys.
I've got a daughter who's 11.
Okay, you know how many of these kinds of tests they've gone through in just that amount of time.
And they've gone through too many. And I see this as an education advocate and a former teacher, but also as a current parent.
Right.
But listen, these standards are good. It is good to have high expectations of students.
So what's the hang up?
We don't have the resources to be as serious as we want about the success of every student in our schools. What we did was we went rich and lavish on expectations, appropriately so, but we never put the business plan together to drive the state toward the outcomes. So we can do that, but changing the standards, pulling the rug out from under the standards is not the answer. Let's keep our eye on a high mark, on a high prize that educators, after all, the vast majority support. Then let's get serious about the strategies and the resources and the investments we need.
Let's talk about this for a second, because now we're getting into the funding issue. Is there a better way to fund schools than property taxes?
I think property taxes is one. Most states rely quite heavily on property taxes. They'll use general fund monies coming from sales. I think you need a combination of those.
And in Arizona, our mix is what?
Well, the state general fund is sales tax and income tax are the two biggest things. There used to be a statewide property tax.
Right.
And that's been eliminated.
Exactly.
So that's hurt a lot.
So property taxes are really for overrides to let individual districts go above.
The local share, and the state has a small county tax rate that provides some money for schools. But I think you need a combination of.
What about
a
consumption, some type of consumption tax?
You just have to avoid, if I may jump in,
yes.
You just have to avoid things that are especially recession sensitive. because Arizona will go through its cyclical recessions here and there. You know, the voters seem to give a lot of latitude on sales tax, but sales tax is one of the most recession-sensitive forms of revenue.
We just went through it.
We did, and we saw what happened. It can drop like a stone. The thing about property taxes is a lot of people move into areas because of the quality of schools. So there is a little bit of an organic connection there. But Chuck, who is a recognized expert on this across the state, is of course correct. You want a blend of approaches so that if one revenue source suffers, it's backed up by other means.
May I ask you, while we're on this topic, there are several initiatives I think we're looking at right now dealing with marijuana, recreational legalization of marijuana, where I think the way to appeal to the public, they're saying the money would go to education, the tax money, if we tax it. Who here is in favor of going down that road?
I am sort of, but what you need to be very careful about.
The man with the most experience.
Right? What you need to be very careful about the expectations of people. When Indian gaming came about in the state, when regular gaming came in the state, the thing was we're going to put money into education.
The lottery also.
Yes, that's right.
There's about $40 per student from the Indian gaming going into education. That's appreciated, but that doesn't solve the problems. The same thing with taxing marijuana. The other people may disagree or whatever, but as long as that's one of the sources of money, but it has to be a small source because first it's always going to be a small part of the state economy.
I think above the arguments of just whether you think marijuana should be legalized, if you start attaching money for education to it, I think it passes easily.
It may, but one of the problems, in addition to the morality issues, which I know are a little bit outside of the finance argument.
Right, but I had to ask you guys because you've got your own.
But here's the thing. Arizona is okay at identifying revenue sources. We're much better at getting rid of them. So my question would be, if we bring in a new revenue source, is there going to be an equal measure to cut something else? Because
where you're just spinning your wheels.
Well, sure, because Arizona's trajectory over the last 25 years has been to eliminate revenue.
Pearl, who does it well? Who does it well around the country and has a good blend where it's stable, it's reliable, and it's fair and equitable?
You know, California is doing some really interesting things right now, and you know, I think we have an opportunity in Arizona because the governor has commissioned the Classrooms First Council that's meeting regularly, and they're going to make their recommendations on a revision to the K-12 school funding formula on December 2nd. And one of the things they're looking at, which is actually something that California has done recently, is the idea of an opportunity weight. And the idea there would be to try to acknowledge the factor that Andrew brought up earlier of poverty. Yeah. And understanding that it is more expensive to educate students from low-income backgrounds because they're coming to school with additional needs. So how do we make sure that, in the formula, that we're treating them equitably?
You have to weight it that way.
Right, you have to weight it that way.
So in a wealthy district, they may not get the same amount of funding. They might have to deal with property taxes to make up the difference?
I believe that to truly put our students on an equal playing field where we're giving every child access to what they need to be successful, we are going to need to fund schools that serve low-income students at a higher level.
Go ahead.
Well, that's reflective really of the philosophy of educators. You won't hear educators say these children can't learn. If that was an ethic in this country, I can tell you it's decades old and has been replaced by a commitment to educate every student. But we have to recognize the challenges in access to literacy, materials, technology. The acquisition of language actually ties to how many words are spoken in a household, and we know that that varies greatly across economic levels. So what educators want is to give every student that great start, and the great start that children have as they become adults is often delivered through their public school system. So we need the resources available to do that.
Chuck, go ahead.
Well, Pearl said it really well in steps. And the settling the inflation lawsuit was a small step. It will certainly help. It won't change our rankings, but it will allow districts to restore some of the things they had to cut. If we could come up with a way of adequately funding and providing district resources to deal with at-risk kids, so as Andrew mentioned, early on in their education, they get caught up and can move forward, that would be a big step.
And you might actually save money that way in the long haul.
Well, you would if you could get kids started right.
Let me ask you, in terms of the funding issue, is Arizona, I don't know quite how to put this. Is Arizona starting, is there a recognition beginning that we have got to do this in a better way? And is there the political will, do you believe? You've been around a while. Do you think that there's some recognition that there's got to be a better way to do this?
Well, being around a while is a good thing.
He's got experience. No, I know. Experience is a key word.
But yeah, I'm seeing that in some legislative philosophies, but especially in the business world. What we're seeing is the business community.
Let me read, by the way. I hate to interrupt. This is from the Glenn Hammer, Arizona Chamber of Commerce. He called this proposal that we're talking about today a huge win for public schools. So even the business community, a recognition that we've got to do better.
And I think because what they're realizing is that we're not getting people to come to Arizona, we're not getting businesses to come to Arizona because they start looking at how we fund education, and it's a turn.
We got to take a break, but I have one quick point I need to ask you. Do we know for certain that there is a nexus between spending, money, and outcomes? Do we know that?
Well,
we do.
I think so.
You look long term and you can find it.
Well, when you look at the kind of services that are provided to students.
I think it's how we spend the money too. I mean, I think when there's definitely a correlation between spending money on strategies
doesn't mean necessarily you'll get a better outcome.
And spending less is no guarantee either.
Spending less will almost guarantee.
This is what the lawmakers want to know. In essence, they want to know if we're going to spend it, what are we going to get for it? And that's a reasonable question for a policymaker to ask.
It's a reasonable question for a policymaker to ask. It's a reasonable question for the public to ask. But at the same time, let's add some context. We have been decreasing the general fund revenue in this state by billions since the 90s, when, by the way, our economy was somewhat stronger. And at the same, it's a little tough for educators to understand why at the same time education funding is dropping, there's this sort of indignation about why, when educators identify problems and challenges while we're boosting the expectations of our students. Right. They want to deliver. Educators come into education, certainly not to get wealthy, but they do come in to change. It sounds a little hokey, but educators really do believe they're going to change the world one student at a time. They would like the state to invest in that success.
The teacher I spoke of, that I spoke to Thursday morning, he left the private sector. He's making 60% less than he made in the private sector, but he said he's never been happier, despite all these challenges, because he wants to do this.
We hear that from time to time, but we cannot ask teachers, and it's not just teachers in our public schools, all those folks, are we really going to ask them to choose between just the ability to pay their bills, keep their home, put something away for their own financial security, or have a career in public education? That's a terrible choice to ask.
We'll take a break on that note. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about Common Core. We'll get into that a little bit, even though it gets out of the funding realm. But I've got to ask these guys since I've got them here, and it's a great panel. We're back in a minute on Newsmaker Sunday. Back on Newsmaker Sunday, we're talking education and obviously the situation we're trying to settle this lawsuit this week. Chuck Essigs, we talked about Common Core going into the break. Funding could be restored to help meet those benchmarks set out by Common Core.
I think a number of districts will use a portion of the money that's coming to them to bring some of the training programs back that they had to cut.
Why has this become such a bad term, Common Core? Why has it become so toxic?
I think there's been a lot of misperceptions about the origins of the standards. One of the things that's important to highlight is that a lot of Arizonans were involved in developing the standards. I mean, we have a professor that you've had on the show before, you know, Professor McCallum, who was a part of that.
U of A.
And I think it's really important to us in Arizona that we have authority over what we are doing, and we want to have that local control. And what we need to understand is that our State Board of Education has always had the ability to adopt, review, and change the standards. The vote we just had on Monday just reaffirmed that, but that ability was there before that.
You've both got kids in school. Why are parents so up in arms about Common Core?
Well, I can tell you from the point of view of somebody who used to be a high school English teacher, and now I am a parent of an 11-year-old, and I have a 15-year-old. The difference in how I could help my 15-year-old just a few years ago with his work has changed a great deal in the way that my daughter, who is 4 years younger, is approaching. And the difference
in a good way?
Well, yes.
More difficult for the parent, though.
More difficult for the student. My daughter brings home project-oriented, very high-level lessons and homework. Just last night, she was on that brink of tears. But I have a feeling that when I was an English teacher, I caused a few students some tears also.
Right.
Challenging students is a good idea. What we need to do is answer the other part of the equation. What do we need in our schools? What do we need for our educators that translates to the success for students?
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll leave it there. The first segment went long, but we'll be back to wrap this up and get an idea where we go from here when we return on Newsmaker Sunday. Final thoughts about where we're going with education funding in this state. Pearl Chang, Esau, how do you feel we're progressing now? Better?
Yes, I mean, well, I think we're poised now to move forward, and I think that's what we all want. We got to move forward. You know, one of the most important things we could do for education in our state is to make sure that Arizona is the very best place to attract and keep great teachers. And I mean, our organization has been amongst one of the loudest advocates for higher standards, for the more rigorous standards that we have in place today. We need to stay the course. We're heading in a good direction. We need to keep going with those, but we've absolutely got to make sure that the educators that we have in our classrooms are supported and have what they need to be able to teach those standards well. And if we can match those two things up, you know, I'm really excited about the future and about my kids are, you know, on the younger side, they're about to go into school.
Right.
I see the way that we're teaching kids really moving in the right way. We're preparing kids for jobs that don't even exist today.
Right.
They've got
That's a
to be
great
critical thinkers, problem solvers, and the new standards help us get there.
Chuck, 30 seconds. Do you think this has become a turning point in the discussion about education funding?
I think the turning point was before this, but it allowed this to happen. But the turning point is when you talk to people in the business community now, they see the connection between good public schools, adequately funded public schools, and economic development. And there's a lot of leaders, economic leaders in the state that are really adamant about that connection.
Final word, Andrew, you got about 30. What would you say to parents out there worried as heck about what their kids are getting in the classroom?
Talk to your educators. There is not supposed to be a wall that separates public school districts from the public. Go in, meet with principals, talk with teachers, go to your governing board meetings and listen. They'll be a little mysterious at first, but then they'll begin to make sense as you hear the issues discussed. It's a public enterprise, owned and accountable to the public. Let's make it and let's keep it that way.
Thanks to Pearl, Chuck, Andrew, thank you very much. Good to see you all, and best of luck down there at the legislature.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. We'll see you next week on Newsmaker Sunday.
All right, and let's go straight to our, and this is specifically for my friend Ale, straight to our evening forecast.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Hi, everybody. Boy, isn't that a pretty shot right there from the tower cam? You see the clouds moving in and a little bit of clear sky kind of hanging out there. 73 degrees. We have winds out of the west at 24 miles an hour, gusting to 29. 40 degrees on the dew point, 30% on the humidity right now. Temperatures, well, they're down a little bit. Deer Valley 70, 72 in Mesa, 74 right now in Ahwatukee. As we get you a look at what's going on as far as our weather is concerned with the moisture moving in from the west, you can see that there is a cold front bearing down on us at this particular time, and that low pressure system is winding that moisture out of the south up into the northern portion of the state. And well, we see a little bit of that stuff making its way through Phoenix as well. You've got a little bit to the west. We've got a little bit off to the east over here. You can see Globe getting a little shot, Superior getting a little bit. Here, Tonopah is getting a little bit of that moisture. You can see a few little strands of it hanging around behind. But up north is where it is all starting to gather at this particular time. You see the Flagstaff area there. A lot of rain right now. You see a little bit of snow just north of them. But as we take a little better look here, there you see Sedona, there's Flagstaff, there's that little bitty snow. That's up near the Snow Bowl where we're seeing that. And then we get up north, there's Page getting a little bit of this stuff. Another shot of snow over here north of the Grand Canyon, in the northern portion of the Grand Canyon. There's the Snow Bowl. You can see a little bit of active weather right in there with some snow, and then some snow off to the northeast as well. But all in all, a lot of moisture around the state, most of it at this point in time up north. 83 for the high today, 70 79 in Mesa, 80 in Scottsdale. We had 75 in Glendale. 96 is the record. 81 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. Looking around, we see some nice numbers. 61 in Sedona, 72 at Globe. A little chilly up in Flagstaff at 48, 52 at the Grand Canyon, and 73 at Gila Bend. This is the normal line. We start out below it, we get right up on it, and then we just do a couple of degrees, about 3 degrees above it is all we're seeing. This is your day. 83 on the high, 63 on the low, 81 and 58 normal high and low, 96 record high for the day, 36 your record low for the day. Hey, there is snow out there in Montana and in Nevada, all of that in the west, and of course we're in the west, so here we go with those cooler temperatures and moisture. And then we have 59 degrees with a chance of rain tonight, chance of rain for tomorrow, 70 degrees, and then Thursday it starts to dry out. You can see it warming up by Friday, and then it warms up into the weekend. What a beautiful weekend. 78 both Saturday and Sunday, and we just continue in that mode for a couple of days. Watch your kids around water. Okay.
Let's check in with Jessica. One moment. I see her talking. I see her live.
And ADOT is recommending that people use snow tires or chains. And all today, people were rushing to the store to prepare for what could be the first snowstorm of the season. A wintry storm in the fall, making the roads wet and icy in Flagstaff as residents today scramble to prepare for the season's first snowfall.
I'm scared because I've never even seen snow like in my life, so yeah.
What?
Yeah, like I've seen it like on TV and stuff, but no, I haven't ever like been in the snow.
Are you prepared? Let's take a look at what you're wearing.
Probably not.
I don't know if those boots are going to do.
I just bought snow boots yesterday.
And today, plenty of shoppers dashing to the store for last-minute winter gear.
I just moved here from California. I don't even have good shoes.
Are you stocking up on it?
Yes, I just bought a jacket.
After a long summer and record-high October temperatures, these Arizonans say they're ready for the cool down. It's an exciting time for you guys in northern Arizona, right?
Yeah, it's great. We get we get all 4 seasons. I'm originally from Tucson, so it's great to have all 4 seasons, and it's one of the things I love about Flagstaff.
Ready or not, in Flagstaff, it's beginning to feel a lot like winter. And guys, in the last 30 seconds or so, it started coming down a little bit harder with the rain here, but we are expected to see snow in the next couple hours overnight, and we're spending the night up here, so we are going to be looking out for the white stuff, and we will let you know in the morning what we see. So join us in the morning for a report on the first snow, what's expected to be the first snowstorm of the season here in Flagstaff. Reporting live, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
By tomorrow morning, it should be very, very pretty there. Thanks, Jess. Check out the time-lapse video from Arizona Snow Bowl, a little higher. And they got snow, as you can see. It shows how the weather conditions change throughout the day, starting early this morning until tonight, just before sunset. Let's go to Dave Muncy now for a look at what the high country could expect over the next 24 hours or so.
Well, there is a lot of wind with this storm as well. You may have seen that in some of that Snow Bowl footage that we had there. The system is pushing through the state at this time. It is a cold front. You can see the low pressure system. And look at how that moisture is winding around that low and just kind of jumping up into the state. Now, this is what is behind that storm, 58-mile-an-hour wind gust in Bakersfield. We also had 12 inches of snow up at Mammoth Lake. So there's a lot of action out there. And with that snow level dropping to 5,500 feet by tomorrow, we will be looking at 1 to 3 inches at the 6,000 foot level, 3 to 6 inches at the 6,500 foot level, and 6 inches plus at the 8,500 foot level. So there's a lot of moisture out there. As you can see, this has increased quite a bit since we last talked. Right here in the city, we are looking at a little bit of a threat from the south. We do have some of this stuff off to the east of us. We also have some of it up north of us, and you can see near Sedona, north of Flagstaff. But over in the White Mountains, we are looking at a little bit of snow. We'll take a closer look at this and a closer look at the future of this storm in just a couple of minutes. Okay, Dave, thanks. For weather alerts and to check your local forecast 24/7, download our free Fox 10 weather app. You can log on to our website, fox10phoenix.com, and you can get more information there.
Just in, new information about a shooting that happened in Glendale this afternoon in a neighborhood near 65th Avenue in Maryland. This is an interesting story how this all went down. Somebody actually called 911 to report that a woman was being chased or possibly even assaulted by a man with a hammer. But before police could get on the scene, somebody shot that man. He was then taken to the hospital, and tonight we learned that that man has died. His name not being released yet. The woman who was being chased is okay. We're told that they were a couple, the two. Police are trying to figure out who shot that man and killed him, though. If you have any information on this, call Silent Witness at 480-WITNESS.
I said, don't move, stay where you're at. And she called back and said, okay. And she stepped out from a bush, and I mean, probably a mile away. She had on a bright orange shirt.
That's volunteer firefighter Michael Todd describing the moment that he and rescuers located a 5-year-old girl abandoned by her grandfather in the middle of the Arizona desert on Sunday. And even more shocking, the girl was left carrying a loaded .45 caliber handgun that was given to her by her grandfather. Earlier today, 62-year-old Paul Rader making his first appearance before a judge. Using Storyteller, let's give you a better idea of where all of this unfolded. A remote area south of Buckeye. Rader and his granddaughter had left home right here to go four-wheeling on Sunday afternoon. Now, several hours later, they wound up getting stuck right here. And that's where Rader left his granddaughter with the gun before making his way to a restaurant way up here by West Hazen Road. Well, today, Rader tried to explain to a judge what happened and why. Ty Brennan joins us tonight with more. I don't know that the explanation fully answered all the questions.
Yeah, this story really gaining a lot of attention, and as you mentioned, still a lot of unanswered questions. Now, what was supposed to be a fun outing, four-wheeling in the desert, turned into a frightening ordeal for that 5-year-old and landing that one man behind jail facing numerous child abuse charges.
What's your name and date of birth, please?
Paul Rader.
Paul Rader making his first appearance in court Tuesday. Rader is accused of leaving his 5-year-old granddaughter in the desert with a loaded gun south of Buckeye on Sunday evening after his truck got stuck.
The truck got stuck. I just bought this truck. I've never been four-wheeling with it. I've gone this route with a different truck.
These photos were sent to us as crews worked to remove the truck today. While explaining to the judge what happened, he became agitated and upset.
I walked with my granddaughter. She was crying, pissing and moaning because she got tired. She wanted to take a nap. And
that's when Rader says he left his granddaughter and took off.
I got to try to get to a phone because I forgot my phone. So for miles, there's nobody anywhere. Put her under a shade tree and put my gun down because they didn't want to carry it.
According to court paperwork, Rader walked miles to this bar and restaurant where he ordered a cheeseburger, a few sodas, and a few Smirnoff Ices, but never told anyone that his 5-year-old granddaughter was still out in the desert all by herself. Now, we have learned that Rader has no criminal history. The judge set his bond at $25,000, and he's not allowed to have contact with his granddaughter or any child for that matter. He's also not allowed to possess a weapon. Reporting live tonight, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
Right now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up because it's 9 p.m. It's 9:09. Thanks so much for spending your evening with me. I'm Kinsey Schofield. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Fox 10 News Now.